everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Multiverse Character Templates. Chapter 166 to 200, Chapter 166, Tsunade's Consultation. In the afternoon, after lunch, Natsuki and Nona walked into Konoha Hospital. Natsuki. Tsunade's voice rang out. It's rare to see you at Konoha Hospital. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki turned to look at her and joked, that just proves I'm in good health. At this point, Tsunade was already quite similar to her future self in the original story. Especially her mature figure, which had become increasingly striking. Then did you come here today because something is wrong with your body? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and joked, come on, let your Tsunade-sensei examine you. I came to take a look at Konoha's future outstanding medical need, Natsuki said calmly. Why weren't you this enthusiastic in previous years? Tsunade reacted and asked curiously, could it be that there's a student you have your eye on this year? Who is it? I attended the Ninja Academy entrance ceremony this morning, and did find a few promising students. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, in terms of medical ninjutsu, Shizune and Noara Rin may achieve something. Shizune and Noara Rin. Hearing those names, Tsunade said, come to my office. Let's see if they submitted applications. Natsuki and Nono nodded and followed her to her office. Tsunade walked forward and picked up a document from her desk. She quickly flipped through it and said, they really did apply. Natsuki was not surprised. In the original story, Shizune and Rin had both dreamed of becoming medical nin from a young age. Shizune is still Kato Dan's niece. Tsunade glanced over Shizune's information and sighed. She's a pitiful child. Shizune was an orphan, and had been raised by Kato Dan since childhood. That was why, after Dan died, Tsunade took her away. If Shizune's parents had still been alive, there would have been no need to do so. After all, she was only Dan's niece. However, because of Natsuki's butterfly effect, Tsunade was not close to Dan. She had only heard his name. She was merely sympathizing with Shizune's background. She would not, as in the original story, immediately think of taking her as a student. Why do you think they can become medical nin? Tsunade put down the file and looked at Natsuki. I listened to their self-introductions. They both want to become medical nin. People with dreams are more likely to succeed. Natsuki paused before continuing, but if I had to give the real reason, it would be intuition. I'll pay attention to them. Tsunade nodded and did not press further. If they truly have talent, that will be a good thing for Konoha. What Konoha lacked most were outstanding medical nin. The medical training class had been running for quite some time, but students with the potential to become medical jonin were pitifully rare. Sensei, it's about time. We should go to the classroom and meet the new students. Nono checked the time, and reminded her gently. Hearing this, Tsunade walked outside. Natsuki and Nono followed close behind. Before long, the three arrived at the classroom for the medical nin training class. Rin, do your best. I believe you'll definitely become an excellent medical nin. Uchiha Obito spoke with great seriousness. Thank you. Rin smiled and said, I'll go into the classroom first. See you later. Are children this precocious nowadays? Seeing this scene, Tsunade could not help laughing. She did not pay it much mind and walked into the classroom. Natsuki stopped outside and watched Tsunade and Nono step onto the platform. He was not a teacher for the medical nin training class, so there was no need for him to enter. I am Tsunade. The moment Tsunade finished speaking, the new students below immediately cried out in surprise. There was no helping it. She was far too famous now. Tsunade then introduced Nono. Nono also had some fame. However, most of it came from the fact that she was Natsuki's teammate. Next came the new students' self-introductions. There would be no class today. After the students finished introducing themselves, Tsunade let them go back and rest, telling them to attend class on time tomorrow. I'm going to work. See you later. Nono took the initiative to speak. Natsuki nodded and watched her leave. Do you have anything to do? Tsunade suddenly thought of something and said, good timing. I have a question I want to ask you. I'm free. Natsuki smiled. For you to use the word ask, it must be quite a troublesome problem. It is troublesome for me. Tsunade walked as she spoke. But maybe it will be simple for you. What problem? Natsuki asked curiously. Let's talk in my office. Tsunade did not answer directly. The two soon returned to the office. Tsunade casually closed the door and immediately became much more relaxed. She took off her shoes and flopped onto the sofa. As the sofa trembled, her body shifted as well. Natsuki's eyelids twitched. Tsunade stretched lazily and noticed his gaze. She suddenly froze, realizing that Natsuki was no longer the little boy who had once been shorter than her. He was now quite a bit taller than she was. Thinking of this, Tsunade instinctively sat up. But she quickly discovered another problem. Natsuki was truly bold. His eyes did not even shift away. He kept looking directly at her. You've been learning sealing techniques from Kushina recently. Do you know about the strength of 100 seal? Tsunade returned to the topic and asked. I do. Natsuki replied, Tsunade-sensei, the diamond-shaped mark on your forehead is the sign that the strength of 100 seal has been successfully formed. Correct. Tsunade nodded. The greatest function of the strength of 100 seal is storing chakra in advance, but I discovered a problem. What problem? Natsuki's heart moved. He realized what she was talking about. During battle, drawing chakra from the seal is too slow, Tsunade answered. Natsuki thought that this was exactly it. The strength of 100 seal came from the Uzumaki clan. But ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique was Tsunade's own creation. She created that technique because simply drawing chakra from the strength of 100 seal was too slow. I see. Natsuki asked, Tsunade-sensei, you want the seal to release chakra instantly whenever needed. That would be best. Tsunade nodded. In battle, saving even half a second can be enough to turn the situation around. What is your current idea, Tsunade-sensei? Natsuki asked after thinking briefly. I want to modify the strength of 100 seal, and increase the chakra output, Tsunade replied. I think that idea is fine, but you can be even bolder. Natsuki smiled. You can fully release the strength of 100 seal, and let the chakra spread throughout the body. Tsunade paused slightly and fell into thought. Use a method that combines sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu to develop a new ninjutsu. Natsuki continued, after spreading the markings and chakra throughout the body, when you are injured, the markings activate and the chakra automatically heals you. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She thought of Senju Hashirama's ability to heal without hand seals. The new ninjutsu Natsuki described was undoubtedly a weakened version of that ability. When it comes to creating ninjutsu, you really are better at it. Tsunade smiled. Just talking with you gave me a direction. Even without my reminder, Tsunade-sensei would have thought of it soon. Natsuki shook his head. That may be true, but talking to you saves time. Tsunade stood up. I'll try it first. If I run into problems, I'll come find you. If Tsunade-sensei needs me, I'll be there even if it costs me my life. Natsuki said this with a serious expression. Why are you making it sound so dramatic? It's not going to kill you. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. All right, go handle your own business. Then I'll take my leave, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded slightly and turned to leave. After returning to the Senju clan compound, he resumed training with Nawaki and Kushina. Time moved on to April. In the land of rice fields, Chino brought 8 shinobi to a small town. These 8 shinobi had originally been from Amigakure, but they had all joined Akatsuki. Chino had come to the land of rice fields because of Natsuki's previous order. He had asked her to search for talented individuals there. Natsuki's order had been rather flexible. If she could not find anyone, she could give up. Chino had searched for months, and was just preparing to stop when one of her subordinates brought news. In a small town in the land of rice fields, they had discovered a little girl who had awakened crystal release. Chino entered the town. According to the information gathered by her subordinate, the little girl was an orphan. She survived by begging together with other orphans in the town. The subordinate had learned that she possessed crystal release because another group of beggars had tried to steal her things, causing her power to suddenly erupt. Before long, they saw the group of orphans inside a dilapidated house. Chino's gaze fell on the little girl. She had blue-purple hair, and looked around 6 or 7 years old. "Who are you?" The little girl stepped forward. She appeared to be the leader of the orphans. Although she was somewhat afraid, she already showed signs of leadership. "We come from the land of rain." Chino went straight to the point. "We want to invite you to the land of rain to join our organization. After that, you'll be able to eat your fill." The moment they heard that they could eat their fill, the orphans immediately showed expressions of shock and excitement. "Why are you inviting us?" The little girl still remained rational. "Because of you," Chino said honestly. The little girl froze, then quickly reacted. Her only value was her crystal release. "I want to know what kind of organization you are," the little girl said after thinking for a moment. Chino then explained Akatsuki's purpose and goals to them. "All right. We'll join." After listening, the little girl agreed. "What is your name?" Chino asked with a faint smile. "Guren," the little girl replied. "Guren, welcome." Chino extended her hand, took Guren's hand and spoke. Another week passed. Natsuki arrived in the capital of the land of rain. He now came here every Sunday at a fixed time. His main purpose was to see whether Yahiko and the others had returned, as well as to check on Akatsuki's development. Unexpectedly, Natsuki saw Chino and an unfamiliar little girl in the courtyard. The two of them were clearly waiting for him. "Lord Natsuki." Seeing him, Chino immediately said, "I did not fail you. I brought back a genius from the land of rice fields." "Her?" Natsuki looked at the unfamiliar little girl and asked. "Her name is Guren. She possesses the Kekii Genkai crystal release, which can crystallize surrounding substances," Chino replied. Natsuki could not help feeling surprised. She had actually found Guren. In the original story, Guren was a shinobi of Otogakure, and one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Her crystal release was quite powerful, which led to her becoming Orochimaru's first candidate as a vessel. It was only after Kimimaro and Sasuke appeared that she fell out of Orochimaru's favor. Natsuki sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, she was too young. If she were already an adult, she could help share Akatsuki's responsibilities. But at her current age, they could only raise and train her first. With her talent, however, she was qualified to become one of the 12 Kazuki. "You did well." Natsuki nodded. "Let her study under you for now." Chino was currently still responsible for the orphanage. Guren could develop her crystal release while also learning the 6 powers. After she accepted the blood curse in the future, becoming a jonin would be more than enough. "Yes, Lord Natsuki." Chino immediately answered. Natsuki then went to find Kakuzu. The transportation pipelines managed by Raza and Gravel have been attacked frequently during this period. Kakuzu smiled faintly. "Pakura's current situation is not easy. It seems what I hoped for will happen soon." Natsuki felt reassured after hearing this. 1 month later, at Raza's home in Sunagakure. "This is too much." A Sunagakure jonin spoke angrily. Because of the transportation pipelines, we have already lost nearly 20 shinobi. Although Tsunagekyu's shinobi were generally stronger, they could not withstand such frequent ambushes. Raza, Maki said in a deep voice, there's no need to investigate further. Pakura is definitely behind this. Although we have found no proof that Pakura participated, aside from her, who else knows the locations of our transportation pipelines? Another Tsunagekure Jonin agreed. Raza fell silent after hearing this. He had not expected Pakura to be so ruthless that she would actually betray the locations of their transportation pipelines. But it was also understandable. They had taken 2/3 of the rainwater business from Pakura, so she must have hated them for it. Should we report this matter to Kazekage-sama? Maki asked after thinking for a moment. Reporting it to Sensei will only make us seem incompetent, Raza refused. The third Kazekage had already helped him, and Ma could take authority away from Pakura. If they still had to ask him for help over something like this, then what qualifications did he and Maku have to compete for the next Kazekage position? I will contact Maku, Raza said in a deep voice. Since Pakura has shown no mercy, she cannot blame us for being ruthless. Although his strength was not inferior to Pakura's, quietly killing her would be difficult. If Maku joined him, it would become much simpler. Conveniently, the region Maku managed had also encountered the same problem. At the same time, Pakura was also having a headache. She had known for a long time that the transportation pipelines managed by Raza and Maku had been attacked. She knew very well that she would definitely be suspected, so she had sent people to investigate. However, the investigation had produced nothing so far. The only information she had learned was that most of the shinobi attacking Raza and Maku came from the black market. The black market involved too many forces. She could not use violence to force the black market to submit. She could also guess that the people posting commissions on the black market were most likely merchants from the Land of Wind. Perhaps even nobles of the Land of Wind were involved. After all, the rainwater business was simply too profitable. Pakura had also suspected Natsuki. But she believed Natsuki would not do this, because it would damage his own interests. The profits brought by the rainwater business amounted to tens of millions. No matter how she thought about it, Natsuki would not destroy his own business for no reason. Unless his goal was to provoke internal conflict in Tsunagekure. But there were more direct ways to cause internal conflict in Tsunagekure. For example, assassinating Raza. Moreover, if that had been Natsuki's intention, he should not have done business with Tsunagekure in the first place. The rainwater business helped Tsunagekure recover its strength. It was essentially supporting an enemy. And even if Natsuki was behind it, there was nothing she could do. She had to rely on the rainwater business to accumulate prestige and compete for the next Kazekage position. In any case, she had to stop the attacks on the transportation pipelines. Late June. When Natsuki arrived again in the capital of the Land of Rain, he saw Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and Yukaina. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko spoke excitedly. We completed the mission perfectly. Do you have a mission report? Natsuki asked with a smile. Yahiko looked at Konan. Konan immediately took out a scroll. Natsuki patted her head, accepted the scroll, and opened it. There was not much written inside. After arriving at Hozuki Castle, Yahiko and the others had gone into hiding. They monitored Mui while searching everywhere for the box of ultimate bliss. However, after searching for a long time without results, they eventually tracked Mui and found the location of the box of ultimate bliss. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko asked curiously, are we going to seize the box of ultimate bliss next? If you put it that way, you are not wrong. Natsuki nodded. Then are we going together? Yahiko asked with anticipation. We can go together. Natsuki thought briefly before saying, when the time comes, you will deal with Mui. His target was the release monster inside the box of ultimate bliss, Satori. In the original story, opening the box of ultimate bliss was very troublesome. Not only did it require a large amount of chakra, but it also required several people to jointly perform a specific ritual. That was why Mui had cooperated with the elders of Kizugakure. But Natsuki did not need to do that. He had an ability he had never used before, and it was perfect for this situation. Nfiria Template's innate talent allowed him to use all ninja tools without any restrictions. In other words, Natsuki only needed to pour chakra into the box of ultimate bliss to open it and make a wish. He did not know whether Satori would unlock a new character template. But Natsuki felt it might be difficult. The main reason was that Satori and Morio were somewhat similar. Both were release monsters. Still, it did not matter. As long as he could unlock an ability from the Kikyo template and add more chakra to the Black Holy Grail, that would be enough. Natsuki then thought of the box of ultimate bliss itself. This ninja tool might trigger a new character template. After all, its wish-granting function was quite similar to a corrupted Holy Grail. Of course, when it came to granting wishes, there were not only Holy Grails. There were also things like the Dragon Balls, the Peace Stars, and the Shirkan Jewel. When are we going? Yahiko asked impatiently. Next week. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, "You just returned, so rest for a few days first." To be continued. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Controlling the Land of Grass. 3,369 words. July 1st, Natsuki stood on the ship and activated clairvoyance. Hozuki Castle in the distance came into view. Hozuki Castle was an isolated island surrounded by the sea. Yet it was indeed located within the land of grass. From that point alone, the climate and terrain of the shinobi world were quite mysterious. The land of grass had plenty of sunlight, so there was a vast grassland within its borders. Aside from the grassland, it also had an inland sea. The land of rain beside it had no sunlight all year round and rained every day. When Natsuki thought of grasslands, he thought of animal husbandry. He felt that the land of grass could also be brought under Akatsuki's control. In any case, he had no favorable impression of Kizugakure. In the original story, Kizugakure had done inhuman things by treating Karen and her mother as mobile blood supplies, which ultimately led to their tragic fate. If not for Orochimaru, Karen would probably have ended up like her mother, drained of blood until she died. As for who would control the land of grass in Kizugakure, he felt Mui could be chosen. Mui was quite strong. In his early years, he had been obsessed with the box of ultimate bliss, and hoped to open it so Kizugakure could rule the shinobi world. It was not until his son, Muku, died because of the box of ultimate bliss that he finally woke up to reality. From then on, he wholeheartedly wanted to open the box of ultimate bliss to revive Muku. Unfortunately, the wish-granting mechanism of the box of ultimate bliss was twisted. Muku was revived, but in reality, he had become Satori. In the end, Mui used his life to help Uzumaki Naruto and the others defeat Satori. It was worth mentioning that Muku also had a childhood friend named Ryuzetsu. She had mastered a forbidden jutsu called life transfer, which was a resurrection jutsu that exchanged one life for another. However, it was still far too early. Muku and Ryuzetsu had not been born yet. Natsuki and the others soon reached the shore. Yahiko and the other three had stayed at Hozuki Castle for a long time, and had already figured out the situation. The location they chose was the weakest point in Hozuki Castle's defenses, so they infiltrated very easily. In fact, Hozuki Castle's defenses were not strict. This was related to Mui's fire release, heavenly prison. It was a combination of fire release and sealing jutsu. After a target, or rather a prisoner, was struck by fire release, heavenly prison, they would no longer be able to use ninjutsu. If they attempted to escape, the curse seal left behind by fire release, heavenly prison would turn into flaming chains and burn them. In addition, if they moved too far away from the user, it would also ignite automatically. Because of this, the prisoners held in Hozuki Castle did not dare to escape. Hozuki Castle was also a public prison shared by various shinobi villages, so there were not many shinobi who tried to break prisoners out. Even if a jailbreak succeeded, they would not be able to take the prisoner away. Unless fire release, heavenly prison was undone. After reaching the island, Natsuki and the others headed toward Hozuki Castle. However, they did not use the main gate. Instead, they arrived at the rear of Hozuki Castle. Its rear side was a cliff. The cliff was very high, and the sea lay below. A shinobi's body was certainly strong, but under the restriction of fire release, heavenly prison, which prevented them from using ninjutsu, jumping down would most likely lead to death. Natsuki looked around, then raised his hand. Hidden barrier. Chakra surged out and formed an invisible barrier. Soon, this area was covered by the barrier. From the outside, Natsuki and the others could no longer be seen. They had been hidden by the barrier. I'll lure Mui over. You hold him off while I go look for the box of ultimate bliss. Natsuki spoke. Fighting within this barrier would reduce the commotion as much as possible. Conan and the others would not end up surrounded by guards either. Natsuki-sensei, leave it to us. Yahiko said confidently. The four of them all had Tokubetsu Jonin-level strength, and their abilities were special. Even Jonin could easily get into trouble when facing them. After all, shinobi battles were battles of intelligence. Be careful of his fire release. Natsuki nodded and said. He still trusted Yahiko and the others quite a bit. Mui's current strength had not yet reached its peak. Besides, if he could not defeat a combination like Yahiko, Conan, Nagato, and Yukaina, that would be unreasonable. After Natsuki left the barrier, he entered Hozuki Castle. Following the map Yahiko and the others had given him, he quickly found Mui's office. Natsuki extended his hand and flicked out a burst of chakra, striking his window. Who is it? Mui immediately stood up and chased outside. Natsuki left him with only a view of his back, then ran outward. Mui chased after him without hesitation. When they reached the rear of Hozuki Castle, he suddenly stopped. Because Natsuki had already disappeared. At that moment, a wave of cold air surged toward him. Wherever the cold air passed, the ground froze solid. Mui immediately retreated. The sound of wind being cut rang out. Conan, who had turned into a demon, appeared behind him. Rankyaku. She kicked out. Terrifying force turned into a vacuum wave, slicing toward his body like a sharp blade. Fire release, heavenly prison fire sword. Mui sensed danger, but as a jonin, his reaction speed was very fast. He turned his right wrist, and fire release chakra formed into a sword that collided with the vacuum wave. The air twisted and sparks scattered everywhere. After the sword exploded, it turned into a sea of flames that surrounded Conan instead. Jeppo. Conan narrowly avoided the sea of flames and reached midair. As for Mui, he did not even look at the result before using the body flicker technique. The cold air Yahiko created was immediately avoided by him. As soon as Mui landed, he saw a water dragon descending from the sky. He raised his head and saw Nagato. Mui hurriedly formed hand seals. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of flames. However, before it could even approach the water dragon, an ice wall appeared in front of him. The ice wall blocked the flames. The water dragon changed direction, avoided the ice wall, and crashed toward Mui. 2 ice release shinobi. Mui noticed Yukaina, and his heart immediately shook. Grass style, peeling palm. Facing the incoming water dragon, Mui chose to strike out with his palm. Chakra covered his palm, then struck the water dragon's head. The water dragon let out a sharp sound, and its head instantly split apart. Nagato clearly had not expected Mui's taijutsu to be so strong as well, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. However, Yahiko had already seized this chance to create a large amount of blood with chakra. Blood demon art, winter icicles. Sharp icicles fell from midair, enveloping Mui. At the same time, Conan took out the sorcery climb attack. Thundercloud Rod. A large number of black spheres emerged from the top of the sorcery climb attacked. They connected together, making the sorcery climb attack longer, like a whip. Conan raised the sorcery climb attacked. A long whip flashing with lightning lashed toward Mui. Mui felt the situation growing stranger and stranger. Where had these four geniuses come from? And why were they attacking him? However, he had no time to think too deeply. The four-person assault left him somewhat overwhelmed. At this time, Natsuki had already arrived at Mui's residence. He stepped forward and stepped on one of the floorboards. The floorboard suddenly split open, revealing a passage leading downward. Natsuki walked down. At the end of the passage was a basement. In the middle of the basement sat the box of ultimate bliss. It was a cube with a human face on each of its four sides, representing joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. This was why Natsuki said Satori was a Een release monster. Emotions were mental energy, which was Een release. Een could create form from the formless, which matched the wish-granting mechanism of the box of ultimate bliss. Natsuki reached out and placed his hand on the box of ultimate bliss. A cold aura surged toward him. The innate talent of the Nfiria template immediately took effect. Natsuki felt that as long as he wished it, he could open the box of ultimate bliss. After thinking about it, he did not open it immediately. After all, this place was not suitable. Natsuki took out a summoning storage scroll. However, he quickly discovered that the box of ultimate bliss could not be placed inside. No wonder Mui kept the box of ultimate bliss in the basement, instead of carrying it with him inside a summoning storage scroll. Thinking of this, Natsuki used the door fruit. A spatial door appeared. He exerted his strength, and pushed the box of ultimate bliss into the spatial door. After that, he and the box of ultimate bliss arrived on the boundless grasslands of the land of grass. Natsuki thought for a moment, left behind a shadow clone, then returned to Hozuki Castle. Although he believed Yahiko and the others could defeat Mui, he was still worried that they might be injured. Moreover, Mui could not be killed by them. Otherwise, Natsuki would have to find another person in charge. Before Natsuki even got close, he sensed intense chakra fluctuations. He looked toward the 5 people in battle. Because he had not been gone long, the outcome had not yet been decided. However, judging from the situation, Mui had already fallen into a disadvantage. Lightning flashed. Under Conan's control, a thundercloud in the sky immediately released dazzling lightning. Mui's speed instantly surged. But in the next second, Nagato blocked his path. Water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. Nagato held the Kusanagi sword and swung it. A large amount of chakra turned into water currents that attacked Mui madly. Body flicker technique. Mui dodged to the left. Conan predicted where he would move, and another bolt of lightning fell from the thundercloud. With nowhere to dodge, Mui immediately formed hand seals. Fire release, heavenly prison fire sword. A scorching aura spread. A stream of flames took the shape of a sword and collided with the lightning. There was a boom. The flames exploded. Mui waved his hand, and the flames flew toward Nagato, who was charging at him. Seeing this, Yukaina formed hand seals and used ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. Although she had 2 blood demon arts, neither could be used in battle, so she could only use ice release. Her strength was indeed somewhat inferior to Yahiko and the others. An ice wall rose and blocked the flames. Nagato stepped on the ice wall and leaped up. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The Kusanagi sword spun as it slashed toward Mui. But even more shocking was his enormous chakra. Streams of water released chakra surrounded him, and soon intertwined in the air to form a giant water dragon. Mui was shocked. This boy named Nagato actually had such astonishing chakra. It felt like he had even more chakra than Mui, a Jonin. The terrifying attack made Mui feel unprecedented pressure. Fire release, great heavenly prison. Mui raised his hand. All of the chakra throughout his body turned into flames. Under his control, the flames directly bound the water dragon. In the original story, he had used fire release, great heavenly prison to restrain the tailed beast-level Satori. Although the water dragon was enormous, it was still inferior to Satori. Seeing this, Nagato was shocked, but he immediately changed his attack method. Rankyaku. He kicked toward Mui. The vacuum wave turned into a slash, trying to split Mui in two. Grass-style, peeling palm. In a hurry, Mui struck out with his palm. The immense force pushed him backward. At the same time, a bloody mark appeared in the center of his palm. Ice release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Ice mirrors appeared one after another around him. Yukaina appeared inside one of the ice mirrors, and with a swing of both hands, a large number of ice shuriken flew toward Mui. Mui hurriedly steadied himself, and threw out a dense spread of shuriken in response. However, Yukaina immediately slipped into the ice mirror and disappeared. Besides, she was not fighting alone. Yahiko's ice shuriken had also arrived behind Mui. Nagato raised his hand and stabbed at him. Mui could not dodge in time. The ice shuriken struck his back. Nagato's shuriken pierced his shoulder. Conan seized this chance and used the sorcery climb attack to create several cloud spheres. The cloud spheres touched Mui and rapidly expanded, binding him. Natsuki appeared in front of him with Soru. Although Mui was injured, he still had strength left. Just as he was about to resist, he met Natsuki's eyes. Figure eyes. He immediately fell into a daze. Natsuki then extended his hand. A drop of blood flew toward Mui. Release him. Natsuki took a step back and said. Conan nodded and dispelled the cloud spheres. Mui fell to the ground and was quickly turned into a demon. Unlike Hiriko and Nadar Roga, he was chosen as one of the 12 Kazuki. Although he was only a lower moon. The reason Natsuki chose him as one of the 12 Kazuki was that he needed him to control Kyuzugakur and the land of grass. Mui himself was a shinobi of Kyuzugakur and was powerful. Having him control Kyuzugakur would be relatively convenient. With his talent and strength, becoming one of the 12 Kazuki was also acceptable. Even if he was only a lower moon. The reason Natsuki made him a lower moon was that he was not sincerely loyal to him. Mui's panel quickly appeared in front of Natsuki. Name, Mui. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, partial demon transformation, locked. Effect, become half human and half demon, increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Ability 2, blood demon art, illusion flames, locked. Effect, mixes illusions into flames, allowing them to interfere with the target. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Note, after blood demon art, illusion flames is unlocked, you will also obtain this blood demon art. Natsuki thought carefully. Blood demon art, illusion flames came from Kaminu, one of the 12 Kazuki in Demon Slayer. It leaned toward interference using flames and illusions. It sounded quite powerful, but in reality, it was average. The effect description also said it was for interference. How should he put it? It suited Mui fairly well. Mui himself was very skilled in fire release. In a certain sense, he also countered a demon's weakness. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. He discovered that the progress toward unlocking the first gate of the 8 gates in his Hitaki Kakashi template had increased by 1/3. Its unlock condition was defeating 3 Taijutsu Jonin. Did that mean Mui was also a Taijutsu Jonin? Natsuki thought about it. Mui had indeed used Taijutsu just now. Grass style, peeling palm was a unique Taijutsu of Kyuzugakur. Natsuki secretly felt fortunate that he had used figure eyes to control Mui at the end. Only then had the system determined that he had defeated Mui. However, the first gate of the 8 gates was not particularly useful to him. He was not in a hurry. Gaining 1/3 progress counted as an unexpected gain. Mui woke up. He quickly understood his situation and stood there in a daze for a while. To him, this was a completely undeserved disaster. After all, he had been staying peacefully in Hozuki Castle and had never gone outside. In the end, Natsuki and the others suddenly appeared. Not only had they beaten him badly, but they had also turned him into a demon. Mui could not help feeling bleak inside. Although he was unwilling to be controlled by Natsuki, he was already powerless to resist. The blood curse was just that tyrannical. "Welcome to Akatsuki of the Land of Rain." Natsuki looked at him and spoke. Mui responded with silence. "You should actually thank me." Natsuki chuckled softly. "You controlled me, and you still want me to thank you." Mui laughed from anger. "What you seek is opening the box of ultimate bliss." Natsuki said calmly, "But the box of ultimate bliss is not the all-purpose wish-granting machine you imagined it to be. Your goal is the box of ultimate bliss." Mui reacted. "Not just the box of ultimate bliss." Natsuki shook his head and said, "I need you to become the leader of Kyuzugakur and control the land of grass." Mui could not help revealing a surprised expression. He had not expected this organization called Akatsuki to have such great ambition, wanting to control the land of grass and Kyuzugakur. "Although I have some authority in Kyuzugakur, it is almost impossible for me to become its leader," Mui said very calmly. "Naturally, you cannot do it alone." Natsuki pointed at Yahiko and the other three. "Akatsuki will help you." "Does Akatsuki have that much power?" Doubt appeared on Mui's face. Although he guarded Hozuki Castle, he had always paid attention to the outside world. He had never heard of anything called Akatsuki. "Don't underestimate our Akatsuki." Yahiko immediately became unhappy. "Don't forget that we just defeated you." The corner of Mui's mouth twitched. But what Yahiko said did make sense. Judging from the battle just now, the strength and talent of Yahiko and the other three were terrifying. As for Natsuki, there was even less need to mention him. A single blood curse was enough to gradually devour Kyuzugakur. Hearing this, Natsuki did not say anything more. Having Yahiko and the other three help Mui take control of Kyuzugakur would not be easy. But that suited Natsuki's intentions. Because completing this matter would produce a very good training effect. It was the same reasoning as before. Blindly training made it very difficult to truly grow. In addition, the shinobi who joined Akatsuki also needed experience. "Alright, next, we'll go open the box of ultimate bliss." Natsuki reached out and opened a spatial door. Space-time ninjutsu. Mui could not help widening his eyes, but then he thought of something and said, "You and I alone cannot open the box of ultimate bliss." "You are wrong. I do not need you. I can open it by myself." Natsuki walked into the spatial door. "That's impossible." Mui subconsciously denied it. "Humph, you simply haven't seen Natsuki-sensei's abilities." Yahiko followed him into the spatial door. "Natsuki." Mui frowned slightly and felt that the name sounded very familiar. After walking through the spatial door and seeing the box of ultimate bliss, his body suddenly trembled as he remembered. Natsuki was Konoha's super genius and Orochimaru's student. Why had he gone to the Land of Rain and founded an organization called Akatsuki? Moreover, he was even planning to control the Land of Grass and Kyuzugakur. Was Konoha trying to start the Third Shinobi World War? Natsuki ignored what Mui was thinking. He raised his hand and placed it on the box of ultimate bliss. The black grail opened and a large amount of chakra was poured into it. The box of ultimate bliss suddenly trembled. A gloomy aura spread. At the same time, a voice appeared in everyone's minds. Born with Satori, moved by Satori, ended by Satori. State your wish. Mui froze in place. Natsuki had actually opened the box of ultimate bliss by himself. Mui. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, "You make the wish." It was safer to let someone else make this kind of twisted wish. Me? Mui's face was filled with disbelief. Yes, you. Natsuki withdrew his hand and said, "I wish to become the strongest in the shinobi world." Mui said without hesitation. To be continued. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Engramenu Template. 3,213 words. Become the strongest in the shinobi world. Natsuki could guess what Mui was thinking. He was most likely trying to escape Natsuki's control, which was why he wished to become the strongest in the shinobi world. If he directly wished to undo the blood curse's control, Natsuki could simply place another blood curse on him with his current strength. Although Natsuki did not think the box of ultimate bliss could undo his blood curse. As you wish. As Mui finished making his wish, all four human faces on the box of ultimate bliss opened their mouths. Visible waves of chakra surged out, stirring up fierce winds around them. Mui stood at the center of the storm. He steadied himself and discovered countless streams of chakra pouring into his body. A gloomy aura spread in all directions. Along with it came a suffocating pressure. Mui subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling himself grow stronger at an unimaginable speed. The intense chakra fluctuations continued for a full minute before finally stopping. Mui stood in place, chakra leaking from every part of his body. The chakra wrapped around him like a cloak, as if it cost nothing. It looked similar to a Jinchuriki in a partial-tailed beast transformation. Ha ha ha. Mui suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Natsuki, thank you for helping me fulfill my wish." Is that so? Natsuki raised his hand. He immediately activated the blood curse. Mui's body suddenly trembled as he sensed something was wrong. His smile froze, and disbelief appeared on his face. Why was he still restrained by the blood curse even after becoming the strongest in the shinobi world? He could feel his abilities being sealed. At that moment, an almost endless mass of black chakra flew out of his body and rose into the sky in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster is that? Yahiko and the others were startled. The black chakra condensed into a massive monster. It had a pair of enormous black wings and long, slender black arms and legs, but its body looked like a sphere. The sphere had curved teeth and eyes, making its overall appearance extremely strange. Mui suddenly screamed, "Where is my power? Why did it disappear?" Mui, this is the truth of the box of ultimate bliss. Natsuki stopped the blood curse and said, "Any wish made on it will ultimately only release the release monster inside the box of ultimate bliss, Satori." The reason he had activated the blood curse was to force Satori out. If Satori had not left Mui's body, it would have been sealed by the blood curse. Although Mui had fused with Satori after making his wish, and his strength had surged, he was still far from becoming the so-called strongest in the shinobi world. The wish-granting mechanism of the box of ultimate bliss was based on Satori. The strongest in the shinobi world that Mui wished for referred to the strongest power he could obtain after merging with Satori. But that strength still could not undo Natsuki's blood curse. The blood curse came from Natsuki's blood. More accurately, it came from Natsuki's strength. Unless someone was far stronger than him or had a specific countermeasure, they could only remain under his control. Satori had sensed this and abandoned Mui without hesitation. How is that possible? Mui instinctively refused to believe it. Did you never wonder why Kizugakure closed the box of ultimate bliss after opening it in the past? Natsuki asked in return. Mui immediately froze. According to Kizugakure's records, Kizugakure had opened the box of ultimate bliss long ago, and nearly ruled the shinobi world. Why only nearly? Had someone else stopped them? Or had the user discovered Satori? Now, it seemed perhaps it was the latter. Natsuki-sensei, be careful. At that moment, Yahiko suddenly shouted. Satori, hovering in midair, did not have the patience to let Natsuki and Mui chat. It spread its wings, and its black chakra turned into countless feathers that shot toward Natsuki. Water release, water formation wall. Yahiko formed hand seals, and a wall of water rose in front of them. Yukaina also used ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. An ice wall appeared immediately after. The two walls met the feathers and shook violently. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Nagato opened his mouth and spat out a stream of water. The stream raced through the air and transformed into a giant dragon. Weather egg, thunderbreed weather. Conan took out the sorcery climb attacked. In the blink of an eye, thunderclouds appeared in the sky. Under her control, the sky suddenly lit up, and lightning poured down at an angle. However, neither her attack nor Nagato's worked. Satori avoided the water dragon and the omnipresent lightning, as if it had predicted them in advance. Satori has the ability to sense malice. Natsuki explained, for your attacks to work, there must not be any emotion in your hearts. Yahiko was dumbfounded. How were they supposed to have no emotion at all? That meant they could not even hold the emotions of fighting or attacking. Nagato, Conan, and Yukaina were also momentarily stuck. All of you, move back. Natsuki activated Mind's Eye and clear and serene from the Sasaki Kojiro template. His emotions became completely still. Lightning spear. Natsuki raised his hand. Powerful electric currents spread outward from his hand. A blue-white spear of light appeared and immediately vanished. There was a boom. It struck Satori. Lightning surged like waves and swallowed it. Satori let out a muffled groan, and black chakra poured out from its body. Although it had been injured, it was nothing serious. Natsuki was not surprised. Satori's defense was very strong. In the original story, it could ignore most ninjutsu. It was thanks to Mui's fire release, great heavenly prison restraining it, that Uzumaki Naruto was able to defeat it with sage art, wind release, Raisin Shuriken. But Satori was a Een release monster and possessed immortality. Even sage art, wind release, Raisin Shuriken had not killed it. In the end, it could only be sealed at the bottom of the sea. Natsuki did not know sage art, wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Even if he did, he would not be able to kill Satori. The original story had already given the answer. The best way to deal with Satori was sealing. It was hit that easily. Yahiko and the others looked at one another. They did not know how Natsuki had made his heart completely free of emotion. But Satori was very unhappy after being struck. It bent forward and charged at Natsuki. As it approached, it swung a claw. Natsuki took out Minazuki and blocked its claw. But the shocking force pushed him backward. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Natsuki calmly raised his left hand. A dazzling light appeared around Satori. 6 sheets of light rushed toward it. In terms of effect, Bakudo was actually quite similar to sealing jutsu. Although Natsuki had learned sealing jutsu from Kushina, what he learned were all low-level sealing jutsu. Against a tailed beast-level Een release monster like Satori, only advanced sealing jutsu would be effective. Satori immediately withdrew its claw and suddenly charged into the sky. However, the 6 sheets of light were very fast and immediately bound it. There was a boom. Even more black chakra emerged from Satori's body. Its speed increased again, and it forcibly broke through the blockade of the 6 sheets of light. After reaching the sky, it suddenly opened its mouth. Black chakra dyed the entire sky dark like storm clouds. Then it poured down. Blood demon art, cold white princesses. Blood surged from Natsuki's hands. 2 enormous ice-sculpted maidens appeared to his left and right. They raised their heads and cold air poured from their mouths. The cold air collided with the black chakra and immediately froze it. But even more black chakra surged out, melting and eroding the ice crystals. Seeing this, Natsuki raised both hands. A large number of Thunder God swords flew out. Satoru swung a claw without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, the Thunder God swords would have been knocked away, but the instant they touched its claw, all of the Thunder God swords exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fragments wrapped in lightning smashed into Satoru's body. Satoru cried out in pain and immediately roared. The tide formed by the black chakra suddenly rose, melting all of the ice crystals. Its remaining force did not lessen as it crashed toward Natsuki. At the same time, Yahiko and the others were also within its attack range. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A massive defensive wall rose in front of Yahiko and the others. The black chakra crashed into it. Although it began to corrode the wall, it could not completely melt through it in a short time, creating a stalemate. Move farther back. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial door. Yahiko and the others quickly walked into the spatial door. Lightning giant. Natsuki then clenched his fist. The ground trembled and all the iron sand underground flew out. Lightning flashed and dust was swept up. In the blink of an eye, a lightning giant no smaller than Satoru formed. As soon as it appeared, the lightning giant threw a punch at Satoru. Satoru quickly flapped its wings to dodge. The lightning giant had no consciousness, so it had no emotions. Satoru's malice sensing could not take effect. After Satoru dodged the first punch, the lightning giant immediately spread its 5 fingers. Lightning filled the sky and attacked Satoru from every direction. Satoru could no longer dodge. Black chakra surged like ocean waves and met the lightning. Bakudo number 75. Gochuteken. Natsuki took this chance and raised his hand. 5 enormous iron pillars fell from the sky and smashed into Satoru. Caught off guard, Satoru was slammed into the ground by the tremendous force. The ground cracked open, forming a large pit. The lightning giant immediately moved forward and slammed both palms down toward it. Satoru sensed danger and quickly began struggling. Black chakra surged out like a fountain, instantly enveloping the 5 enormous iron pillars. The 5 iron pillars loosened. Satoru flew toward the sky. But it was still one step too slow. The lightning giant's 2 palms struck its body directly. Satoru was immediately sent flying backward. The lightning giant leaped up. Its feet landed on Satoru. Its massive size and terrifying strength immediately pressed Satoru into the ground. Iron Sand Sword. Natsuki suddenly waved his hand. The iron sand underground pressed down on Satoru, making it even more unable to move. Yahiko and the others in the distance felt that this scene looked very familiar. At this moment, Satoru was receiving almost the same treatment as Morio had before. But that was only natural. Both of them were immortal release monsters. The most effective methods against them were sealing jutsu or attacks with sealing effects. However, Satoru was stronger than Morio. Every time Morio escaped, it would be sealed by the priestess, so over the years, its strength had not increased at all. Satoru was different. The box of ultimate bliss had the ability to absorb emotions. The more emotions there were, the stronger Satoru became. And every time a user made a wish, a large amount of chakra would be poured into the box of ultimate bliss. Natsuki looked at the struggling Satoru and used projection magecraft. He held a bow. Sealing arrow. Vast chakra transformed into an arrow. Natsuki released his hand, and the arrow suddenly disappeared. In reality, it had not disappeared. It was simply too fast for the naked eye to see. The next second, the arrow struck Satoru. Countless streams of chakra spread like cursed seals, covering Satoru in the blink of an eye. Satoru's violently shaking body immediately froze. It was like an insect sealed inside amber, completely motionless where it was. Natsuki could not help nodding. The effect of the sealing arrow from the Kikyo template was indeed powerful. He felt that its sealing effect was not inferior to the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. However, the effect of sealing arrow depended on the amount of chakra the user poured into it. In this regard, it could not compare to the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Fortunately, he had the Black Grail and plenty of chakra. Thinking of this, Natsuki walked forward. He took out the Black Grail. The Black Grail trembled and black chakra poured out, wrapping around Satori. Fear quickly appeared in Satora's eyes. For the first time, it understood what fear was. Because the Black Grail was absorbing everything from it at a terrifying speed. But it could do nothing. The seal from the sealing arrow was too strong. It could not break free in a short time. And that amount of time was already enough for the Black Grail to devour it completely. A moment later, Satora vanished without a trace. It was a release monster, and had no physical body to begin with. Like a tailed beast, it was a pure chakra creature. However, its chakra was only release, unlike tailed beasts, whose composition was more complex. Natsuki felt the chakra inside the Black Grail, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as a smile appeared on his face. Because there was simply too much. So much that he could squander it as much as he wanted without using it up. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Ability 7 of the Kikyo template, Priestess Purification. After defeating Satori, he had satisfied the unlock condition for Miko Purification, which was defeating a release monster. A large amount of information poured into his mind. In Inuyasha, Kikyo had used many purification techniques. For example, mental purification, body purification, and deep purification. Priestess purification could be considered a comprehensive technique that contained various effects. But in the shinobi world, filth, curses, evil thoughts, and miasma were all relatively rare. It would be difficult for Miko purification to show its greatest effect. However, it had a special advantage against release monsters and genjutsu. That was still quite good. Natsuki waited for a while and found that no new text appeared before his eyes. As expected, Satori had not triggered a new character template. After all, it was too similar to Morio. Natsuki turned to look at the box of Ultimate Bliss. But it also did not trigger a new character template. Was something still missing? As Natsuki thought this, he walked forward. You have awakened the Engra Menu template. Natsuki, who had been thinking, suddenly came back to himself. Engra Menu. Was it the servant illegally summoned by the Einsburn family in Fate/Stay Night? It was not a standard class like Saber, Rider, or Archer, but the so-called Avenger class. Simply put, it was a servant filled with negative emotions like resentment and revenge. And it was also the main cause of the Holy Grail's corruption. From that point of view, it was the same as Satori. Satori was an aggregate of negative emotions, and it also twisted the wish-granting of the box of Ultimate Bliss. In a sense, it had also been illegally summoned by the users of the box of Ultimate Bliss. Natsuki looked at his newly awakened character template. Name, Engra Menu. Period, Avenger class servant of the Third Holy Grail War. World, Fate/Stay Night. Rank, None. Ability 1, Avenger, unlocked. Effect, damage sustained by the user can be converted into chakra to a certain extent. Ability 2, Virga Vesta, locked. Effect, injuries sustained by the user are synchronized with the target. Unlock condition, develop healing wound destruction. Ability 3, All the World's Evil, locked. Effect, forcefully corrupts the target, causing their personality to reverse. The success rate depends on the target's willpower. Unlock condition, learn Bringer of Darkness technique. Ability 4, For Night's End, locked. Effect, raises the user's strength by 1 level at the cost of their life. Unlock condition, learn Dead Demon Consuming Seal. After reading it, Natsuki could not help pausing. The Engra Menu template was undoubtedly the most special of all the character templates. It had no rank, and all 4 of its abilities leaned toward concepts rather than traditional attack or defense abilities. Ability 1, Avenger. Avenger was Engra Menu's class. A class would have corresponding skills. The Avenger class skill allowed damage sustained by the user to be converted into chakra. This ability was very useful in battle, especially in evenly matched battles. If the gap between both sides was too large, then it would be meaningless. Ability 2, Virgavesta. This ability was somewhat similar to Ability 1. Synchronizing the injuries he received would give him a great advantage in a battle between equals. Its unlock condition was developing Healing Wound Destruction. In the original story, Healing Wound Destruction was an A-rank medical ninjutsu used by Kabuto Yakushi. Its effect was to predict the part of the body the target would attack in advance, and heal it before the enemy's attack landed, reducing the attack's power. Developing an A-rank medical ninjutsu would still be somewhat difficult for Natsuki. However, it was only a matter of time. Ability 3, All the World's Evil. This ability reminded Natsuki of a Naruto movie called Road to Ninja. The story in it was about Konoha falling into a limited version of the infinite Tsukuyomi, causing everyone's personalities to change. For example, Hinata changed from a shy girl into a bossy older sister type. Another example was Naruto, who became corrupted and turned into the S-rank shinobi Uzumaki Menma. Personality reversal did not seem very useful at first glance, but the impact it caused would be great. If Natsuki could reverse Madara's personality, the crisis in the shinobi world would probably be resolved. However, with Madara's willpower, there was a high chance his personality could not be reversed. Its unlock condition was learning Bringer of Darkness technique. Bringer of Darkness technique was a genjutsu specifically aimed at the Sharingan. Its effect was to create a field of darkness that even the Sharingan could not see through. Learning Bringer of Darkness technique suited Natsuki's intentions. After all, it could be used as a precaution against the Uchiha clan. Ability 4 for Night's End. This ability belonged to the category of ultimate trump cards. It was a final dance that forcibly raised his strength. For Natsuki, it also had an additional use, because he had the Kikyo template's ability to return from death. Although he would become a body of grave soil after reviving, it could still serve as a final option. Its unlock condition was learning Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Dead Demon Consuming Seal was also a sealing jutsu that could only be used at the cost of one's life. Its effect was to summon the Shinigami and devour the target's soul. This Engra Menu template was indeed difficult to evaluate. However, it was still quite useful. With Natsuki's current strength, his offensive abilities were already sufficient. Having a few unusual abilities was not bad either. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 169. Chapter 169, Pakura Under Control, transformed into a demon. 3,300 words. Mui. Natsuki came back to himself and looked at Mui, who was still in a daze. He asked, "Do you believe what I told you now?" Mui opened his mouth, then stopped. He did not know what to say. He had heard the legend of the box of ultimate bliss when he was young, so his dream since childhood had been to open it. But now that he had discovered the true nature of the box of ultimate bliss, his dream had become a joke. It no longer had any meaning. It was not just him. Kusagakure's years of conflict had also been for nothing. There were two major factions within Kusagakure, the Fruit of the Grass and the Flower of the Grass. The two factions were incompatible with each other. Even the position of leader was rotated between them. The reason these two factions had formed was related to the box of ultimate bliss. The Fruit of the Grass advocated opening the box of ultimate bliss and using it to rule the shinobi world. The Flower of the Grass was the complete opposite. They believed the legend of the box of ultimate bliss was not necessarily true, and opposed taking the initiative to start a war. After all, Kusagakure was only a small shinobi village. If the legend of the box of ultimate bliss turned out to be false, or if it was not as powerful as claimed, then Kizugakure would certainly be destroyed by the 5 great shinobi villages. Mui sighed inwardly. He belonged to the Fruit of the Grass faction. But now, it seemed the Flower of the Grass faction had been correct. The matter of the Box of Ultimate Bliss is already in the past. Natsuki reminded him, your next task is to become the leader of Kizugakure. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Mui was silent for a moment before answering. He had already accepted his fate. His dream had been shattered, and he was now under control. He could only obey Natsuki's orders. Thinking about it carefully, becoming the leader of Kizugakure was not bad. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, after you return, each of you will write a proposal. Natsuki gave another instruction. The contents of the proposal will be how Akatsuki should help Mui become the leader of Kizugakure. As for Yukaina, she did not need to. Her role was Akatsuki's steward, managing the Infinity Castle, or rather, Akatsuki's secret base. Besides, she had joined later, and had missed many of his lessons. Natsuki had previously combined knowledge from his past life, and taught Yahiko and the others many lessons about running an organization. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. The 3 of them answered in unison. Yahiko, in particular, was especially excited. Akatsuki had been established for so long, and it had finally gained a chance to show what it could do. Natsuki smiled and looked at the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Now, how to deal with the Box of Ultimate Bliss had become a problem. He walked forward, raised his hand, and placed it on the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Chakra flowed into it, and he thought to himself, just as expected. With Satoru's death, all of the chakra inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss had also drained away. The Box of Ultimate Bliss had become an empty box. Perhaps if it was left alone for hundreds or even thousands of years, a second Satoru might be born, but that would take far too long to matter. An idea suddenly occurred to Natsuki. Leaving everything else aside, the material of the Box of Ultimate Bliss was top tier in terms of durability. In the original story, Naruto and the others had no way to deal with it. In the end, they could only let it sink to the bottom of the sea together with Satori and seal it there. He wanted to use the material of the Box of Ultimate Bliss to forge a bow. A single bow would not require too much material. The remaining material could be made into arrows or other ninja tools. The bows Natsuki currently used were all created through projection. In essence, they were ordinary bows with nothing special about them. The arrows he used were also projected, and their special traits depended on what sword or blade he projected. Using projected arrows was not a problem. After all, he could project blades like the Thunder God sword. But he really did need a special bow. That way its power would be greater. The Kikyo template's sacred arrow required him to kill 5 jonin from long range. With a good bow, completing that task would be easier. The only issue was whether the Box of Ultimate Bliss could be dismantled. After thinking about it, Natsuki decided to bring it back to Konoha. He would let Nikoba in Konoha think of a way. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial door. After pouring in enough chakra, he locked onto the alternate space inside his room, the Infinity Castle, as the destination. Natsuki pushed the Box of Ultimate Bliss inside. After placing it there for the time being, he walked back out. Mui, return to Hozuki Castle and wait for our notice. Natsuki opened another spatial door. Yes, Natsuki-sama. After saying that, Mui walked into the spatial door. Let's go. We're returning to the Land of Rain Metropolis. After closing the spatial door to Hozuki Castle, Natsuki opened another spatial door leading to the Land of Rain Metropolis. They had come by ship because he had never been to Hozuki Castle before. Returning did not need to be so troublesome. He could simply use the door fruit. It had to be said, the door fruit was truly convenient. The group returned to the Land of Rain Metropolis. You 3 should finish your proposals as soon as possible. Natsuki reminded them, when the time comes, we'll use the best proposal as the main plan and begin the operation. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. After hearing this, all three of them were immediately filled with fighting spirit. Even Nagato and Conan, who were not particularly interested in this matter, became motivated. Because they wanted to prove to Natsuki that they were the most outstanding. Although their relationship with one another was very good, when it came to their priorities, Natsuki was still first. There was no helping it. Natsuki had treated them too well. Not only had he given them a comfortable life, but he had also taught them various ninjutsu and secret techniques. Natsuki smiled. He would not personally interfere in the matter of making Mui the leader of Kyuzugakure. Yahiko and the other two could handle it. With help from Chino, Yukaina, Fushin, and even Kakuzu, it should be possible. Yahiko and the others moved quickly. 1 week later, they had written 3 proposals. Conan's proposal is the most detailed. After reading them, Natsuki gave his evaluation and said, but Nagato's and Yahiko's proposals are also good. The main steps are more or less the same. Conan immediately smiled when she heard this. Yahiko and Nagato felt somewhat regretful. Had they known, they would have written theirs in more detail as well. I'll leave the rest to you. Natsuki paused, then said, but you must not neglect your training. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. The 3 of them quickly answered. Natsuki did not stay long. The next day, he returned to Konoha. After awakening the Ingra Mainyu template, the number of ninjutsu he needed to learn had increased again. Healing Wound Destruction, Bringer of Darkness Technique, and Dead Demon Consuming Seal were all either A rank or S rank, and they were all very difficult. Adding the 4 Red Yang Formation and Impure World Reincarnation from before, there was no way he could learn them without 1 or 2 years. Mid-July. Natsuki was handling work in his office when he heard a knock on the door. He put down the document in his hand and raised his head. The door opened and the person who entered was the Umbu Vice Commander, Zo Elephant. Natsuki-sama. Zo bowed slightly and said, Hokage-sama wants you to go to his office. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. But he did not ask anything. He stood up and left the Umbu base. He soon arrived at the Hokage's office and walked in after receiving permission. Natsuki. Hiruzen smiled and said, I called you here because there is something I would like to discuss with you. What is it? Natsuki asked curiously. Mainly because Hiruzen rarely used the word discuss. It is July now, and the first semester at the Ninja Academy has just ended. Hiruzen sighed and said, we have a little genius who is already eager to apply for early graduation. Is it Kakashi? Natsuki's heart moved and he asked. In the original story, Kakashi entered the academy at 5 years old and graduated at 5 years old. In other words, the amount of time he spent at the Ninja Academy was not even a full year. That's right. Hiruzen nodded and said. What is your opinion, Hokage-sama? Will you allow him to graduate early? Natsuki asked again. I feel that he does not need to graduate so early, but his attitude is quite firm, and I cannot simply force him to give up. Hiruzen paused and said, the problem is that he is too young and too talented, so finding a suitable shinobi team for him is difficult. Natsuki nodded slightly, showing that he understood. Kakashi was only 5 years old, and had no teammates of the same age. But he was also a genius. He could not simply be assigned to any random shinobi team. He had to be placed in a team led by a powerful shinobi. The problem was that teams like that usually did not lack members. Wait. Natsuki suddenly realized something. Was Hiruzen trying to place Kakashi in their team? At Kakashi's age, his focus should be on learning more ninjutsu. Hiruzen continued, I want him to temporarily join your team, and Minato's team. Minato. Natsuki was somewhat surprised. He had guessed correctly, but only halfway. He had not expected Minato's team to be involved as well. Your team often goes out on missions with only 3 people, and Minato's team is the same. Hiruzen smiled helplessly and said, with Kakashi joining, it would be just right. Natsuki's team often had only 3 people because Tsunade was lazy. Minato's team often had only 3 people because Jiraiya spent every day traveling the shinobi world, gathering material and searching for the child of prophecy. Natsuki thought about it carefully and felt that Hiruzen's arrangement was indeed reasonable. Nawaki was fairly enthusiastic about doing missions. But Nona was a medical ninja, and had to work at Konoha Hospital. Especially Natsuki, who knew all 7 chakra natures. In a certain sense, he was even more suitable than Minato to be Kakashi's team instructor. I have no objections. Natsuki came back to himself and said. I asked Minato about it yesterday, and he agreed as well. Hiruzen smiled when he heard this and said, next weekend will be the final exam for this semester. You and Minato can go meet him then. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki nodded. After the matter was settled, he turned and left the Hokage's office. He was just about to return to the Umbu base when he suddenly stopped. If an eyeball clone created by Blood Demon art, eyeball clone was destroyed, he could sense it. Using this feature, he had specially placed 2 eyeball clones in the Land of Rain metropolis. And now, the eyeball clone he had placed with Kakuzu had been crushed. Without hesitation, Natsuki went to a corner and opened a spatial door. After pouring in enough chakra, he walked inside. When he came out, he arrived in his office at Dawn Company in the Land of Rain metropolis. Natsuki quickly went to Kakuzu's office. I just received intelligence. Pakura was attacked by unknown individuals and escaped with heavy injuries. Her current whereabouts are unknown. Kakuzu got straight to the point. The shinobi capable of wounding Pakura that badly are most likely Raza and Reki. Natsuki narrowed his eyes and said. I think so too. Kakuzu nodded and said. Where was Pakura attacked? Natsuki did not dare delay and immediately asked. If Raza and Reki found her first, Pakura would definitely be doomed. Even if they did not find her, with injuries that severe, the possibility of death was still very high. In short, they had to find her first. Near the underground transport pipeline, she was responsible for. Kakuzu then took out a map and said, right here. This map marked the transport pipelines that had been laid since the rainwater business began. Natsuki glanced at it, then turned and left. He first opened a spatial door to Sunagakure, then hurried toward the transport pipeline. After arriving at the location, he raised both hands. A large amount of blood surged out and fell to the ground, turning into countless eyeballs. At first glance, the sight was rather terrifying. The eyeball clones spread out in all directions. Natsuki formed hand seals again, and used the multiple shadow clone technique. If he still could not find Pakura like this, then he could only say she was unlucky. Natsuki flew into the air, activated clairvoyance and electromagnetic sensing, and began searching. Somewhere in an oasis within the desert of the Land of Wind. Pakura lost her footing and fell to the ground, rolling into the river. The river was immediately dyed red, and the color spread outward. Is this as far as I go? Pakura lay in the water, her gaze fixed on the sky. Her hair spread through the river, and her clothes were soaked by the water. The water rippled gently and flowed over her pale skin. Pakura could feel her back pressed against the river. The chill it brought also intensified the stinging pain. But on the other hand, it kept her conscious and prevented her from passing out. Pakura recalled what had happened earlier. As usual, she had been inspecting the safety of the transport pipeline. At that moment, 2 shinobi disguised as her subordinates suddenly attacked her with killing intent. Ordinary shinobi would naturally not scare her. But she immediately realized that the 2 shinobi were Raza and Reki. Caught off guard, she was gravely injured. Raza used magnet release, gold dust spear to pierce through her abdomen. Mako controlled 2 puppets, leaving cuts on both her arms and legs. The most fatal part was that the puppet blades were poisoned. Although Pakura had taken an antidote in time, Mako had clearly expected that and used a new poison. Her antidote only had half its intended effect. Fortunately, her strength was not inferior to Raza and Mako's. At the brink of life and death, she unleashed tremendous potential. With her other subordinates rushing over to help, she barely managed to escape. But Pakura knew it was only temporary. Her injuries were too severe. She would not survive. Pakura sighed. Did she hate them? She did, but more than that, she felt a deep sense of sorrow. Sunagakure had completely disappointed her. You really are in a miserable state. A familiar voice rang out. Pakura instinctively turned her head and saw Natsuki. She could not help freezing. You. Why are you here? Pakura endured the pain and asked in confusion. I heard you were attacked, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect I would actually find you. Natsuki smiled and said, looks like your luck is pretty good. You can't save me. Pakura paused slightly, then shook her head and said, even if Tsunade were here, she couldn't save me. Natsuki instinctively looked her over. In her drenched state, there was no beauty to speak of, only blood flowing from her body. The most terrifying wound was on her abdomen. It was badly mangled, and even her internal organs could be seen. Aside from that, there were her arms and legs. The poisoned wounds had already begun to rot. She truly could not save you, but I can. Natsuki crouched down and said. You can save me. No. Impossible. After Pakura finished speaking, she coughed up more blood. Nothing is impossible. Natsuki's finger brushed across the blood on her soft lips, and he said, it depends on what price you are willing to pay. What price can I still pay? Pakura looked at him, then suddenly thought of something and asked, was it you who leaked the location of the transport pipeline? How clever. Natsuki admitted it. Pakura suddenly began coughing. More blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. What's so surprising about that? Natsuki smiled faintly and said, we were enemies to begin with. Then. Why are you saving me? Pakura asked in confusion. Because we will no longer be enemies soon. Natsuki extended his hand. A drop of blood emerged and pressed against Pakura's forehead. With Pakura's identity and strength, she naturally deserved to become an upper moon of the 12th Kazuki. In addition, she was heavily injured, so Natsuki gave her a little more blood than usual. Pakura immediately noticed the changes in her body. Her body, which had been weak from severe injuries, was rapidly recovering and strengthening. But that was not enough. Natsuki took out a curse antidote. He pried open her mouth and poured it in. Mystical palm technique. Natsuki reached out and placed his hand on her abdomen. Pakura had two fatal problems. One was the poison, and the other was her abdomen. Now that the poison had been neutralized, only her abdomen remained. Under normal circumstances, even after neutralizing the poison, it would still be difficult to save her because the wound on her abdomen was too severe. But now things were different. The blood curse was rapidly turning her from a human into a demon. Her fatal wound was no longer as fatal. Along with Natsuki's mystical palm technique, he successfully saved her. Before Pakura could recover from the shock of surviving, she received the information from the blood curse. Only then did she understand what Natsuki had meant earlier. They were indeed no longer enemies. She was now under Natsuki's control. Name, Pakura. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, partial demon transformation, locked. Effect, become half human and half demon, increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Ability 2, full demon transformation, locked. Effect, completely transforms into a demon, further increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration, but also increasing consumption. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Ability 3, blood demon art, hollow cry, divine departure, locked. Effect: manipulate your own flesh and bones to attack. Unlock condition: comprehend it on your own. Note: after Blood Demon Art, Hollow Cry, Divine Departure is unlocked, you will also obtain this Blood Demon Art. After reading it, Natsuki could not help feeling surprised. The effect of Blood Demon Art, Hollow Cry, Divine Departure looked very similar to the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku. Moreover, Shikatsumiyaku could only control bones, while this could control both flesh and bones. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Pakura accepts her fate. 3005 words. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki remembered. In Demon Slayer, Hollow Cry, Divine Departure was the blade used by Kokushibo, Upper Moon, one of the 12 Kazuki. It was a strange blade forged from his flesh and bones. Even if it was cut apart, it would regenerate instantly. Kokushibo's Blood Demon Art was also related to this blade. His body could freely generate blades similar to Hollow Cry, Divine Departure. Those blades could be used for attacks, and could also release crescent-shaped slashes. Natsuki thought about it and felt that Pakura had awakened Blood Demon Art, Hollow Cry, Divine Departure because she had accepted the blood curse while severely injured. Moreover, because she had been badly wounded, she received even more blood than Konan and Yahiko. How should he put it? Blood Demon Art, Hollow Cry, Divine Departure was undoubtedly very powerful. If developed properly, it felt no weaker than Shikatsumiyaku. In the future, Pakura would be able to handle both offense and defense. At long range, she had Scorch Release. In close combat, she had Blood Demon Art, Hollow Cry, Divine Departure. In terms of strength, she would surpass Raza and Reki. We should leave this place first. Natsuki ended the mystical palm technique treatment and said, Raza and Reki may appear at any time. Let's go somewhere safe. After saying that, he stood up and opened a spatial door. Pakura's pupils shrank when she saw it. Natsuki actually knew space-time ninjutsu. If Tsunegakure and Konoha went to war again, it was easy to imagine that he would definitely become Tsunegakure's greatest headache. But that had nothing to do with her anymore. Pakura stood up and walked into the spatial door. When she appeared again, she was already inside Natsuki's room in the Land of Rain metropolis. Do you carry spare clothes with you? Natsuki looked at her and asked. Pakura suddenly reacted. She instinctively looked down at her torn and soaked clothes, then quickly crossed her arms over her chest. But that movement only made the outline of her figure more apparent. Clearly, her beautiful back was not her only notable feature. I've already seen what there was to see. What's the point of covering up now? Natsuki chuckled and asked. Pakura was immediately speechless. Besides, it wasn't as if I was looking on purpose. I was saving you. Natsuki emphasized this with complete righteousness. I have clothes. Pakura turned her head away and said, You go out first. I'll wait outside. Natsuki left the room and went to the courtyard. Yahiko and the other three were not there. They had taken a group of Akatsuki's elite shinobi to Hozuki Castle. Hozuki Castle was Mui's responsibility. It was also difficult for Kusagakure to interfere there. Yahiko and the others going there would not be discovered by outsiders. Natsuki did not wait long before Pakura appeared again. She had changed into another backless outfit, but because her severe injuries had not fully healed, her face was slightly pale. However, she had already been transformed into a demon. It would not take long for her to recover. Did you plan to turn me into a demon from the very beginning? Pakura looked at Natsuki, fell silent for a moment, then asked. More or less. Natsuki said casually. Although he did not have the Kibutsuji Musen template at the time, he had indeed had a similar idea. You really are terrifying. Pakura was dazed for a moment, then said, it is not unjust that I ended up like this. In her view, using the rainwater business to trap her felt like a waste. But looking at it another way, he had been willing to damage a rainwater business worth tens of millions just to set a trap for her. That was especially decisive and ruthless. The fact that I could turn you into a demon so easily is thanks to Raza and Reki. Natsuki corrected her. Pakura fell silent when she heard this. Raza and Reki's actions had indeed left her completely disheartened. What do you want me to do? Pakura composed herself and asked. Become the next Kazekage. Natsuki answered. So that's it. Pakura's tone showed understanding as she said, your target was ultimately Tsunagakure. My ultimate target is not limited to Tsunagakure. Natsuki said with a smile. Pakura subconsciously bit her lip. Natsuki already had a very high chance of becoming Konoha's Hokage. If he added Tsunagakure to that, then one person would hold power over 2 shinobi villages. No, more accurately, he would definitely become Konoha's Hokage. Pakura had now seen Natsuki's methods. With his strength added on top of that, she could not imagine anyone in Konoha of his generation being his match. I agree. Pakura exhaled and said, since Tsunagakure has abandoned me, I am no longer a shinobi of Tsunagakure. That is the mindset a strong person should have. You should not be limited by one shinobi village. Natsuki nodded and said. A strong person under your control? Pakura asked in return. There are not many strong people who are qualified to be controlled by me. Natsuki said without changing his expression. Pakura realized that his skin was just as thick as his methods were deep. But she had to admit, only someone like this could win in a struggle for power. I need to return to Tsunagakure as soon as possible. Pakura regained her usual calm and said, if I delay too long, Raza and Reki will seize my position as chief supervisor. I'll send you back. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial door. The two of them walked inside. When Pakura stepped out and found that she had arrived at her home, her heart shook. Space-time ninjutsu truly was terrifying. The threat posed by Natsuki, someone who could appear in Tsunagakure at any time, went without saying. But again, she no longer belonged to Tsunagakure. She belonged to Natsuki. What do you plan to do? Expose them. Natsuki casually sat down on the sofa. There is no way to expose them. They did not reveal their true faces when they ambushed me. Pakura walked forward, crouched in front of the tea table, and poured Natsuki a glass of water. Thank you. Natsuki took the glass and drank a sip. And they have the support of the third Kazekage, and the 2 elders behind them. Without solid evidence, I cannot affect them. Pakura stood up, looked at him, and said, but since I came back alive, I will not let them have an easy time. As you said, they have support behind them. Natsuki's gaze fell forward, and he could see her legs. You do not need to be too aggressive. Just maintain the current situation. Didn't you tell me to become Kazekage? Pakura asked in return. If I maintain the current situation, Raza will most likely become Kazekage. Natsuki put down the glass and said, you have me behind you. Maintaining the current situation is only temporary. What are you going to do? Pakura asked curiously. Now is not the time. Natsuki smiled faintly and said, just make sure you stay safe. That will not be difficult. Pakura paused, then said, after receiving your blood, I can clearly feel that I have become much stronger. You have become a demon now, and you can also use blood demon art. Natsuki reminded her, your blood demon art is related to your body. Pakura seemed thoughtful. At the same time, she became even more curious. Why did Natsuki's blood have such an effect? This effect did not feel like something human blood could possess. I'll leave first. Rest well. Natsuki stood up and said. Pakura thought for a moment, then asked, how should I contact you? Contact the daimyo of the Land of Rain. Natsuki answered. Pakura paused slightly, surprised, but also felt there was no need to be surprised. With Natsuki's methods, it was normal for him to control the daimyo of the Land of Rain. Natsuki opened a spatial door and left the room. Pakura looked at where he had disappeared, and could not help falling into thought. A moment later, she sat down heavily on the sofa. She lowered her head and glanced at her graceful figure. Natsuki's gaze had not been hidden, so she had thought she might not escape that kind of fate. But unexpectedly, he had only been admiring her. Or perhaps he was simply not in a hurry. Pakura had never thought about matters between men and women before, so for a moment, her thoughts became somewhat unsettled. After a long while, she regained her calm. At this point, what she thought no longer mattered, because she no longer had control over herself. Pakura stood up and walked into the bathroom. After bathing, she went to the Kazekage's office. Pakura? When the third Kazekage saw her, he could not help feeling somewhat surprised. I heard you were severely injured. It was only a rumor. Pakura smiled and said, I only suffered some minor injuries. They will not affect my work. That is good. A hint of confusion flashed through the third Kazekage's eyes. To be honest, he had already guessed who had made the move. The Umbu had also reported the situation at the scene. The large pool of blood undoubtedly proved that Pakura had been severely injured. But Pakura standing before him truly did not seem to have any major problem. Aside from her complexion being a little poor. I will take my leave now, Kazekage-sama. Pakura bowed slightly and turned to leave. Go call Raza and Reki here. The third Kazekage said expressionlessly. Before long, the Umbu brought Raza and Reki over. Stop searching. Pakura has already returned, and she only suffered minor injuries. The third Kazekage spoke. That's impossible. Raza said instinctively. Reki also showed a doubtful expression. Do you think I would lie to you? The third Kazekage's face darkened as he said, I am very disappointed in you. You could not even handle something like this cleanly. Raza and Reki immediately felt that something was wrong. They did not dare say anything more and could only lower their heads to accept the reprimand. At the same time, after Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound, he stretched. With Pakura under his control, his plan for Sunagakure was halfway complete. Time passed to the following Sunday. Class A of the Ninja Academy's first year had just finished the final exam for the first semester. But one matter had become more popular than the final exam. Kakashi, did you really pass the graduation exam? Asuma Sarutobi asked with a shocked expression. Kakashi Hatake nodded. Graduating before even finishing one semester is simply unimaginable. Shizune could not help sighing in admiration. If it's Kakashi, it's understandable. Rin praised him and said, he has talent, and he works harder than all of us. Graduating at 5 years old. That is obviously overreaching. Obito curled his lips and said, no matter how much of a genius he is, can he be more talented than Natsuki-sama? Natsuki-sama graduated at 10 years old. Everyone's circumstances are different. Rin said gently. Obito became even more annoyed when he heard this. Damn Kakashi. Why does he love showing off so much? But when he thought about it again, Kakashi graduating early was not a bad thing. In the future, Rin would only pay attention to him. Thinking of that, Obito could not help smiling. Natsuki-sama is the goal I am chasing. When Kakashi heard Natsuki's name, he said, I chose to graduate early so I can become stronger faster. Life at the Ninja Academy was too easy. On top of that, ever since enrolling, he had always been first place. He felt there was no challenge, so he wanted to graduate earlier. As for Natsuki, that was related to Tsukumo. In Kakashi's heart, Tsukumo had always been the person he looked up to, especially in swordsmanship. Until one day, Tsukumo said that he was inferior to Natsuki in swordsmanship. Only then did Kakashi begin paying attention to Natsuki. Once he paid attention, he was truly stunned. Natsuki's record was far too brilliant. Although he only graduated at 10 years old, immediately after graduating, he defeated powerful shinobi such as Raza, Pakura, and Hanzo, surpassing the vast majority of shinobi. As expected of my lifelong rival. You dare to chase after Natsuki-sama. Might Guy gave him a thumbs up and said, I can feel my youth burning. Today, I will add 300 laps to my training. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. Who is your lifelong rival? For some reason, after school started, Might Guy had latched onto him and challenged him every day to so-called battles of youth. At first, Kakashi had still been interested and fought him a few times, but over time, he could no longer stand Guy's persistence. Kakashi. Ishida-yu stood at the door and called out. I'll go first. See you next time. Kakashi greeted Asuma and the others, then stood up and left. Kakashi, Hokage-sama has already arranged a shinobi team for you. Ishida-yu smiled as he spoke. Who is my team instructor? Kakashi asked curiously. The strength of the team instructor determined the upper limit of a shinobi team. Especially for a genius like him, he needed a powerful team instructor. You will see them when you come to my office. Ishida-yu said mysteriously, you definitely will not be disappointed. Kakashi immediately became interested. He nodded and went with Ishida-yu to his office. After the door opened, Kakashi could not help showing a shocked expression. Because he saw Natsuki and Minato. What was going on? Could one of them be his team instructor? Kakashi. Minato smiled brightly and said, you will join my team, and Natsuki's team, as a temporary member. 2 teams. Kakashi was momentarily unable to process it. That is how it works. Minato explained the reason. Simply put, there was no suitable team of children his age, so for the time being, he would follow him and Natsuki. Kakashi was surprised but also pleasantly surprised. After all, Natsuki and Minato were both famous jonin. Especially Natsuki. Many people said he already had strength comparable to the 5 Kage. Kakashi agreed with this. After all, Natsuki had defeated his father, Tsukumo. Let's return to the Senju clan compound. Minato reached out and used the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi felt his vision blur, and he arrived in a new place. He could not help freezing. Was this space-time ninjutsu? But why had he never heard that Minato knew space-time ninjutsu? Had he been hiding his strength? Kakashi. Nawaki leaned closer, casually patted his shoulder, and said, I'm Nawaki. If anything happens in the future, you can come to me. Nawaki-senpai. Kakashi paused slightly, then greeted him. He also knew Nawaki. Not only was he skilled in swordsmanship, but he had also inherited Tobirama Senju's water release. Kakashi has just joined our team. To help everyone understand each other better, I think you two can have a spar. Natsuki suggested. That works. Nawaki smiled and said, I am very interested in seeing the strength of a new generation genius. The two of them walked into the training area. Kakashi took a deep breath and gripped the white-fanged blade. His white-fanged blade was a replica. The real white-fanged blade was still being used by Tsukumo. Nawaki took out an ordinary ninja sword. Using the great sword, Johada against the 5-year-old Kakashi would be too much bullying. Kakashi accelerated and rushed toward Nawaki. The sound of blades clashing rang out continuously. Nawaki only defended and did not attack, but each time, he blocked Kakashi's attacks with ease. Kakashi, however, grew more anxious the longer the fight went on, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Impressive. Minato praised. Naturally, he was talking about Kakashi. Natsuki, when you were 5, was your swordsmanship this good? Kushina nudged Natsuki with her elbow and asked curiously. No. Natsuki shook his head and said, I only started learning swordsmanship when I was 6. So that means his talent is even higher than yours. Kushina blinked. Learning earlier does not mean his talent is higher. Hearing this, Minato said, although Kakashi is very talented, he definitely cannot compare to Natsuki. Kushina nodded. She also did not think anyone's talent could surpass Natsuki's. Aside from Natsuki, she had never heard of anyone possessing Kage-level strength before reaching adulthood. The battle ended. Kakashi's stamina reached its limit, and he sat directly on the ground, breathing heavily. No wonder you could graduate at 5. Nawaki put away his ninja sword and said, your future achievements definitely will not lose to your father's. From now on, Kakashi will train with us. Natsuki spoke. He is still young, so he will learn swordsmanship and the Konoha 6 powers first. Once he is a little older, he can learn lightning release. His chakra nature is lightning. Minato asked instinctively. If it was lightning release, then he would not be very suitable for teaching Kakashi. He specialized in wind release, as well as Rasengan, and the Flying Thunder God technique. At most, he could also add the Konoha 6 powers taught by Natsuki. He has all 5 chakra natures. Natsuki answered. In reality, it was 7, but chakra paper could only test 5. What? Minato, Nawaki, and Kushina all showed surprised expressions. In their impression, only 3 shinobi possessed all 5 chakra natures, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Natsuki. Kakashi was also very surprised. Why did Natsuki know his chakra natures? Had his father, Tsukumo, told him? Is there really going to be another Natsuki? Nawaki scratched his head and asked. How could it be that easy? Kushina snorted softly and said. Natsuki, then why do you want him to learn lightning release first? Minato asked curiously. Lightning release can strengthen swordsmanship, so he should learn lightning release first. Natsuki casually made up a reason. To be continued. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Warning Signs of Tsukumo's Suicide. 3,210 words. Kakashi's addition did not change Natsuki's life much. According to Konoha's rules, newly graduated genin could only accept D-rank missions. Kakashi was no exception. Natsuki had him train at the Senju clan compound in the morning, then follow Nawaki or Minato to do missions in the afternoon. Because Minato had to train in Sage mode, Kakashi mostly went on missions with Nawaki. Nawaki was very enthusiastic about becoming a team instructor ahead of time, and he taught Kakashi with great dedication. Natsuki planned to teach Kakashi lightning release. But not yet. For the time being, he did not need to worry about him. In October, Konoha entered autumn, and the weather became much cooler. But the land of rain was still covered by endless rain. The rainwater business has returned to normal. Kakuzu spoke unhurriedly. Natsuki nodded. Pakura had already been transformed into a demon by him, so there was no longer any need to stir up internal conflict between her, Raza, and Reki. Not long ago, Yahiko and the others sent back news. Kakuzu continued, their plan has gone smoothly. They have already completed the first step. The first step of the plan was simple. They would first have Mui gain the support of the Fruit of the Grass faction. He would use opening the box of Ultimate Bliss as bait to make the Fruit of the Grass help him become leader. The second step was to win over the Flower of the Grass faction. They would explain the current state and truth of the box of Ultimate Bliss to the Flower of the Grass to gain their trust. He would also make his stance clear. After becoming leader, he would stand on the side of the Flower of the Grass and suppress the Fruit of the Grass. After all, the Fruit of the Grass advocated using the box of Ultimate Bliss to rule the shinobi world. Of course, a plan was only a plan. The execution would not go so smoothly. Yahiko and the others would secretly use some violent methods to ensure the plan's success. Fortunately, Kusagakure was a small shinobi village, and it did not have many powerful shinobi. With Mui's own maneuvering added in, becoming leader was only a matter of time. Notify me immediately if there is any further news. Natsuki turned and left. He then found a place and used a spatial door. After walking through it, he arrived at Pakura's house. But she was not there. Seeing this, Natsuki was not in a hurry. He sat down on the sofa and fell into thought. The main thing he was doing now was still training. Not long ago, he had learned the 4 red yang formation and unlocked the defensive barrier from the Kikyo template. But aside from training, what else could he do? Natsuki rubbed his chin. He thought of Shino from Soragekure. Shino was a rare medical jonin. The Kaido ability of the Unohana Retsu template required him to kill 3 medical jonin. He had killed Yomi before, so he still needed 2 more. Shino undoubtedly met the condition. In theory, he was also a Taijutsu jonin. Because he knew the 8 gates. The first gate of the 8 gates from the Hatake Kakashi template required him to defeat 3 Taijutsu jonin. He had defeated Mui before, so he still needed 2 more. Aside from that, Soragekure itself was also valuable. Soragekure was a shinobi village skilled in flight. However, their flight did not rely on ninjutsu, but on ninja tools. For example, ninja tools similar to gliders. They used wind-release chakra as propulsion, launched themselves into the sky, then attacked with shuriken and other ninja tools. But that was not the main point. The main point was that they had built an airborne fortress called the Anchor Vantion. This Anchor Vantion used the Zero Tails as its power source. The Zero Tails was a tailless beast created by Shino, a physical entity formed from dark chakra. Although it was no match for a tailed beast, it still had a great deal of chakra. It could be considered on the same level as Morio and Satori. He could absorb it into the Black Grail, or leave it inside the Anchor Vantion as a power source. The premise was that the Anchor Vantion could play a sufficiently useful role. Natsuki then remembered something else. In the original story, Soragekure had been destroyed by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War. Had it been destroyed now? Natsuki remembered that he had not encountered any Soragekure shinobi during the Second Shinobi World War. However, he had not participated in the entire war. He had spent a considerable amount of time in Konoha. Perhaps Soragekure had still been destroyed by Konoha. In any case, he could just have the Umbu investigate and find out. At that moment, the sound of a door opening rang out. I thought an enemy had entered my house. Pakura walked in. What enemy would be bold enough to sneak into your house? Natsuki chuckled and asked in return. Did you come to see me for something today? Pakura walked over and poured him a glass of water. Have Raza and Reki made any moves recently? Natsuki took a sip of water and asked. No. Pakura sat across from him and said, I strengthened my defenses. It is already very difficult for them to get close to me. As she spoke, she removed her Sunagekure forehead protector. Her bangs fell, and she shook her head. Her mature figure swayed with the movement, and her backless, fitted outfit rose and fell with her curves. That is good. Natsuki openly appreciated the sight. Pakura noticed his gaze, and her heart trembled slightly, but she said nothing. You can try cultivating a few trusted subordinates in Sunagekure. Natsuki suggested. Subordinates who both trust me and are willing to betray Sunagekure will probably be difficult to cultivate. Pakura said without changing her expression. Try it. It does not matter if you fail. Natsuki said indifferently. I will do my best. Pakura paused, then asked in confusion, why don't you continue using the blood curse to control other Sunagekure shinobi? My blood is very precious. I cannot waste it so casually. Natsuki shook his head and said. Pakura paused slightly and thought to herself that it was just as expected. With an effect as incredible as the blood curse, the price was definitely high. Because of that, Natsuki could only control a small number of shinobi. Was she lucky? Or unlucky? Natsuki did not know what she was thinking. If he had known, he could only say she was thinking too much. In theory, as long as he had chakra, Natsuki could create blood, and the cost was practically non-existent. But he definitely would not explain that to anyone. I'll leave first. Be careful. Raza and Reki will not give up so easily. Natsuki stood up, opened a spatial door, and walked inside. When he appeared again, he was already at the Umbu base. Zo. Natsuki got straight to the point and said, "Help me investigate Soragakure." "Yes, Natsuki-sama." Zo asked nothing and turned to leave. Natsuki then returned to the Senju clan compound. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Natsuki was not surprised. Kakashi often sparred with Nawaki in swordsmanship. Natsuki. Kushina ran over. She was wearing a dress, and as she ran, her long red hair swayed in the wind. Natsuki looked her over twice and secretly thought that she really had grown up. She was already a graceful young woman. But that was only natural. After this year passed, she would officially enter adulthood. "Aren't you training?" Natsuki pinched her cheek and asked. "I have already trained for so long. Of course I can rest for a while." Kushina snorted softly. "Let's chat somewhere else." Natsuki glanced at Kakashi and Nawaki, who were in the middle of a spar, and said, "It is a little noisy. Let's go to our alternate space." Hearing this, Kushina grabbed his hand and ran into his room. The two of them passed through a spatial door and entered the alternate space. After their efforts, the alternate space already had quite a few buildings. Aside from that, there were all kinds of flowers, grass, and trees. The mysterious part of this alternate space was that it was still within the shinobi world, so it could receive sunlight from the outside. From that point of view, it was very similar to Mount Mayaboku. Mount Mayaboku also had dense vegetation. "I think we should give our alternate space a name." Kushina walked among the flowers, spread her arms, breathed in the fragrance and smiled. "What name do you want to give it?" Natsuki asked with a smile. "I don't know." Kushina shook her head. "You can take your time thinking about it." Natsuki did not mind. "Conan has unlocked full demon transformation." The words that suddenly appeared made Natsuki pause slightly. Conan had unlocked full demon transformation so quickly. Natsuki became thoughtful. Calling it quick was not exactly accurate. Conan had already been transformed into a demon for quite a long time. She was currently in the land of grass. Perhaps she had unlocked it while fighting Kuzugakure shinobi. But no matter what, it was a good thing. After Conan unlocked full demon transformation, along with weather arts and the sorcery climact, her strength was already no weaker than an ordinary Jonin's. Next, he only needed to wait for Yahiko and Nagato to reach Jonin level strength. At that time, Sage Mode, Minazuki's Shirkai, and Bankai could all be unlocked. Natsuki's strength would also rise another step. "I thought of one." Kushina suddenly said, "Let's call it Rose Castle." Natsuki came back to himself, looked at the roses among the flowers, and guessed where she had gotten the name from. He smiled and said, "I think it is good. Roses are red, just like your hair. Both are very beautiful." Kushina froze for a moment, then turned around with her back facing him. A blush appeared on her face. "Kushina." Natsuki walked forward and casually asked, "How is your relationship with the Ninetales now?" "Pretty good." Kushina suppressed the fluttering in her heart and said, "I can borrow its chakra at any time now." Natsuki nodded slightly. It seemed Kushina had already mastered partial-tailed beast transformation. A Ninetales Jinchuriki capable of partial-tailed beast transformation could fight almost any shinobi in the current shinobi world, aside from Uchiha Madara. Of course, it would be even better if she could take a step further and achieve full-tailed beast transformation. But that was very difficult. In the original story, Even Uzumaki Naruto needed the help of the Waterfall of Truth on Kumogakure's Turtle Island. Kushina would probably need the same. But now was not the period of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and Kumogakure would definitely not let her use the Waterfall of Truth on Turtle Island. Why did you suddenly space out? Kushina turned around, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and asked. I was thinking about what I should teach you. Natsuki grabbed her hand and said. I have already learned the Konoha 6 powers and armament haki. I do not need to learn anything else for now. Kushina shook her head and said, you do not need to feel troubled over that. I would not call it trouble. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and said, I will teach you weather arts. Doesn't weather arts require the sorcery climb attacked? Kushina asked in confusion. I asked Nikoba to make 2 more. Natsuki lied with a serious expression. It was that simple. Kushina tilted her head and asked, aren't lightning release and water release chakra crystals very rare? Rare does not mean impossible to find. As long as there is enough money, they can always be bought. Natsuki spoke very boldly. How much money did that business of yours actually make? Kushina asked curiously when she heard this. The stamina recovery potion required tailed beast chakra. She had heard Natsuki mention that back then. But she did not know it was used for the stamina recovery potion, nor did she know who he sold it to. I don't know. Natsuki spread his hands and said, in any case, I cannot spend it all. That much? Kushina cried out in surprise and asked. If you need money, come to me. Any amount is fine. After saying this, Natsuki handed her a summoning storage scroll. Before learning weather arts, you have to study meteorology. That sounds troublesome already. Kushina accepted the summoning storage scroll, raised her head, stared at him, and said, you teach me. Natsuki looked at her beautiful face and nodded. Kushina immediately smiled. She turned around, quickened her pace, and skipped forward as she said, let's sit on the roof and study. 2 months passed quickly. During the New Year period, Yahiko gave Natsuki another surprise. He had unlocked full demon transformation. Aside from that, Pakura unlocked partial demon transformation and blood demon art, hollow cry, divine departure. Blood demon art, hollow cry, divine departure was not that useful to Natsuki. Because the Kibutsuji Musen template could also control flesh and bones. Especially the progenitor of demons from the Kibutsuji Musen template. It could be considered an enhanced version of blood demon art, hollow cry, divine departure. Its unlock condition was to establish the 12 Kazuki. There were 8 members now. The upper moons were Konan, Miroku, Yukaina, Yahiko, and Pakura. The lower moons were Chino, Fushin, and Mui. There were 2 more people who could also be transformed into demons, Anoka and Gyuren. Anoka was a researcher, so after considering it, Natsuki did not plan to make her one of the 12 Kazuki. Gyuren, on the other hand, was suitable. She was just a little young. As for the remaining 3, Natsuki had already set his sights on the 3 great snake priestesses of Ryuchi Cave. The 3 great snake priestesses were very strong, and in the original story, they had even used senjutsu. Natsuki was also very curious whether blood demon art could be used together with senjutsu. If it could, how powerful would it become? A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Natsuki came back to himself and said. Natsuki-sama. Zo walked in and said, these are the investigation results on Soragakure. Thank you. Natsuki took the file and began reading. The contents were very detailed. Soragakure had been destroyed, just like in the original story. But this time, it had not been Konoha. It had been Iwagakure and Sunagakure. In the original story, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure had fought fiercely in the Land of Rain. After Natsuki's butterfly effect, during the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha had not directly gone to war with Iwagakure. Because of that, Konoha had not encountered Soragakure. The main reason was that Sorogakure had been located in the land of birds, to the left of the land of rain. It was positioned right between Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Of course, it had formerly been called the Land of Sky. The Land of Sky was very small, somewhat similar to the Land of Whirlpools. After Sorogakure was destroyed, the Land of Sky also disappeared, and was absorbed into the Land of Birds. The current Sorogakure had already become ruins. However, according to Konoha Umbu's investigation, they discovered that the surviving Sorogakure shinobi had moved underground, and were building the Anchor Vantion. As for Sorogakure's leader, Shino, he was not in Sorogakure. After a long investigation, Konoha Umbu discovered that he was currently disguised as a physician, and traveling through various shinobi villages. He was now in Kumogakure. After reading it, Natsuki nodded slightly. Shino's travels were fake. Stealing secret techniques was the real goal. His 8 gates had been stolen. Natsuki suspected that he had come into contact with Mike Dewey and Mike Guy. After all, father and son were rather simple-minded and easy to deceive. Aside from that, the formula Shino used to create the Zero Tails also came from Konoha. But he did have genuine ability. He had created 2 medical kenjutsu on his own. One was medical kenjutsu, body revival, which could activate the body and draw out greater power. The other was medical kenjutsu, body regeneration, which could restore the body even if it had been torn apart. When both medical kenjutsu were used together, they could form a third medical ninjutsu called body revival technique. Its effect was remarkable. It allowed Shino to open the 8th gate of the 8 gates without dying. Unfortunately, even with all 8 gates opened, the power of his 8 gates was far inferior to Mike Dewey and Mike Guy's. However, these 2 medical kenjutsu were still quite good. Natsuki felt that Tsunade and Nono could learn them. At critical moments, they could be used to save their lives. As for him, he did not really need them. Only medical kenjutsu, body revival was somewhat useful to him. As for medical kenjutsu, body regeneration, he had the Kibutsuji Musen template and had no need for it. Judging from the file, Shino had not yet been to Konoha. This was somewhat troublesome. Because if he did not come to Konoha, he would not learn the 8 gates, and he would not be able to create the Zero Tails. After thinking about it, Natsuki decided to wait until Shino arrived in Konoha. Only then could Shino's value be maximized. In any case, he was not in a hurry. Compared to Shino, he cared more about when Nagato would gain strength comparable to a Jonin. Natsuki put away the file and returned to the Senju clan compound. Time passed to March, another graduation season. Asuma and the others had also advanced to their 2nd year. However, this year, there were no students like Kakashi who applied for early graduation. Kakashi, what's wrong? Nawaki pushed open the door and saw Kakashi staring into space, so he asked. Nawaki-senpai. Kakashi came back to himself and asked, with my current strength, can I participate in the Chunin exams? You are still so young, and you already want to take the Chunin exams. Nawaki could not help retorting, are you trying to break Konoha's record? Because Genin can only take low-level missions. Kakashi answered, after becoming a Chunin, I can take higher-level missions. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched, and he was left speechless. Natsuki suddenly thought of something. In the original story, Tsukumo's suicide had happened after Kakashi became a Chunin. Could it be this year? That would be a troublesome matter. The original story did not say which mission caused Tsukumo to take his own life. It was impossible for Natsuki to watch him every day. After all, with Tsukumo's strength and status, he often carried out secret missions. Moreover, high-difficulty missions also took a long time. They could take 10 days, half a month, or even a year or longer. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Nono's Kiss. 2,821 words. Natsuki fell into thought. He recalled the plot from the original story. It said that when Tsukumo led a team on a classified mission, he was faced with a difficult choice. If he insisted on completing the mission, all of his teammates would die. But if he saved his teammates, the mission would fail. Tsukumo ultimately chose to save his teammates. The mission failed and Konoha suffered losses. After returning to the village, the villagers and shinobi blamed him. Even the teammates he had saved accused him. He was deeply wounded in both body and mind, and ultimately took his own life. There was one blind spot in this part of the story. A classified mission, whether it succeeded or failed, should not have become known to everyone. Natsuki immediately thought of Shimura Danzo. In the original story, Tsukumo's strength and prestige were both extremely high, no less than Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Orochimaru. In other words, he was also a strong contender for the position of Hokage. It would be normal for Danzo to target him. All Danzo had to do was have Root stir up public opinion in Konoha. As for Hiruzen, he had tacitly allowed it. But Hiruzen most likely had not intended to drive Tsukumo to death. At most, he had wanted to punish him or suppress him for a while. He also did not want Tsukumo to become Hokage. To be honest, even Danzo probably had not expected Tsukumo to take his own life. He had stirred up public opinion only to damage Tsukumo's prestige. Who would have thought Tsukumo would directly commit suicide? Thinking of this, Natsuki felt he could wait until the matter happened before finding a way to deal with it. At present, Tsukumo was getting farther and farther from the position of Hokage. However, Danzo was still hard to predict. Fortunately, Natsuki now controlled the Umbu. If Danzo truly targeted Tsukumo, Natsuki could completely have the Umbu suppress the rumors. The remaining issue would be the village's losses. Over the past few years, Konoha had worked with Natsuki to sell blue healing potions and red healing potions, earning a huge profit. When the time came, Natsuki could step forward and speak with Hiruzen, and the matter could be smoothed over. After all, Hiruzen had never intended to force Tsukumo to die. To participate in the Chunin exams, you need teammates. Natsuki came back to himself and said, "Continue training for now. Once we find suitable teammates, you can take the Chunin exams." "Yes, Natsuki-senpai." Hearing this, Kakashi did not say anything more. Although the missions he did every day were low level, he was indeed benefiting greatly from training. Nawaki teaching him swordsmanship and the Konoha 6 powers was extremely useful. Natsuki was also going to teach him lightning release. In truth, he did not have that much time to do higher-level missions. "Come with me." Nawaki led Kakashi to another open space. Natsuki watched them begin practicing swordsmanship and fell into thought. Although Kakashi had graduated at 5 and become a Chunin at 6 in the original story, Natsuki felt there was no need for that. He planned to let Kakashi wait a few years and participate in the Chunin exams with Asuma, Might Guy, and the others. Of course, the most important thing was making sure Tsukumo did not take his own life. The reason Kakashi became so obsessed with missions in the original story was because of Tsukumo's suicide. At that moment, an Umbu shinobi appeared not far away. It was Zo. Seeing him, Natsuki walked over. "Natsuki-sama, Shino has arrived in Konoha." Zo spoke first. "Just monitor him." Natsuki nodded and said. He planned to observe quietly and first wait for Shino to learn the 8 gates. As for the time needed, it would not be long. Because Shino's 8 gates was a shortcut version. Under normal circumstances, learning the 8 gates required training the body to its limit. But Shino used his medical kenjutsu to skip that step. That meant he only needed to learn the 8 gates itself. After Zo left, Natsuki used a spatial door and arrived at the Land of Rain metropolis. "Natsuki-sensei." Yahiko's voice rang out. Konan took several quick steps forward and came before Natsuki. "Natsuki-sensei." Nagato and Yukaina called out in unison. When did you return? Natsuki met Conan's gaze. After their long separation, there was emotion in her amber eyes. Natsuki smiled and patted her head, thinking that Conan had grown from a girl into a young woman. Half a month ago. Yahiko said happily, Mui has successfully become the leader of Kyuzugakyur. You only used half a year. That is much faster than I expected. Natsuki praised them. Conan and I also mastered full demon transformation. Yahiko smiled brightly and continued trying to claim credit. You did very well. Natsuki was very satisfied and said, after some more time passes, you can try to take control of Amigakure. Yahiko and the others' eyes lit up. Controlling Amigakure would mean Akatsuki completely controlled the Land of Rain. After all, the daimyo of the Land of Rain had already been placed under their control. When? Yahiko could not help asking. When all three of you have Jonin-level strength. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. Conan and I have unlocked full demon transformation. I feel like we already have Jonin-level strength. Yahiko said eagerly. Hearing this, Nagato could not help growing somewhat anxious. His talent was the highest among the three of them, yet he was the latest to reach Jonin level. Although Yahiko and Conan had become Jonin level because of Natsuki's blood curse. Nagato, you do not need to rush. The reason you are slower is because you have to learn more. Natsuki noticed Nagato's expression and said. He was not simply comforting him. It was indeed the truth. This was related to Natsuki. Nagato not only had to develop the Rinnegan, but also had to learn the 5 chakra natures and medical ninjutsu. There was no way around it. Minazuki's Shirkai required a student who had learned flying and medical ninjutsu to possess Jonin-level strength. And if Shirkai was not unlocked, Bankai could not be unlocked either. After all, Shirkai came first, then Bankai. It was impossible to unlock Bankai before unlocking Shirkai. Next, you can focus mainly on developing the Rinnegan. Natsuki pondered for a moment, then said. Learning the basics of the 5 chakra natures and medical ninjutsu was enough. For Nagato, they would only be useful in certain situations. In most cases, the abilities of the Rinnegan would be enough to handle everything. Okay. Nagato nodded. Although now is not yet the time to control Amigakure, you can begin preparations. Natsuki looked at Yahiko and Yukaina and said, for example, intelligence work. Natsuki knew Amigakure's intelligence very clearly. But there was no need to tell Yahiko and the others directly. Letting them investigate it themselves would serve as training. From today on, Akatsuki will establish an intelligence division called CP9, with Yukaina in charge. Natsuki said in a deep voice, the members of CP9 will mainly consist of children from the orphanage who have learned the 6 powers. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yukaina paused slightly, then responded. She could guess why she had become the person in charge of the intelligence division. It was because of blood demon art, eyeball clone. Akatsuki shinobi can also join CP9, but only if they are suited for intelligence work. Natsuki added. Natsuki-sensei, what about us? Yahiko could not help asking. As far as he knew, Chino, Fushin, Yukaina, Kakuzu, Anoka, and Miroku all had their own departments to manage. Only he, Nagato, and Conan did not. What department do you think you can manage? A smile appeared on Natsuki's face. I can manage any department. Yahiko said seriously. I can too. Conan followed. Nagato also nodded. You are the leader of Akatsuki. Natsuki stopped teasing him and said it directly. Me? Yahiko looked stunned and instinctively asked, Natsuki-sensei, shouldn't you be the leader of Akatsuki? It is not suitable for me to be Akatsuki's leader. Natsuki explained, I am a shinobi of Konoha. You? Are you leaving? Conan immediately grabbed Natsuki's hand and asked. Her slender fingers tightened around his hand. Natsuki could feel her anxiety. What I mean is that Yahiko will publicly serve as Akatsuki's leader. Natsuki quickly said, I am not leaving Akatsuki. Natsuki-sensei, you scared me. Why didn't you explain that clearly from the start? Yahiko immediately let out a sigh of relief. Nagato also relaxed. Conan paused slightly, then released his hand in embarrassment. When the time comes, Nagato and Conan will assist you while helping manage Akatsuki as a whole. Natsuki thought briefly and said, if we really have to call it a department, it would be something like the umbu or a secretariat. Yahiko and the other two nodded. It is still a little early to talk about this. We can discuss it after you control Amigakure. Natsuki chuckled and said, your current task is to help Yukaina establish the intelligence division. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko, Conan, Nagato, and Yukaina answered in unison. You can go find Chino and discuss this now. Natsuki added, once the division is formed, you can immediately begin working on Amigakure. Natsuki-sensei, what about you? Conan could not help asking. I will return to Konoha first. In 2 days, I will come back to check on the progress of the intelligence division. Natsuki patted her shoulder and said. Okay. Conan was somewhat reluctant, but she did not say anything. After the four of them left, Natsuki returned to Konoha. However, he did not return to the Senju clan compound. Instead, he went to Konoha Hospital. Natsuki stopped outside Nono's office. He sensed the situation inside, then gently pushed the door open. Nono was asleep at her desk. Natsuki closed the door and walked up to her. She was sleeping soundly, her cheek pressed against the desk, making her look a little cute. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and sat on the sofa to wait. But he did not remain idle. He planned to project a sorcery climax identical to the original. The reason he had not projected one before was that he had not had enough chakra, and Nono had not yet learned weather arts. Now, however, the time was about right. He could give her the sorcery climax. To avoid disturbing Nono's sleep, he first set up a hidden barrier, then used projection magecraft. A vast amount of chakra surged out. The most important parts in creating the sorcery climax were water release and lightning release chakra crystals. Time slowly passed. 2 sorcery climax appeared. Natsuki exhaled. Fortunately, he had the Black Grail. Otherwise, he really would not have been able to project 2 sorcery climax at once. He had given the original sorcery climax to Conan. These 2 sorcery climax would be given to Nono and Kushina. Natsuki removed the hidden barrier. When did you arrive? Nono had already woken up and was standing in front of him. As always, she looked at him with gentle eyes. Not long ago. Natsuki patted the sofa and said, sit down and let's talk. Nono sat beside him. Sorcery climax. Natsuki handed the sorcery climax to her and smiled. Consider it a belated birthday gift. Nono's birthday was March 5th, 4 months earlier than Kushina's. But the earliest birthday belonged to Minato, January 25th. What about yours? Nono did not take it and asked. This is one I newly made. Natsuki knew she had misunderstood, so he explained. Thank you. Nono understood and said. Just thank you. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and asked, no return gift. Nono held the sorcery climax and was slightly stunned. She lifted herself a little, raised her head, and looked at Natsuki. A return gift. A thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. A moment later, Nono leaned forward and kissed him lightly. Natsuki froze for a moment. Nono quickly moved back, her face flushed, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a happy smile. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and she did not reject it. I am very satisfied with this return gift. Natsuki coughed lightly and said. Nono bit her lip and said nothing. Only when she saw the clock on the wall did she suddenly remember that she still had something to do that afternoon. I need to go teach the medical ninja class. Nono said softly. Go ahead. Do not be late or Tsunade-sensei will scold you. Natsuki patted her head. Aside from working at Konoha Hospital, Nono also taught at the medical ninja training class. After all, she was Tsunade's student. Okay. Nono left the office. After walking out the door, she looked back at him once more before happily heading toward the classroom for the medical ninja training class. Natsuki stood up and stretched. He looked at the other sorcery climatact in his hand. I'll give this to Kushina on her birthday. Natsuki thought for a moment, then put it away. 1 week later. The Land of Rain Metropolis. Akatsuki's Intelligence Division, CP9, was successfully established. At present, there were 16 people divided into 4 shinobi teams, equivalent to 1 Umbu squad. The number was small, but it was understandable. Yukaina, I do not expect you to obtain extremely valuable intelligence right away. After reading CP9's member information, Natsuki said, your current task is to accumulate experience and adapt to intelligence work as quickly as possible. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yukaina immediately answered. Natsuki-sensei, do not worry. We will also do our best to ensure their safety. Yahiko quickly said. Natsuki nodded slightly. But he could not rely entirely on Yahiko and the others. Fortunately, he was the one secretly controlling Amigakure. He had already given orders to the Umbu 4th Division in charge of this matter, telling them to pay attention to Yukaina and the others' safety. If they were discovered by Amigakure shinobi, Amayato would let them leave. In short, they would not arrest them. Then begin work starting tomorrow. Natsuki offered his blessing and said, I hope all your work goes smoothly. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yukaina and the others answered in unison. Natsuki thought to himself that, as expected, no new character template had been triggered. The act of establishing CP9, just as he had guessed, had worked together with defeating Minato to trigger the Bueno template. However, he did not feel disappointed. Because the Dordor fruit was extremely useful. It allowed him to go wherever he wanted. Natsuki looked at Yahiko and the others and thought of another problem with Akatsuki. They had too few shinobi. However, after they controlled Amigakure, the number of shinobi would increase. After thinking carefully, Natsuki still felt that strong individuals were more important. The 12 Kazuki were the core of Akatsuki. Even if someone did not become one of the 12 Kazuki, recruiting powerful people into Akatsuki was still the easiest option. Thinking of this, Natsuki went to the orphanage. He found Guren and told her about the blood curse. Guren thought about it for a moment, then agreed. Because during this period, she had already integrated into Akatsuki, and was living a life completely different from before. Natsuki extended his hand. A drop of blood flew into her forehead. Soon, Guren's panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Guren. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, partial demon transformation, locked. Effect, become half human and half demon, increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration. Unlock condition, comprehend it on your own. Ability 2, blood demon art, shadow space, locked. Effect, manipulate your own shadow for attack, defense, and storing ninja tools. Unlock condition, comprehend it on your own. Note, after blood demon art, shadow space is unlocked, you will also obtain this blood demon art. Guren was a lower moon, so like Chino and Fushin, she only had partial demon transformation, and did not have full demon transformation. Her blood demon art was blood demon art, shadow space, which came from Harrow, one of the 12 Kazuki in Demon Slayer. His blood demon art sounded somewhat similar to the Nara clan's shadow secret techniques. In Demon Slayer, he had used 3 blood demon arts. The first effect was attaching shadows to his neck. When an enemy cut his neck, the blade would sink into the shadow. The second effect was controlling shadows to form wolf-shaped monsters to attack the enemy. Weapons could also be carried inside the wolf-shaped monsters. The final effect was gathering all the shadows and wrapping them around himself, turning himself into a wolf-shaped monster. Of course, it did not necessarily have to be a wolf. It could be another animal depending on the user's choice. Overall, it was a pretty good blood demon art. Although it was not very useful to Natsuki, it was very useful to Guren. To be continued. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Trial of the Three Great Snake Priestesses. 3,191 words. Your blood demon art is related to shadows. Natsuki smiled and reminded her. Guren nodded. After becoming a demon, she automatically understood what demons were and what blood demon arts were. She had also seen the blood demon arts of Konan, Yahiko, and the others. Her blood demon art being related to shadows was somewhat unexpected. Personally, she preferred Yahiko's blood demon art, ice crystals. It had some similarities to her crystal release. Work hard. Natsuki patted her head, then turned and left. Guren was still young, and her strength was not enough yet. The most important thing for her now was to become stronger. Only after she grew up would she truly be able to help. Natsuki returned to Konoha. After Guren became a demon, the number of members in the 12 Kazuki had reached 9. Only the final 3 remained. Next, he simply had to wait. Another week passed, and Natsuki learned the Bringer of Darkness technique, successfully unlocking a new ability. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 3 of the Ingra Menu template, All the World's Evil. Bringer of Darkness technique was an A-rank genjutsu with extremely high difficulty, so it had taken him quite some time. As for All the World's Evil, its effect was to mentally corrupt the target and reverse their personality. In a certain sense, this ability was quite useful. The only problem was that if the target's willpower was too strong, they could not be corrupted. A range immediately appeared in Natsuki's mind. That would be shinobi below elite jonin level. Especially young people. Young people who had just stepped into the world often did not possess exceptionally strong willpower. Thinking of this, Natsuki's thoughts immediately became active. He could make the geniuses of other shinobi villages fall to corruption. Natsuki thought it over and found it somewhat unfortunate. Because the geniuses of other shinobi villages he remembered were either still very young at this time, or had not been born yet. For example, people like Terumi Mei. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Time passed to June. While training at the Senju clan compound, Natsuki suddenly paused. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 5 of the Jiraiya template, Sage Mode. Natsuki froze for a moment, then felt pleasantly surprised. The unlock condition for Sage Mode from the Jiraiya template was for Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato to possess Jonin level strength. Now that it had unlocked, it meant Nagato had finally reached Jonin level. Natsuki guessed that he had mastered the abilities of the Deva path, such as Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin. As long as he mastered either one, he could possess Jonin level strength. Unlike Nagato in the original story, his legs had not been blown up by Hanzo, so he did not need the 6 paths of pain. Natsuki stood where he was and absorbed the knowledge of Sage Mode from the Jiraiya template. As expected, it inherited Jiraiya's flaw in Sage Mode. The duration was limited. If he wanted to use it in battle, he would need to summon Fukasaku and Shima of Mount Mayaboku to assist him. But Natsuki was not a contractor of Mount Mayaboku, so he could not summon them. That left only one method. He had to learn the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave and summon the 3 great snake priestesses to assist him. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 3 of the Unohana Retsu template, Minazuki, Shirkai. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 4 of the Unohana Retsu template, Minazuki, Bankai, All Things End. It came. Natsuki's spirit shook. The unlock condition for Minazuki's Shurikai was having a Jonin-level student who had inherited flying and healing abilities. Nagato satisfied this condition. The unlock condition for Minazuki's Bankai, All Things End, was having a Jonin-level student who had inherited swordsmanship. Both Nagato and Yahiko satisfied this condition. Natsuki let out a breath. He spoke to Nawaki and the others, then opened a spatial door, and arrived near the Forest of Death. Natsuki took out Minazuki. Shurikai. Minazuki immediately flew out of his hand like a living creature. In midair, the blade trembled and flesh suddenly began growing from it. A moment later, it transformed into a giant one-eyed manta-like creature. Natsuki estimated that it was 5 meters wide. With its wings added, it reached 10 meters. Natsuki leaped up and stood on its back. Its back was like a large round platform. Even 10 people could sit on it without issue. Fly. Natsuki spoke. The giant manta immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. Only after reaching an altitude of 300 meters did it stop rising. Fly at your highest speed. Natsuki instructed again. The giant manta immediately accelerated, drifting into the distance like a gust of wind. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, feeling the strong wind rushing toward him, and blowing his hair and clothes backward. He immediately used the defensive barrier from the Kikyo template. The barrier spread out and instantly blocked the wind. Natsuki nodded slightly. It was fast. At full speed, it was comparable to an ordinary jonin. It was quite good for travel. Moreover, its back was wide and stable, with no sense of shaking at all. While traveling, he could even sleep or eat on its back. The only pity was that Natsuki already had the Dordor fruit. If he truly needed to travel, the Dordor fruit was naturally more convenient. However, if he went out with Kushina, Nono, or the others to relax, he could use the giant manta and enjoy the scenery. Return. After finishing his test, Natsuki said. The giant manta immediately stopped, turned around, and returned near the Forest of Death. Wait for me a moment. Natsuki used electromagnetic sensing and immediately found a wild bird nearby. He leaped up and caught it. The wild bird struggled desperately in his hand. Natsuki used a little force and injured its internal organs. He looked at the giant manta and said, "Heal it." Natsuki threw the wild bird from his hand. The giant manta immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the bird into its stomach. A moment later, it opened its mouth again, and the wild bird instantly flew out and escaped. Natsuki shook his head. The only bad part was that the target being healed had to be swallowed into the giant manta's stomach. He definitely would not be willing to do that himself. Just thinking about it made it hard to accept. Fortunately, he now knew quite a few medical ninjutsu. Unless there was no other choice, there was no need to use the giant manta's healing ability. Natsuki extended his hand, and the giant manta changed back into Minazuki. He took a deep breath and used Bankai. In an instant, he felt the area centered on him turn completely dark. Countless streams of blood fell from the sky, making the scene look especially chilling. At the same time, Minazuki's snow-white blade was dyed red, turning into a blood blade. With a thought from Natsuki, Minazuki quickly bent and twisted into a spring-like shape. With another thought, the blade returned to normal, and the blood-red edge extended continuously. In this regard, it was similar to Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. All things end. Natsuki swung his blade at the nearest tree. The tree was instantly cut in half. At the same time, the cut section was rapidly corroded and dissolved into ash. Not bad at all. Natsuki released Bankai, and Minazuki returned to normal. He casually put it into the alternate space of unlimited blade works. Natsuki stood where he was and thought for a moment before quickly making a decision. Since he had already unlocked Sage Mode from the Jiraiya template, there was no need to waste time. He would go straight to Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki thought it over and planned to go alone. Nawaki was also a contractor of Ryuchi Cave. Under normal circumstances, he could bring him along, and let him participate in the Sage Mode trial of Ryuchi Cave as well. But if he brought Nawaki, Natsuki was worried that he might not be able to protect him. After all, this trip to Ryuchi Cave also involved turning the 3 great snake priestesses into demons, so conflict was inevitable. After the 3 great snake priestesses were turned into demons, he could bring Nawaki there safely. Even if Nawaki failed in cultivating Sage Mode, the 3 great snake priestesses would not dare kill him. Natsuki arrived at Orochimaru's residence. Ever since the Second Shinobi World War ended, Orochimaru had been conducting wood-release experiments. Because of that, the team instructor for Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono had become Tsunade. However, after leading them for a while, Tsunade also became lazy, and let the 3 of them go out on missions by themselves. Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others would visit Orochimaru during holidays. Normally, if there was nothing important, they would not come over. After all, it would disturb him. Sensei. Natsuki knocked on the door and walked in. Wait a moment. Orochimaru did not turn his head as he spoke. Natsuki looked at him. He was wearing gloves and conducting an experiment. In front of him was an operating table, and on the table was an unconscious gorilla. Natsuki thought to himself that this really was not Orochimaru's usual style. If it were Orochimaru from the original story, he would definitely have used living people directly. Why are you here? Orochimaru took off his gloves and asked. I want to go to Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki explained, there has not been much going on recently, so I want to see if I have the talent to learn Sage Mode. You should indeed try. Orochimaru thought of how Jiraiya had once shown off in front of him that Minato had the talent to learn Sage Mode. If Natsuki also had the talent, he could regain some pride. I will go with you. Orochimaru said casually, Ryuchi Cave is too far away if we go there directly. The best method is to have them summon us with reverse summoning technique. After saying that, he bit his thumb and pressed his hand to the ground, summoning a small white snake. Go find Iwaji and have him use reverse summoning technique to summon us. Orochimaru looked at the small white snake and gave the order. With a puff, the small white snake disappeared in smoke. Not all snakes can use reverse summoning technique. Orochimaru explained, only the 3 great snake priestesses, and a small number of large snakes can use it. So that is how it is. Natsuki was not surprised. After all, reverse summoning technique was already a ninjutsu. Summoning beasts capable of mastering ninjutsu were already rare. Iwaji is a large snake I often use. It has decent strength. Orochimaru continued explaining, although it is not as strong as Manda, it has a better temper. Summoning it does not require a sacrifice. Natsuki thought of the large snake Orochimaru had summoned in the original story. It had no listed name, but its skin was gray. Perhaps that was Iwaji. Sensei. Seeing that there was still time, Natsuki asked, has there been any progress with the wood release experiment? Orochimaru did not hide it and smiled faintly. I have already begun experiments on gorillas. Once those succeed, I can attempt human trials. If it comes to human trials, I can have the Umbu find some condemned criminals from outside the village for you. Natsuki said when he heard this. That was exactly what I was thinking. Orochimaru nodded and said. The current Orochimaru had not fallen into darkness, so naturally, he would not use Konoha shinobi, or even infants, for experiments like he had in the original story. Natsuki was just about to say more when he suddenly sensed a summons. He did not resist it, and immediately felt as if he were passing through a spatial door. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in front of a giant snake. Its skin was gray. Orochimaru-sama, it has been a long time. Iwaji took the initiative to speak. And the new contractor, Natsuki-sama. Natsuki thought to himself that it was quite polite. He remembered Sasuke Uchiha's summoning beast, Aoda. As for Manda, it was arrogant every time it appeared. Let's go. Orochimaru nodded and said. Natsuki followed behind him, moving through the complicated passages of Ryuchi Cave. Compared to Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest, Ryuchi Cave appeared far darker. To learn Sage Mode, you must pass the trial of the 3 great snake priestesses. Orochimaru said casually, but whether you can learn it after passing depends on your talent. What is the trial of the 3 great snake priestesses? Natsuki remembered that Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest had no additional trial. One could begin learning directly. They use genjutsu to test your willpower. Orochimaru answered, with your willpower, passing the trial should not be very difficult. Willpower. Natsuki did not think he had especially strong willpower. If he faced powerful temptation, he felt he might not hold out. Fortunately, it was genjutsu. He had the Miko purification from the Kikyo template, so he did not need to worry about genjutsu. The new contractor. Today, I finally get to meet you. You are quite beautiful, and I imagine your taste must be excellent. A sudden, clear voice rang out. A young woman wearing a white robe descended from above. She had dark red hair and wore a necklace with 3 Magatama-shaped ornaments. I am Tajutsuhime. Tajutsuhime licked her lips, looked at Natsuki, and said, should you fail the trial, I will be the one to eat you. Her tongue was blue, extremely thin, and forked at the tip. Do not frighten our new contractor. Another voice rang out. Unlike Tajutsuhime, this voice carried a childish tone. The next second, a young girl appeared. She wore a white robe and blue-green Magatama-shaped earrings. Calling her a young girl was not exactly accurate. Natsuki felt that she was so short she barely reached his waist. She was Ichikishimahime. Then, a woman who appeared more mature than both Tajutsuhime and Ichikishimahime appeared. She had long green hair and wore a Magatama necklace around her neck. She was the last of the 3 great snake priestesses, Tagrahime. Natsuki glanced over the 3 of them. All 3 had very pale skin, even deathly pale. Anyone could tell at a glance that something about them was not normal. In fact, it was not normal, because the 3 great snake priestesses were snakes, not humans. The 3 great summoning sage regions each had their own unique senjutsu. The senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave involved techniques such as transformation, floating, and invisibility. These were also the senjutsu mastered by the White Snake Sage and the 3 great snake priestesses. On ordinary days, the 3 great snake priestesses would take human form to meet Ryuchi Cave's contractors. Orochimaru. Tagrahime glanced at Natsuki and asked, has the new contractor come to take the trial to learn Sage Mode? Orochimaru nodded. I will explain the rules first. Tagrahime said expressionlessly, there are 3 stages in the trial. If you fail any one of them, we will eat you. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed not far away. Natsuki followed the direction she pointed and saw piles of white bones. Are you certain you wish to participate? Tagrahime withdrew her hand and asked. You must participate. Tajutsuhime blinked and said, when it reaches my stage, I will make sure you enjoy yourself. He will not last until the final stage. Ichikishimahime revealed her pink tongue. I will eat him during the 2nd stage. I am certain. Natsuki's tone was calm. Follow me. Tagrahime turned and walked toward a nearby door. She walked step by step, her slender waist swaying with snake-like flexibility. The door opened. Tagrahime looked at Natsuki, signaling for him to enter. Natsuki glanced inside and found that it was completely empty. He walked in. His vision blurred, and it felt as if he had stepped into a dreamlike castle. A large amount of food was placed in the center of the castle. Before taking the trial, you may fill your stomach first. Tagrahime was quite polite as she said, if you have any requests, you may ask me. Natsuki walked forward and reached out, picking up a cake from the table. He keenly noticed a change in Tagrahime's expression. Since appearing, she had carried herself with dignity. But now, she showed the expression of someone looking at delicious food. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and used priestess purification. In an instant the castle and the food vanished completely. He was standing in an empty room. Congratulations, you have passed. Tagraheim frowned slightly, but soon regained her calm. Thank you. Natsuki smiled. Tagraheim turned and walked outside. Not bad. You did not disappoint me. A smile appeared on Ichikishimaheim's small face, making it seem as if she was happy that Natsuki had passed. But Natsuki knew that her so-called innocence was all an act. She looked childlike, but in reality, she was a snake spirit that had lived for more than 1,000 years. Follow me. Ichikishimaheim skipped toward another door. Natsuki followed her. The door opened. Inside was a cave. Natsuki walked in and found that the surrounding walls were covered with countless small holes. The door closed. Natsuki looked back and found that the door was also covered in countless small holes. Fill the small holes with your chakra, and you will pass. Ichikishimaheim's voice rang out. As soon as Natsuki heard it, he knew what this stage was testing: chakra reserves. A shinobi with too little chakra could not learn sage mode. Natsuki extended his hand, and a vast amount of chakra surged out. So much. Ichikishimaheim opened her mouth wide and said, "It would have been wonderful if I could eat that much." What a pity. Natsuki opened the door and walked back out. Wonderful. Tagatsuheim laughed charmingly and said, "I can hardly wait to eat you." She walked up to Natsuki and breathed lightly toward him. A faint fragrance rushed over him. Then, Tagatsuheim leaned closer and bit his neck. Natsuki immediately felt his body grow hot and numb. It was snake venom. He had already judged it. At the same time, hallucinations appeared before his eyes, as if he were seeing Kushina, Nawaki, and the others. But in the next second, both the genjutsu and the poison vanished. How is that possible? Seeing this, Tagatsuheim could not help crying out in shock. She had never seen a shinobi pass her trial in under 3 seconds. Natsuki smiled. Priestess purification helped him break the genjutsu. Poison to medicine helped him neutralize the venom. The 3 trials of Ryuchi Cave were no challenge to him at all. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. The 12 Kazuki are complete. 2,917 words. Orochimaru could not help nodding. Although he believed Natsuki could pass the trial of the 3 great snake priestesses, the speed still exceeded his expectations. Follow me. Tagraheim suppressed the surprise in her heart and spoke. She turned and walked deeper inside. Passing our trial is only the beginning. Tagatsuheim glanced at Natsuki and said, "If you fail to learn sage mode, we will still eat you." After saying that, she and Ichikishimaheim followed Tagraheim. The 3 great snake priestesses are like this. They do not care about us contractors at all. Orochimaru lowered his voice and said, "But as long as we contractors follow Ryuchi Cave's rules, they do not dare eat us." Natsuki nodded. The 2 of them followed the 3 great snake priestesses deeper into Ryuchi Cave. After walking for an unknown length of time, they finally reached the end of the passage. Once they left the passage, their field of vision instantly opened up. They had arrived in an enormous underground hall. Natsuki looked around and found that it was a temple. At the center of the temple was a stone seat. At this moment, a white-scaled snake with hair was coiled on it, holding a pipe in its mouth. After seeing them, the white-scaled snake slithered down and transformed into an old woman. The old woman wore a green cat's eye stone, and had a red luminous pearl embedded on her head. She looked kind and benevolent. White Snake Sage. Tagrahime stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "The new contractor, Natsuki, has passed our trial." Tajitsuhime and Ichikishimahime also became extremely respectful, losing their earlier frivolous attitude. Not bad. The White Snake Sage's gaze fell on Natsuki as she said, "In the 1,000 years of Ryuchi Cave, you are the fastest shinobi to pass the trial." Natsuki paused slightly, somewhat surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. Those who could become contractors of the three great summoning sage regions were all geniuses among geniuses. However, there were differences even among geniuses. And very few geniuses would be like Natsuki, only coming to take the trial of the three great snake priestesses after already reaching Kage level. Natsuki was not a genius, but he had a cheat. His abilities happened to counter genjutsu and snake venom. In the end, the three great snake priestesses' trials combined could not stop him for even a minute. "Perhaps you have the talent to learn sage mode." The White Snake Sage continued, "You may choose one snake priestess. She will teach you the training method for sage mode from now on." Natsuki looked at the three great snake priestesses. Tajitsuhime smiled at him. Ichikishimahime appeared very lively. Only Tagrahime remained calm. Ichikishimahime. Natsuki randomly chose one. When Ichikishimahime heard this, her face immediately filled with a smile, and she waved at him. Tajitsuhime looked regretful. "I hope you succeed in your training." The White Snake Sage took a puff from her pipe and said, "Ryuchi Cave has not had a contractor who mastered sage mode in a very long time." "Natsuki." Ichikishimahime asked, "When do you plan to learn sage mode?" "Now." Natsuki thought for a moment and said. He wanted to know whether, after unlocking sage mode from the Jiraiya template, he had also inherited Jiraiya's talent for learning sage mode. If he had not inherited it, then he could only forcefully modify Mount Miyaboku's sage mode. If he had inherited it, then there would be no need for such trouble. He could learn Ryuchi Cave's sage mode as well. In any case, the original story had never said one could not learn two kinds of sage mode. "Come to my residence to learn." After greeting the White Snake Sage, Ichikishimahime turned and walked outside. Natsuki and Orochimaru followed behind her and soon arrived at her residence. Perhaps because the three great snake priestesses had taken human form, their residences were also human-style dwellings. The other snakes were different. They all lived in caves, no different from ordinary snakes. "Orochimaru, are you not leaving?" Ichikishimahime stopped and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid I will eat your student?" "I want to confirm whether he has the talent to learn sage mode," Orochimaru said without changing his expression. "Then we will begin now." Ichikishimahime snorted softly. Just as Orochimaru had said earlier, as long as contractors followed the rules, the three great snake priestesses could do nothing to them. Training sage mode can be divided into 3 steps. Ichikishimahime slowly said, "The first step is the simplest, but also the most important. That is sensing the existence of natural energy." After saying that, she floated up and faced Natsuki. "When you were poisoned by Tajitsuhime earlier, how did it feel?" Ichikishimahime looked at him and asked. "My body felt hot and numb." Natsuki answered honestly. The three great summoning sage regions all have methods to help contractors sense natural energy. Ryuchi Cave's method is snake venom. Ichikishimahime opened her mouth, revealing rows of teeth. The 2 fangs on the left and right were especially sharp. She leaned closer and bit Natsuki on the neck. But unlike Tajitsuhime, she instinctively took a sip of blood. "Your blood contains unusual energy," Ichikishimahime said. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. This was practically walking into a trap on her own. His blood was not ordinary blood. Natsuki glanced at the wound, which had already healed. He had the super speed regeneration from the Kibutsuji Musen template. A wound like this could not remain on his body for even 1 second. Still, did the 3 great snake priestesses all enjoy biting people this much? Thinking about it carefully, it was not just the three great snake priestesses. In the original story, Orochimaru also liked biting people. For example, he had bitten Uchiha Sasuke and placed the curse seal of heaven on him. Before the snake venom loses effect, we will begin the first step of training. Ichikishimahime landed again and said, "Sit on the ground and sense natural energy according to the method I tell you." Natsuki sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. Generally speaking, if you have the talent to learn Sage Mode, you should be able to sense natural energy within 3 days. Ichikishimahime looked at him and said, "Natural energy was different from chakra. It was energy that existed naturally." Natsuki felt it was somewhat like spiritual energy in cultivation novels. Because it existed naturally, its quantity varied from place to place. The three great summoning sage regions were undoubtedly places where natural energy was most abundant. If someone could not sense natural energy here, then sensing it elsewhere would be even more impossible. Natsuki began sensing according to Ichikishimahime's method. Not long after, his mind stirred, and he sensed an unusual energy in the air. Natsuki thought to himself that it was just as expected. After unlocking Sage Mode from the Jiraiya template, he had also inherited the corresponding talent for learning Sage Mode. "I sensed natural energy." Natsuki opened his eyes and said, "What? So fast?" Ichikishimahime froze, a surprised expression appearing on her face. Orochimaru was also surprised. He had fallen at this very first step. After training for 3 days, he had still failed to sense natural energy and ultimately had no choice but to give up. But Natsuki had sensed it in less than a minute of entering meditation. Just how strong was this student's talent? Describe it. Ichikishimahime could not believe it, so she spoke again. "Violent." Natsuki answered. Natural energy sounded peaceful, but in reality, it was the exact opposite. It was an extremely violent energy. Without mixing it with chakra, even the sage of 6 paths would not be able to learn Sage Mode. Truly. For a moment, Ichikishimahime did not know what to say. Orochimaru let out a breath. Someone who had never sensed natural energy would naturally not know that it possessed a violent nature. He had only learned that through Jiraiya. But he had never told Natsuki. The second step of training Sage Mode is absorbing natural energy. Ichikishimahime composed herself and said. Natsuki thought of the steps Uzumaki Naruto had followed in the original story when training Sage Mode. There were also 3 steps. The second step was likewise absorbing natural energy. Mount Myaboku used toad oil to help Naruto sense and absorb natural energy. After mastering the trick to absorption, toad oil was no longer needed. The so-called trick was entering a state called stillness. Natsuki felt this state sounded quite similar to clear and serene from the Sasaki Kojiro template. But Ryuchi Cave was not as gentle as Mount Myaboku. "I will inject natural energy into your body, and you must absorb it." Ichikishimahime paused, and a predatory light flashed in her eyes. "I must remind you that if you absorb too much, you will turn into a snake." The outcome of turning into a snake went without saying. Naturally, she would eat him. Natsuki could not help sighing. Among the 3 great summoning sage regions, Ryuchi Cave was indeed the most dangerous. "We will continue training tomorrow," Orochimaru suddenly said. Natsuki paused slightly, then agreed. "I will use reverse summoning technique to summon you tomorrow." Ichikishimahime nodded and looked at Natsuki as she spoke. After that, she sent Orochimaru and Natsuki out of Ryuchi Cave. The scene changed and they returned to their original location, Orochimaru's laboratory. "Although I never learned Sage Mode, I learned quite a bit about it from Jiraiya." Orochimaru explained why he had stopped Natsuki from continuing his training. "I will tell you what I know now, so you can avoid turning into a snake as much as possible." "Thank you, sensei," Natsuki immediately said. Although he did not need it, Orochimaru truly treated him very well. The next day, 8 in the morning, Natsuki sensed a summoning, and then arrived at Ichikishimaheim's residence. Natsuki, are you ready? Ichikishimaheim smiled and said, I am looking forward to your performance today. Sensing natural energy was the most important step, but absorbing natural energy was the most dangerous. Under normal circumstances, it was the second most dangerous step. The most dangerous step was the third, combining natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy in a 1:1:1 ratio to form Senjutsu Chakra. But according to Ryuchi Cave's method of training Sage Mode, the second step of absorbing natural energy became extremely dangerous. Because it was not only the contractor absorbing natural energy. The three great snake priestesses would also inject natural energy into them. If the three great snake priestesses had malicious intent, they could completely inject too much natural energy, making the contractor unable to absorb it and causing them to turn into a snake. I want to make a deal with you. Natsuki spoke. Oh? What kind of deal? Ichikishimaheim asked with interest. Yesterday, I saw that you were interested in my blood. Natsuki bowed slightly and said, I am willing to give you 1/5 of my blood. In exchange, I hope you will show restraint during this step. Ichikishimaheim froze, then laughed. She had already understood Natsuki's thinking. He was worried that she would interfere during this step and cause him to turn into a snake. She had to admit, his concern was indeed reasonable. You are very smart. Ichikishimaheim said, I accept your deal. Natsuki's blood was indeed special. She had tasted it yesterday. It was not just ordinary blood. His blood also contained a kind of energy. Ichikishimaheim suspected he came from a clan with a special body, such as the Senju clan or Uzumaki clan. Adding the fact that he was Orochimaru's student, that possibility became even greater. Natsuki tilted his head slightly. Ichikishimaheim stepped closer. Without saying another word, she bit down. Blood flowed into her mouth. Natsuki expressionlessly activated the blood curse. Ichikishimaheim suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. She sensed that something was wrong. Because her blood was boiling. Ichikishimaheim paused slightly and quickly retreated. But it was already too late. The first mouthful of blood she had swallowed was already condensed blood. What? What did you do to me? A rare panic appeared on Ichikishimaheim's face. Natsuki ignored her and opened her panel. Name, Ichikishimaheim. Race, Snake, Demon. Ability 1, Partial Demon Transformation, locked. Effect, become half human and half demon, increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Ability 2, Full Demon Transformation, locked. Effect, completely transforms into a demon, further increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration, but also increasing consumption. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Ability 3, Blood Demon Art, Sash, locked. Effect, allows control over the white sash on the body. Unlock condition, comprehended on your own. Note, after Blood Demon Art, Sash is unlocked, you will also obtain this Blood Demon Art. Natsuki shook his head slightly. Blood Demon Art, Sash could only be considered decent. In Demon Slayer, it was the Blood Demon Art of Daki, one of the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki. Although she was an upper moon, she was rather special. She and her brother Jotaro were together considered an upper moon. However, as one of the three great snake priestesses, Ichikishimaheim herself was extremely powerful, and could absolutely be considered an elite jonin. Adding Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu and the full demon transformation she would unlock in the future, she could even fight someone at Kage level. This is impossible. Ichikishimaheim's expression changed drastically. Why can't Senjutsu undo your control? In that brief instant, she had already tried every method she had, but nothing worked. Come here. Natsuki beckoned to her. I will not. Before Ichikishimaheim could finish, she walked uncontrollably to Natsuki. Do you still not understand your situation? Natsuki extended his hand while activating the blood curse. Ichikishimahime's body trembled, and fear appeared on her face. She felt death drawing near. For her, someone who had lived nearly 1,000 years, this was the first time. Master. Ichikishimahime quickly changed her words and said, I am willing to obey any order you give. Natsuki chuckled softly, not surprised. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Moreover, Ichikishimahime was not human, so she did not possess human morals or principles. Natsuki withdrew his hand. Ichikishimahime still looked shaken. Being alive still felt better. You also do not need to think about going to the White Snake Sage. Natsuki reminded her, you are under my blood curse. Once you reveal anything about me, you will die. Ichikishimahime nodded with a complicated expression. She knew what Natsuki said was true. After being transformed into a demon, she had automatically understood the effects of the blood curse. While strengthening her, it had also completely placed her under Natsuki's control. Master, shall we begin training Sage mode now? Ichikishimahime quickly returned to normal, revealing the same smile as before. However, there was now a little more awe in her smile. I have a task for you. Natsuki patted her head and said, tomorrow, have Tajutsuhime come teach me. Then catch her off guard and restrain her. Ichikishimahime paused slightly and immediately understood. Natsuki's goal was not just her alone, but all three great snake priestesses. No problem, master. Ichikishimahime smiled and said, Tajutsuhime has been interested in you for a long time. She will definitely agree. Her current thoughts were very simple. She could not be the only one lowering her head to Natsuki. Tajutsuhime and Tagrahime had to join her. Only then would she feel balanced. Natsuki smiled. He could guess Ichikishimahime's thoughts. However, with the blood curse in place, he was not worried that she would warn Tajutsuhime. Natsuki sat cross-legged. Ichikishimahime stepped forward, bent down, and bit his neck. She slowly injected natural energy into him. A moment later, shock appeared on her small face. Because Natsuki had absorbed natural energy very easily. This was the benefit of achieving the result first, then recreating the process. Time passed to the next day. Natsuki was summoned to Ryuchi Cave again. This time, the one who appeared in front of him was not just Ichikishimahime, but also Tajutsuhime in the form of a young woman. I heard you were dissatisfied with Ichikishimahime's teaching. Tajutsuhime stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. I can take over today. At that moment, Ichikishimahime floated behind her, and directly wrapped both arms around Tajutsuhime. Ichikishimahime, what are you doing? Tajutsuhime looked at her in confusion. She did not even react immediately. There was no helping it. The three great snake priestesses had spent nearly 1,000 years together, so she did not believe from the bottom of her heart that Ichikishimahime would act against her. Natsuki extended his hand, and a drop of blood flew toward her. Tajutsuhime realized something was wrong, and instinctively tried to struggle, but Ichikishimahime stopped her. The blood entered her body. Tajutsuhime's expression changed, but it was already too late. Seeing this, Ichikishimahime released her. Although Tajutsuhime did not understand what had happened, the moment she regained her freedom, she quickly flew into the air. Come down. Natsuki spoke. Tajutsuhime froze, and her body uncontrollably descended to the ground. The next second, a large amount of information appeared in her mind. She finally understood that she had fallen into a trap. Tajutsuhime instinctively looked at Ichikishimahime. Sorry. Ichikishimahime smiled and said, for the past few centuries, we three great snake priestesses have faced everything together. Tajutsuhime trembled with anger. To be continued. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Hancock. 3081 words. What touching sisterly affection! Natsuki could not help laughing when he saw this scene. However, he felt no guilt about turning the three great snake priestesses into demons. After all, they had done more than enough evil. Taijutsu-hime. Natsuki said casually, you only have two choices now. Either die or submit. Were you not very interested in Master earlier? Ichikishima-hime placed her hands on her hips and said, now that you have been transformed into a demon, you should feel honored. The corner of Taijutsu-hime's mouth twitched. Earlier, she had only regarded Natsuki as excellent prey. It was not as if she truly liked him. And you adapted to your new position far too quickly. You have completely become his lackey. Taijutsu-hime sighed inwardly. In the end, she walked up to Natsuki, bowed and said, Master. Natsuki nodded, then opened her panel. Name, Taijutsu-hime. Race, Snake, Demon. Ability 1, Partial Demon Transformation, locked. Effect, become half human and half demon, increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration. Unlock condition, comprehend it on your own. Ability 2, Full Demon Transformation, locked. Effect, completely transforms into a demon, further increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration, but also increasing consumption. Unlock condition, comprehend it on your own. Ability 3, Blood Demon Art, Sash, locked. Effect, allows control over the white sash on the body. Note, after Blood Demon Art, Sash is unlocked, you will also obtain this Blood Demon Art. Natsuki let out a soft sound of surprise. Because Taijutsu-hime and Ichikishima-hime had awakened the same Blood Demon Art. Perhaps it was because they were both snakes and both wore white sashes. Natsuki guessed that Tagra-hime would probably awaken Blood Demon Art, Sash as well. However, those were secondary issues. Even without Blood Demon Arts, the three great snake priestesses were already powerful enough. Master. Ichikishima-hime ran up to him and asked, should I bring Tagra-hime here tomorrow as well? When Taijutsu-hime heard this, she almost wanted to scold her. But when the words reached her mouth, they turned into something else. With Ichikishima-hime and me working together, Tagra-hime definitely will not escape. Taijutsu-hime said with a smile, Master, you can rest assured. Ichikishima-hime turned and glared at her, almost as if saying she had no shame. Taijutsu-hime was completely unafraid and smiled back at her. She was a snake. She did not need to care about dignity. Surviving was enough. Bring Tagra-hime here tomorrow. Natsuki laughed helplessly. However, Ichikishima-hime and Taijutsu-hime acting like this suited him quite well. Two snake priestesses who feared him, and could not betray him, were undoubtedly excellent subordinates. After Natsuki finished speaking, he began training Sage Mode. Taijutsu-hime did not dare leave, and stood to the side watching. She soon revealed an incredulous expression. Because she discovered that Natsuki had already reached the final step of Sage Mode training, which was creating Senjutsu Chakra. How was that possible? Starting to attempt the creation of Senjutsu Chakra, after only 2 days was something she had never seen before, or even heard of. One had to know that she had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and knew quite a bit about the contractors of the three great summoning sage regions. Taijutsu-hime looked at Ichikishima-hime. Ichikishima-hime shook her head. She did not understand either. The only explanation was that Natsuki's talent for learning Sage Mode was terrifyingly high. He was the most talented person in nearly 1,000 years. Thinking of it that way, being controlled by him did not feel quite as unbearable. The next day, Natsuki was summoned to Ryuchi Cave once again. This time, Taijutsu-hime and Ichikishima-hime had kept their promise and brought Tagra-hime with them. They said your Sage Mode training has already reached the 3rd step. Tagra-hime looked at Natsuki and asked. Only then did Natsuki understand what excuse Taijutsu-hime and Ichikishima-hime had used to bring her here. Begin training now. Suspicion appeared in Tagra-hime's heart, but she still could not believe it, and wanted to see Natsuki train with her own eyes. Tajitsuhime and Ichikishimahime exchanged glances and acted at the same time, each grabbing one of her arms. "What are you doing?" Tagrahime froze and instinctively asked. Natsuki suddenly thought of something from his previous life. A truly close friend was the kind who still thought the other person was joking until the very last moment. Natsuki raised his hand, and a drop of blood flew out. Tagrahime was restrained by Tajitsuhime and Ichikishimahime, and could not move. She could only watch as the blood landed on her forehead. A moment later, a large amount of information surfaced in her mind. Only then did she understand why they had acted against her. "We had no choice." Tajitsuhime released her and said, "There is nothing bad about this." Ichikishimahime smiled and said, "We just need to treat Master the same way we treat the White Snake Sage." Tagrahime looked at them. Her gaze did not change at all. It was even somewhat lifeless. She walked forward and said coldly, "Master." Unlike Tajitsuhime and Ichikishimahime's noisy reactions, she calmly accepted her fate. This showed the difference in personality among the three great snake priestesses. Natsuki then opened her panel. Name, Tagrahime. Race, Snake, Demon. Ability 1, Partial Demon Transformation, locked. Effect, become half human and half demon, increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration. Unlock condition, comprehend it on your own. Ability 2, Full Demon Transformation, locked. Effect, completely transforms into a demon, further increasing attack power, speed, and regeneration, but also increasing consumption. Unlock condition, comprehend it on your own. Ability 3, Blood Demon Art, Sash, locked. Effect, allows control over the white sash on the body. Note, after Blood Demon Art, Sash is unlocked, you will also obtain this Blood Demon Art. Natsuki thought to himself that it was just as expected. The three great snake priestesses all had the same Blood Demon Art. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 4 of the Kibutsuji Musen template, Progenitor of Demons. With the three great snake priestesses transformed into demons, the 12 Kazuki had finally been completed. All of them possessed the potential and qualifications to become Jonin, and more than half of them were already Jonin. Natsuki stood in place, digesting the information brought by Progenitor of Demons. Progenitor of Demons was essentially full demon transformation. After using it, Natsuki would completely become like Kibutsuji Musen, possessing traits that made him extremely difficult to kill. But in terms of how much his strength increased, it was not actually that great. Its main value was that it brought him theoretical immortality and eternal youth. From this perspective, it was still very good. Of course, the most useful ability of the Kibutsuji Musen template was still the Blood Curse, which had allowed him to successfully establish the 12 Kazuki. You have awakened the Boa Hancock template. Just as Natsuki was about to continue training Sage Mode, new text appeared before his eyes. He could not help showing a pleasantly surprised expression. Boa Hancock was undoubtedly the pirate empress from One Piece. She was the current empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and the current captain of the Kuja Pirates. Because of her peerless beauty, she was also known as the world's most beautiful woman. She had once been one of the 7 warlords of the sea before the system was abolished. Natsuki thought about it and roughly understood why the Hancock template had awakened. Her character prototype was Medusa, one of the 3 Gorgon sisters from legend. She also had 2 younger sisters, and all 3 sisters had many snake-related traits or items. In addition, they had once been slaves of the celestial dragons. The 3 great snake priestesses were also 3 snakes. In a certain sense, they were now Natsuki's subordinates. Thinking of this, Natsuki looked at the newly awakened template. Name, Boa Hancock. Period, 7 Warlords of the Sea. World, One Piece. Rank, S, Ability 1, Observation Hockey, unlocked. Effect, a power that allows the user to strongly sense surrounding presences. It can detect enemies outside the user's field of vision and further predict an opponent's movements. Ability 2, Love fruit, locked. Effect, can petrify those who are infatuated with the user. It can also directly use its power to petrify opponents and objects. Unlock condition, establish the Kuja pirates and make their name known. Ability 3, Conqueror's Haki, locked. Effect, the qualification of a king who stands above countless people. The user can intimidate, pressure, and knock out enemies through their own spirit. Unlock condition, liberate the slaves of the land of water. Natsuki's first reaction after reading it was that there were very few abilities. Previous S-rank character templates had usually had 5 or more abilities. But the Hancock template only had 3. Ability 1, Observation Haki. In the shinobi world, it was undoubtedly an S-rank sensory ninjutsu. More accurately, it was an enhanced version of the Sharingan without hypnosis or copying abilities. Because it could not only sense nearby targets, but could also be used in battle to predict the enemy's next move. Natsuki currently used 2 sensory abilities most often. The first was clairvoyance. Its range was very wide, reaching for kilometers. The only problem was that it could not see through objects. If something blocked the view, he could not see through it. The other was electromagnetic sensing. It could see through obstacles, but the problem was that its range was only 3 kilometers. And it could not be used in battle either. Observation Haki just happened to make up for Natsuki's shortcomings in sensory ability. Most importantly, in theory, Observation Haki had no fixed range. Its range depended on the strength of the user. Ability 2, Love fruit. This was the devil fruit Hancock had eaten, and it belonged to the Paramecia class. Its effect could be summarized in one word: petrification. Of course, it had many uses. Natsuki originally thought it would be like the Smoker template, separately listing the abilities of the smoke fruit, but it did not. This meant that either he would automatically comprehend the corresponding abilities after unlocking the love fruit, or he would need to develop them himself. But either way, it was about the same. Developing them himself would simply take a little more time. However, Hancock had displayed many different uses in one piece, so he could copy them directly. Natsuki believed the most useful ability among them was Slave Arrow. He could combine it with the Amiya Shiro template and the Kikyo template. When the time came, he could shoot countless arrows that could not only explode but also petrify. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Its unlock condition was establishing the Kuja pirates. The Kuja pirates were Hancock's pirate crew. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Pirates naturally had to live on the sea. The only place where he could establish the Kuja pirates was the land of water. If it were only establishing the Kuja pirates, it would not be difficult, because he could draw some shinobi from Akatsuki. But the condition also required them to make a name for themselves, which meant they would most likely have to clash with the land of water and Kirigakure. That required the members of the Kuja pirates to possess a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the land of water and Kirigakure. Ability 3, Conqueror's Haki. Natsuki had already unlocked Armament Haki and Observation Haki. With Conqueror's Haki added, he would have gathered all 3 types of Haki. In terms of effect, Conqueror's Haki was somewhat mysterious. It was not as clearly defined as Armament Haki or Observation Haki. But it was the hardest to awaken, and only top-tier powerhouses could awaken it. After awakening, its effects were also very powerful. It was not just for clearing out small fry. In One Piece, red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, once clashed using Conqueror's Haki. The power was so great that it split the sky. Its unlock condition was liberating the slaves of the land of water. Compared to establishing the Kuja pirates and making their name known, this was even more troublesome. Although the 5 great shinobi villages already lived in a way similar to the modern era, the 5 great nations were still feudal states. Slaves were the property of daimyo and nobles. Liberating the slaves of the land of water undoubtedly meant fighting the daimyo and nobles of the land of water to the end. In other words, it meant fighting Kirigakure to the end, and it might even make the other nations wary. This Hancock template seemed specifically aimed at the land of water and Kirigakure. But there was no helping it. Because the only nation that matched One Piece was the land of water. Can the three of you usually leave Ryuchi Cave? Natsuki looked at Tagraheim and the others as he asked. Yes. Tagraheim answered. If not for Master's arrival, the three of us would spend our days sleeping and training at home. Ichikishimaheim immediately said with a smile. Natsuki understood as soon as he heard it. It was not just Ryuchi Cave. The three great summoning sage regions were probably all the same. Aside from interacting with contractors, they had almost nothing else to do most of the time, and were extremely idle. After all, they did not need to go out on missions like shinobi. As for why they had contractors, Natsuki suspected it was related to the Great Toad Sage. 1,000 years ago, it had personally gone out and found the first contractor, the Sage of Six Paths. It was precisely because the Sage of Six Paths learned Sage Mode that he was able to defeat his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Since then, the three great summoning sage regions had formed the practice of seeking contractors. Thinking of it this way, perhaps they were searching for the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra's chakra. In the original story, they had indeed found Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. This was not Natsuki simply imagining conspiracies. The main reason was that the Great Toad Sage had played an extremely crucial role in the original story. Whether it was helping the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 years ago, or identifying Uzumaki Naruto as the child of prophecy 1,000 years later, it had a huge impact on the shinobi world. That is good. Natsuki stated his goal. After, Natsuki shook his head and continued training Sage Mode. Because he had already learned Sage Mode before, his progress was very fast. He felt that in less than a month, he would be able to complete it. He just did not know what difference there was between the Sage Modes of Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave. Judging from the original story, there did not seem to be a particularly large difference. The only difference lay in their senjutsu. Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave each had their own unique senjutsu. The setting sun sank in the west. Natsuki returned to Konoha's Senju clan compound. How did your training in Ryuchi Cave go today? As soon as Nawaki saw him, he immediately asked. I will take you to Ryuchi Cave tomorrow. Natsuki knew what he was really after and answered directly. Really? Nawaki was somewhat surprised. Of course. Natsuki casually made something up. I spent these 2 days building a relationship with the three great snake priestesses. Even if you do not pass the trial, you will not fail completely. You really do have a way. Nawaki immediately gave him a thumbs up. If you fail, I will accompany you to find a summoning beast suitable for you. Natsuki paused and said, we can also beat Manda until it agrees to fight for us. That works. Nawaki smiled. The night quickly passed. The next morning, after breakfast, Natsuki had Ichikishimaheim summon him, and Nawaki to Ryuchi Cave. These are the three great snake priestesses, high-ranking figures in Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki introduced them to Nawaki and said, you only need to pass their trial to learn Sage Mode. Come on. Nawaki immediately said. The first stage comes first. Tagraheim led him to a nearby room. Natsuki stood outside and waited. Master. Ichikishimaheim glanced at Natsuki and asked, should we let him pass? No need. Natsuki shook his head. Forcing someone without talent to learn Sage Mode would only harm Nawaki. Not long after, Nawaki walked out. There was a smile on his face. Without asking, it was clear he had passed. Follow me for the second stage. Ichikishimaheim led him through another door. After a long while, Nawaki walked out with a pale face. Although it took quite a bit of time, he passed. He has more chakra than most jonin. Ichikishimaheim walked up to Natsuki and said. Give him the snake venom. Natsuki looked at Tajitsuhime and said. Tajitsuhime understood, and directly took out a bottle of snake venom. Nawaki took the snake venom and drank it. He immediately froze in place. He failed. He did not pass this stage. After a long while, Tajitsuhime spoke. As soon as her words fell, Nawaki collapsed. The snake venom had spread throughout his entire body. Natsuki was not surprised when he saw this. There were ultimately too few shinobi who could learn Sage Mode. Natsuki walked forward and neutralized the poison for him. What a pity. Nawaki shook his head and said. Although you did not pass, you can still try sensing natural energy. Natsuki then taught him the method. Nawaki tried again, but he still could not sense natural energy. He was not too disappointed, because he had already been mentally prepared. After that, Natsuki accompanied him in beating Manda and the other great snakes, letting him vent a little. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, 4th Hokage nomination. 3061 words. Although Manda was arrogant, when faced with a life-or-death crisis, it ultimately did not dare remain arrogant. After Natsuki and Nawaki beat it badly, and with the three great snake priestesses stepping in, it finally agreed to fight for them. Most importantly, summoning it no longer required sacrifices. Natsuki thought of a question. Why had Orochimaru not beaten Manda into submission in the original story? Natsuki could only think of one reason: Orochimaru simply did not care. After falling into darkness, he had no psychological burden about using living people as sacrifices. Or perhaps he had not wanted to offend Ryuchi Cave. Time passed to July. Natsuki finally learned Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. Master truly has extraordinary talent. Tajitsuhime smiled brightly and said, with your appearance as well, countless girls would surely admire you. How could Master be interested in someone as ordinary as you? Ichikishimahime glared at her. You are hardly one to talk. Tajitsuhime immediately retorted. What did you say? Ichikishimahime was furious. Her pupils immediately narrowed into snake eyes. Her originally cute face also became somewhat fierce. Stop arguing. Natsuki said casually, then entered Sage Mode. He immediately felt his perception expand. Even without using sensory ninjutsu or any special ability, he could sense the situation nearby. Especially in places where natural energy was abundant, his senses became even sharper. Natsuki extended his hand and created a mirror with ice release. Then he saw the changes on his face. There was now distinct eyeshadow. Fortunately, he had not grown two horns like Kabuto, nor did his face gain the markings that Jiraiya had. Overall, Natsuki could accept it. He sensed it himself. Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode also had a short duration. It was about the same as Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode, lasting only 5 minutes. If he wanted to extend the duration, he would need to use Sage Art, Amphibian Technique. Its effect was simple. It allowed Fukasaku and Shima to merge with Jiraiya's shoulders. For Ryuchi Cave, it would probably involve having the three great snake priestesses assist him. Do you know Sage Art, Amphibian Technique? Natsuki asked. Yes. Ichikishimahime immediately said, it is a senjutsu from Mount Mayaboku. Ryuchi Cave has a similar senjutsu. Tajitsuhime guessed Natsuki's thoughts and said, one of us three great snake priestesses can assist you. Only one was enough. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. From that perspective, the strength of the three great snake priestesses seemed to be above Fukasaku and Shima. However, it might also be related to Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. Perhaps it did not require all three snake priestesses to assist at once. Besides, if all three snake priestesses helped at the same time, where would they merge? Master, I will help you. After Ichikishima finished speaking, she immediately formed hand seals. Her body quickly shrank, eventually becoming a miniature figure only about 10 centimeters tall. Ichikishima floated onto Natsuki's shoulder. Her lower body merged into his shoulder, leaving only her upper body visible. Natsuki glanced at her, and did not feel any discomfort. A moment later, he felt Ichikishima continuously supplying Senjutsu chakra. The duration of his sage mode was greatly extended. That is enough. You can come down. After finishing the test, Natsuki said. Ichikishima returned to the ground, then grew back to her usual small form. I will continue learning Senjutsu next, but I will not study it in Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki explained, when the time comes, wait for my summon. Yes, master. It was dim every day. After all, snakes preferred shade. Natsuki-sama. Zo suddenly appeared. What is it? Natsuki instinctively looked at him. Hokage-sama wants you to go to the Hokage's office. Zo answered. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and nodded. He then walked toward the Hokage's office. Natsuki. As he turned onto another street, Tsunade's voice rang out. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki stopped and smiled. What a coincidence. It is not a coincidence. Tsunade shook her head and said, I am also going to the Hokage's office. Did something major happen? Natsuki could not help being stunned. Under normal circumstances, Hiruzen would not call Tsunade over. Because Tsunade was lazy. If she was called over for ordinary matters, she would lose her temper. Unless it was something major. I do not know. Tsunade paused, then smiled and asked, as the Umbu commander, shouldn't you know more than I do? I have been studying Sage Mode in Ryuchi Cave recently. Natsuki explained, I have not paid much attention to Konoha or Umbu affairs. I almost forgot about that. Tsunade lived next door to Natsuki, so she naturally knew he had been learning Sage Mode recently. We will know soon enough anyway. Natsuki did not mind. That is true. Tsunade smiled. The two of them soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Aside from them, Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and Orochimaru were also there. Sensei. Natsuki suppressed the surprise in his heart, and walked up to Orochimaru to greet him. He suddenly realized that this was a meeting of Konoha's top leadership. But why had he been invited? Did Hiruzen already consider him part of Konoha's leadership? The others also realized this. Orochimaru and Tsunade were naturally happy for Natsuki. Koharu and Hamura were somewhat surprised. But Natsuki was indeed qualified. He was the Umbu commander, possessed Kage-level strength, and brought in profits from the red healing potions and blue healing potions. Status, strength, and money. He lacked none of them. Danzo, on the other hand, felt so angry his teeth itched. He had worked diligently for Konoha for so many years before becoming one of Konoha's senior leaders. But Natsuki was only 18 this year. He had just reached adulthood, yet he had already become one of Konoha's senior figures. How could Danzo accept that? But there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that this was Hiruzen's decision. With the support of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru added on top, even if Danzo gained Koharu and Hamura's support, it would be difficult to stop him. Moreover, Koharu and Hamura might not necessarily support him. A moment later, Hiruzen appeared. Orochimaru and the others immediately sensed that his mood was poor. It seemed something serious had indeed happened. Natsuki's heart suddenly moved. Could it be related to Tsukumo? I just received a message from the daimyo. After Hiruzen sat down, he spoke. Danzo and the others were immediately surprised. Although Konoha served the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the daimyo rarely interfered with Konoha's affairs. He only concerned himself with two matters, the succession of the Hokage and financial support. But at this time, neither of those matters should have come up. Tsukumo's mission failed. Both the Land of Fire and Konoha suffered heavy losses. The daimyo is very angry, so he sent me a message. Hiruzen continued. Everyone fell silent. This was an extremely rare matter. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was blaming Konoha because of a failed mission. With Tsukumo's ability, how could the mission fail? Homura frowned and asked. He abandoned the mission in order to save his teammates. Hiruzen sighed and said. Foolish. Danzo immediately could not help shouting, as a shinobi, the mission comes first. How could he abandon the mission for his teammates? Tsukumo was indeed in the wrong on this matter. Koharu's expression was somewhat ugly. If the daimyo has been offended, our funding for next year may be reduced. Tsukumo was too impulsive. No matter what, a shinobi should never abandon a mission. Homura agreed. Saving his teammates was not wrong. Tsunade thought for a moment and said. But when it came to abandoning the mission, she could not say much. After all, the first rule of the shinobi code was written very clearly. No matter the circumstances, the mission came first. All shinobi have missions that fail. Orochimaru's tone was calm as he said, arguing over who was right or wrong has no meaning now. The urgent matter is to make up for the losses caused by the failed mission. I agree with Sensei. Natsuki immediately supported him. He also noticed something. Tsukumo's failed mission had not spread throughout Konoha like it had in the original story. If Danzo intended to cause trouble, it would happen only after this high-level meeting ended. That gave Natsuki a chance to remedy the situation. Any movement from Danzo or Root could be stopped by him. Of course we must make up for the losses caused by the failed mission. Danzo snorted coldly and said, but Tsukumo must also be punished for causing the mission to fail. This matter also involves the daimyo. Koharu reminded them, what punishment Tsukumo receives should be decided by the daimyo. We will put the matter of punishment aside for now. First, we will make up for the losses caused by the mission. Hiruzen raised his hand and stopped their argument. I can contribute a portion of the profits from the healing potions. Natsuki spoke. Everyone paused slightly. They had not expected him to say something like this. Natsuki, Konoha has not fallen to the point where it needs to use your money. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Tsunade is right. Hiruzen smiled and said, your willingness is already enough. Yes. Natsuki was not surprised. He had already guessed this outcome. That was why he had put on a small display of his excellent will of fire. Even if they really made him pay, it would not matter. Although the red healing potions and blue healing potions earned a lot of money, to Natsuki, it was already small change. He now held the land of snow, the land of demons, the land of grass, and the land of rain. Adding Dawn Company on top of that, he had more money than he could spend. One failed mission is not much. Hiruzen said with emotion, with outstanding young people like Natsuki, the village's future will not be poor. Danzo instinctively clenched his fist. There was no longer any need to say how much Hiruzen valued Natsuki. If this continued, Natsuki would definitely become the Hokage after the next. Danzo once again thought back to the past. If he had been one step faster than Hiruzen, he would have become Hokage long ago. One wrong step led to every step being wrong. Because of that, he even held some resentment toward Tobirama, who chose a Hokage by using a rearguard mission as the test. After this year passes, I will be 50. I truly have grown much older. Hiruzen continued. Danzo and the others were suddenly shaken, realizing something. You can retire, but do not look for me to become Hokage. Tsunade spoke without any hesitation. Natsuki glanced at Orochimaru, whose expression was calm. In the original story, Orochimaru had left Konoha after losing the competition to Minato. Natsuki felt that Orochimaru was the type who was not interested in being Hokage, but could not accept being passed over. If he lost to Tsunade or Jiraiya, he would not feel anything. but losing to a junior like Minato would make him unhappy. Hiruzen, 50 is still the prime of life. It is not time for retirement yet. Danzo quickly said. Let us not discuss that for now. Hiruzen returned to the main topic and began discussing how to make up for the losses caused by Tsukumo's failed mission. After half an hour of discussion, the matter was basically settled. Fortunately, Natsuki's healing potions had earned Konoha a great deal of money. Although the losses were large, they were still bearable. How should Tsukumo be handled? Danzo asked impatiently. Tsukumo's punishment must be discussed with the daimyo. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, tomorrow, I will have Minato take me to the land of Fire Metropolis. I will go with you. Tsunade immediately said, I still have some influence with the daimyo. Tomorrow at 9, you and Minato come to my office. Hiruzen nodded and said. The high-level meeting ended there. Natsuki realized that his previous concerns had been somewhat unnecessary. The current Konoha truly did not need to suppress Tsukumo anymore. Even Danzo was not paying attention to him. Because Danzo now cared more about another matter. That was the signal Hiruzen had just revealed. Barring any accidents, the competition for the next Hokage was about to begin. Once a new Hokage took office, Konoha's power structure would change. Especially since Danzo's relationship with the next Hokage would most likely be poor. After all, everyone knew that the person most likely to become the next Hokage was Orochimaru. Even if it was not him, it would be Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Tsukumo. None of them had a good relationship with Danzo. That gave him a massive headache. After all, Root had done too many things that violated Konoha's rules. If the new Hokage decided to investigate, he would inevitably be punished. Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound. Natsuki-senpai. Kakashi quickly walked forward and asked, what will happen to my father? You already know. Natsuki was somewhat surprised. Kakashi explained, he came back this morning. I heard him arguing with his teammates. How is your father now? Natsuki asked in return. His teammate blamed him for saving him, but is saving someone wrong? Kakashi asked in confusion. Saving someone is not wrong. Natsuki shook his head and said, do not worry. Nothing serious will happen to your father. Hokage-sama is already handling this matter. Hearing this, Kakashi immediately let out a breath of relief. Take me to see your father. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. He felt he should speak with Tsukumo in advance, in case Tsukumo fell too deeply into despair. The two immediately left. Natsuki, why are you here? When Tsukumo saw him, he froze for a moment, then asked, has Hokage-sama decided how to deal with me? It is not punishment. Natsuki briefly explained what Hiruzen and the others had discussed earlier. So that is how it is. Tsukumo stated his position and said, no matter what punishment the daimyo gives me, I will accept it. Although he did not regret saving his teammates, he had indeed caused enormous losses. He would not avoid responsibility for his actions. Kakashi wanted to say something, but Tsukumo stopped him with a look. Tsunade-sensei and Hokage-sama will both meet with the daimyo. The punishment will not be too severe. Natsuki still had great confidence in Tsunade. Natsuki. Tsukumo hesitated for a moment and asked, do you think abandoning the mission to save my teammates was the correct choice? In my view, that question itself is unnecessary. Natsuki shook his head and said. Why? Tsukumo did not understand. The mainstream belief among shinobi today was that missions came first. Someone like him, who put saving people first, was instead considered an outlier. Then let me ask you this. If saving your teammates caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses, or even caused many people to die, would you still save them? Natsuki raised a classic question. Tsukumo immediately froze. He opened his mouth, but did not know how to answer. Reason told him he should not save them, but not saving them went against the belief he had always upheld. That is why I said the earlier question is unnecessary. Natsuki spoke calmly, trust your own choice and do not regret it. Tsukumo fell silent. But he understood Natsuki's meaning. Natsuki was telling him to continue upholding his beliefs. However, he also needed to make some changes. Saving his teammates was a belief, and saving Konoha was also a belief. No wonder you were able to reach your current position in such a short time. Tsukumo sighed. Hearing this, Natsuki knew he would no longer walk the same path as in the original story and take his own life. He chatted for a while longer, then said goodbye and left. Natsuki returned to the Umbu. To be safe, he immediately sent people to monitor route, as well as the teammate Tsukumo had saved. 3 days later, Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Minato returned to Konoha. Natsuki was then called to the Hokage's office for another meeting. With him were Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and Orochimaru. Because Jiraiya was still away from the village, he was absent once again. The daimyo has decided not to pursue this matter any further. Hiruzen smiled as he spoke. Koharu and the others showed surprised expressions. None of them had expected the daimyo of the Land of Fire to choose not to pursue the matter. Natsuki. Hiruzen called out again. Hokage-sama. Natsuki stepped forward and said. Have the Umbu issue a notice to all jonin. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, starting today, nominations for the 4th Hokage will begin. All jonin are qualified to nominate a candidate, but each person may only nominate once. What? Danzo's eyes suddenly widened. Although he had long expected this day to come, it had still arrived too quickly. Koharu and Hamura also felt surprised. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki paused slightly, then immediately answered. He suddenly thought of a possibility. In the original story, Hiruzen had stepped down and passed the position to Minato for 2 reasons. First, he had taken responsibility for the shinobi who died in the Third Shinobi World War. Second, he had been under pressure from the daimyo of the Land of Fire and Konoha's higher-ups. Now that he was stepping down, combined with the daimyo choosing not to pursue Tsukumo's matter, could the reason be similar? After the high-level meeting ended, Natsuki found Tsunade. After asking her, he confirmed his guess. It was indeed Hiruzen who had used his retirement as a substitute, making the daimyo of the Land of Fire waive Tsukumo's punishment. After hearing this, Natsuki felt somewhat dazed. On one hand, the butterfly effect he had caused was growing larger and larger. On the other hand, for Konoha, this was a good thing. Tsukumo had not died and Hiruzen was stepping down early, so he would not make one poor decision after another like he had in the original story. To be continued. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Orochimaru nominated for Hokage. 2,962 words. Natsuki. Tsunade suddenly thought of something and said, when the Umbu notify the jonin, remember to add 1 line. Do not nominate me. Tsunade-sensei, you really are carefree. You can even give up the position of Hokage when it is within reach. Natsuki paused, then reacted. Although the next Hokage was already destined to be Orochimaru, if Tsunade entered the competition, her chances of becoming Hokage would be the highest. In terms of achievements, they were about the same. In terms of strength, although Orochimaru's combat ability was stronger, Tsunade's strength was. Who told her to have such a close connection to the 3rd Hokage? To me, that is not power above countless people. It is a mountain of trouble. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth as she said, after Orochimaru becomes Hokage, he will have even less control over me. Natsuki was immediately speechless. Hiruzen was Tsunade's teacher. Most of the time, his words still carried weight. But Orochimaru had no restraining power over Tsunade at all unless it involved a major matter related to Konoha's survival. All right, go take care of your work. As for me, since I am in a good mood, I will go play a few rounds at the casino. Tsunade waved her hand and started walking away. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Do you have money? I can give you some. Why are you so generous today? Tsunade stopped and turned to look at him. I have always been generous. Natsuki smiled and said, if you do not want it, then I. Tsunade immediately interrupted him. How could I refuse money that is handed to me? Natsuki casually handed her a deposit slip worth 1 million ryo. Thanks. Tsunade smiled brightly and said, I will pay you back after I win. Natsuki wanted to say something but stopped. Can you really win? What is with that look? Tsunade glared at him and asked. Nothing. Natsuki coughed lightly and said, Tsunade-sensei, I wish you more and more wins. I will let you off today for the sake of the money. Tsunade raised her hand, intending to pat his shoulder. But because of their height difference, she could only pat his back instead. She could not help thinking that he truly had grown up. He was no longer the child he had been before. Tsunade turned and left. Natsuki walked toward the Umbu base. In less than half a day, all Jonin received the Umbu's notice, asking them to submit nominations for the fourth Hokage. For a time, the peaceful Konoha began to stir beneath the surface. Because everyone knew Konoha was about to undergo a major change. At the Senju clan compound. The other Jonin were notified by the Umbu, but Nawaki and the others naturally had to be informed by Natsuki personally. Fourth Hokage nomination. Nawaki froze for a moment, then said excitedly, this day has finally come. You are a Jonin, so you have the right to nominate someone. Kushina asked curiously, who do you plan to nominate? Does that even need to be said? Sensei, of course. Nawaki answered without hesitation. You are not nominating your sister. Kushina paused slightly and asked. If I nominated my sister, she would beat me up when I got back. Nawaki complained, she has absolutely no interest in the position of Hokage. You really are her younger brother. Natsuki laughed and said, Tsunade-sensei already told me she is directly giving up the competition for fourth Hokage. It seems the fourth Hokage will be Orochimaru-sama. Minato spoke. He had not gone to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Mode today. Instead, he had come here to teach Kakashi the Konoha 6 powers. Originally, Nawaki had been arranged to teach Kakashi the Konoha 6 powers and swordsmanship, but Minato felt bad about it and took the initiative to share the burden. Nawaki had also agreed. After all, he still had to teach Kakashi water breathing, which meant teaching both water release and swordsmanship. He truly could not handle everything by himself. You are not supporting your teacher? Kushina asked again. My teacher is the same as Tsunade-sama. He has no interest in the position of Hokage. Minato joked if I nominated him, I might get beaten up too. Why are Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama both unwilling to become Hokage? Kakashi could not help asking. From what he knew, most shinobi dreamed of becoming Hokage. Especially his classmates from the same year, such as Obito Uchiha, who always talked about becoming Hokage. Everyone has their own ambitions. Minato answered, and not everyone is suited to become Hokage. Kakashi, do you want to become Hokage? Nawaki smiled and asked. I do not know. Kakashi paused, then said, I want to become a shinobi like my father. That is a good dream too. Nawaki patted his shoulder and said. At that moment, Natsuki noticed an Umbu shinobi appear not far away. It was Zo. He greeted Nawaki and the others, then walked forward. Tsukumo-sama said he is giving up the competition for fourth Hokage. When Zo saw him approach, he took the initiative to speak. Natsuki nodded. He was not surprised. Tsukumo had never been interested in the position of Hokage to begin with. On top of that, he had just failed a mission. Even if he were interested, he would not join the competition. Natsuki's heart moved, and he thought of a possibility. Could Hiruzen have chosen this moment to begin the Hokage transition, because he had considered that? But regardless of what Hiruzen was thinking, his willingness to step down was undoubtedly a good thing for Natsuki. After all, his status would be upgraded to the student of the Hokage. That was what truly counted as part of Konoha's upper ranks. In his view, the Umbu commander could only be considered half a high-ranking position, or perhaps a mid-level one. Its status was similar to the heads of Konoha's other departments, such as the Konoha Police Force or Konoha Hospital. After Zou left, Natsuki thought for a moment, then opened a spatial door and arrived at the Land of Rain metropolis. Natsuki-sensei. When Konan saw him, her eyes lit up and she quickly walked forward. Where are Yahiko and Nagato? Natsuki patted her head and asked. They went to help CP9. Konan answered. When the time comes, tell them that next year, we will officially move against Amigakure. Natsuki smiled and said. Konan nodded. Her expression was calm, completely unlike Yahiko. If it were him, he would definitely be flushed with excitement. But this was for the best. Akatsuki needed a calm person in charge. Come with me. Natsuki turned and walked outside. The two of them soon arrived at Dawn Company. Kakuzu, how has the rainwater business been recently? Natsuki asked. Very smooth. Kakuzu answered. In that case, find some time to handle something for me. Dawn Company will temporarily be managed by Konan. Natsuki said directly. Konan paused slightly, not expecting this. But what followed was fighting spirit. She could not disappoint Natsuki. What is it? Kakuzu thought for a moment and asked. The rainwater business truly no longer required his concern. Take 30 elite shinobi to the Land of Water, and find a suitable base to settle in. Natsuki paused, then added, try to stay as far from Kirigakure as possible. Are you planning to develop some new business? Kakuzu could not help asking. It is indeed a new business. Natsuki chuckled and said, but more than that, it is training troops. His goal was naturally to establish the Kuja pirates, and unlock the love fruit. As for how to make their name known, he had already thought of a method. Robbing the rich and helping the poor. After the new base is built, you can return. Natsuki added. As for the Kuja pirates, he planned to have the 3 great snake priestesses manage them. After all, the name included the word snake, and the original Kuja pirates were also led by Hancock and her sisters. I will handle it now. Kakuzu nodded and said, at most, I can finish this within a month. There is no rush. Natsuki looked at Konan and said, first, hand your work over to Konan. Hearing this, Kakuzu explained the current state of the rainwater business to Konan, along with what she needed to do. After speaking for half an hour, he turned and left. How is it? Do you have confidence? Natsuki pinched Konan's cheek and asked. Konan nodded heavily. If there is any problem, you can ask Chino and the others for help. Natsuki withdrew his hand and said, I will leave first and come back after some time. After Konan watched him leave, she immediately threw herself into work. A new week began. Monday, July 6th. Natsuki-sama. Zou, who had been waiting for a long time, handed him a scroll and said, these are all the Jonin nominations for the next Hokage. Natsuki immediately opened the scroll. The Umbu had already compiled the results. The shinobi with the most nominations was listed first, and it was none other than Orochimaru. The second was Jiraiya. Tsunade and Tsukumo had both clearly given up, so their names were not listed. Because Jiraiya was outside the village and had not explicitly withdrawn, many Jonin still nominated him. What surprised Natsuki was that he ranked third. Although his number of votes was far behind Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Aside from that, he also saw Hayashi, Fugaku, Danzo, and others. But their votes were even fewer and could almost be ignored. Natsuki closed the scroll and went to the Hokage's office. Then Orochimaru and Jiraiya will be chosen as the Hokage candidates. After Hiruzen finished reading the scroll, he spoke. Natsuki was not surprised. Aside from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the others' votes were far too low and did not meet the standard. But having only one Hokage candidate would not be good either. The intention would be too obvious. 2 Hokage candidates were more suitable. This week, we will begin the villagers' vote. Hiruzen put down the scroll and said, the Umbu will organize it. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki immediately answered. There are many villagers. If we want to complete the vote in a short time, the Umbu may not have enough manpower. Hiruzen picked up a pen and wrote an order, then said, go to the Konoha police force and have them assist. The Konoha police force's duty was to maintain public order in Konoha. Having them assist the Umbu with the villagers' vote was the most appropriate choice. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki bowed slightly, took the order, and turned to leave. He returned to the Umbu base and had Zo handle the matter. After that, he went to the Konoha police force. Fugaku-senpai. Natsuki handed the Hokage's order to him. I understand. I will specially assign people to form a temporary team responsible for this matter, and they will follow the Umbu's command. After reading the Hokage's order, Fugaku spoke very readily. Although the Uchiha clan currently had some conflict with the Hokage's faction, it was not serious. The main conflict was with Danzo and Root. Their true conflict with the Hokage's faction would begin after the Ninetales attack. During the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha clan had been blocked by Danzo, and did not go out to assist. On top of that, the Ninetales' eyes had shown the Sharingan, making the Uchiha clan the biggest suspects. In the end, under pressure from Danzo and the others, the Uchiha clan compound was moved to the edge of Konoha and placed under surveillance. Natsuki, which Uchiha Jonin do you want to be in charge of this team? Fugaku thought for a moment and asked. As the clan head, he was naturally not foolish. He knew that the shinobi most likely to become Hokage was Orochimaru. Since that was the case, he should avoid offending Orochimaru's student as much as possible. Mikoto-senpai. Natsuki answered. Fugaku remembered something from a long time ago. It was the battle between Natsuki and Mikoto at the Ninja Academy. Back then, the two of them had still been evenly matched. After Mikoto lost at first, the Uchiha clan had been quite dissatisfied with her. Thinking about it now, they truly should not have been. After all, Natsuki's performance after graduation had been unimaginable. By now, his status had already caught up to Fugaku's. Once Orochimaru became Hokage, his status would rise even higher. Natsuki, are you and Mikoto on good terms? Thinking of this, Fugaku asked. We have indeed interacted before. We worked together on missions in the Land of Rain battlefield, so we are fairly familiar. Natsuki answered truthfully. So that is how it is. Fugaku nodded, then said, Mikoto is close to you in age. The two of you can interact more. Natsuki immediately felt that this was subtle. What do you mean by that? He thought about it carefully and roughly understood. At this time, Fugaku and Mikoto had no relationship, and were not dating. On top of that, Orochimaru was about to become Hokage, so Fugaku wanted to build a connection with Natsuki. But because he was an Uchiha, he did not say it too directly. When was Uchiha Itachi born? Natsuki calculated it. Itachi had been brought to the Third Shinobi World War when he was 4 years old. He should have been born before Might Guy and the others participated in the Chunin exams. In other words, there were still 3 or 4 years. Calculated that way, it was normal that Fugaku and Mikoto were not dating yet. Wait a moment. Fugaku walked to the door and said to the shinobi outside, call Mikoto here. Yes, clan head. The shinobi left at once. A moment later, Mikoto appeared. When she saw Natsuki, she could not help pausing, not understanding why he was here. Fugaku explained the matter. Yes, clan head. Mikoto immediately said, I will cooperate with the Umbu. Take Natsuki to your office and settle the details of this matter. Fugaku nodded and said, Natsuki, follow me. Mikoto looked at Natsuki and said. Natsuki followed her to her office. Please have some tea. Mikoto bent down and handed the tea to Natsuki with both hands. Because of this, her black hair fell forward, sliding past her slender waist. Natsuki felt that she had the most gentle and nurturing presence among female shinobi. Aside from her, there was Nono. I did not expect us to have another chance to work together. Mikoto said softly. I did not expect it either. Natsuki smiled and said, this is probably fate. Mikoto paused slightly, then said, but in the future, there probably will not be many opportunities like this. That is not certain. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and said. He understood Fugaku's personality very well. In the original story, Fugaku was someone who swayed with the situation. He placed hope in the Hokage's faction, but also failed to control the hardliners within the Uchiha clan, ultimately leading to open conflict. If Natsuki proposed having Mikoto work at the Hokage building, Fugaku would most likely agree. Just as Fugaku had sent Itachi to the Umbu. His original intention had been both to use Itachi as a spy and to show goodwill to the Hokage's faction. This could be seen from Uchiha Sasuke's name. In the shinobi world, there was a custom. If you respected someone, you could give your child that person's name. Sasuke's name came from Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke. In other words, Fugaku had used the name Sasuke to show goodwill toward the Hokage's faction. From this point of view, he truly lacked firm resolve and tended to waver. What? Mikoto did not understand for a moment. I mean, you could go work at the Hokage building. Natsuki answered truthfully. Mikoto froze, then instinctively said, that was not what I meant. I know. Natsuki smiled and said, but if you are willing, you can go. It depends on your own thoughts. That depends on the clan head's arrangement. Mikoto shook her head and said. No wonder the Hokage throughout the generations did not particularly like large clans. After all, shinobi from clans prioritized their clan rather than the village. Thinking of it that way, Hashirama dissolving the Senju clan back then truly showed great courage and wisdom. Then you can ask Fugaku-senpai. Natsuki believed Fugaku would most likely agree. After all, he and Mikoto were not dating yet. Having an Uchiha shinobi enter the Hokage building would definitely be a good thing for the Uchiha clan. The previous Uchiha shinobi who had entered the Hokage building was Uchiha Kagami. Kagami was a student of the second Hokage, Tobirama, and his relationship with Danzo had even been quite good. His presence had eased the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction. After the battle against Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he had no further role. However, the official book of formation showed that he died at the age of 25. This meant that after the battle against Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he had died young. Let us discuss the villagers' vote now. Natsuki returned to the main topic and said. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Kushina's Kiss. 2,806 words. The sun set in the west. After finishing her discussion with Natsuki, Mikoto returned to the Konoha police force. How did the discussion go? When Fugaku saw her, he spoke. The matter has been settled. Mikoto immediately answered, the villagers' vote will begin tomorrow. You must pay close attention this week. Do not let anything go wrong. Fugaku reminded her. Yes, clan head. Mikoto nodded, then showed a hesitant expression. What is it? Fugaku asked casually. Natsuki mentioned something to me today. Mikoto thought for a moment, then finally spoke. What was it? Fugaku was somewhat puzzled and continued asking. Natsuki said that if I wanted to work at the Hokage building, he could help. Mikoto answered truthfully. Work at the Hokage building. A sharp light flashed in Fugaku's eyes, and he quickly asked, did he say what kind of work? No. Mikoto shook her head. Mikoto, you are one of the best among our younger generation. If it is ordinary work, it would damage the dignity of the Uchiha. Fugaku thought for a moment and said, but if it is important work, you can agree to it. I understand, clan head. Mikoto paused, then said. You can talk to Natsuki about it. Fugaku hinted, have him arrange an important position for you. Yes, clan head. Mikoto wanted to say something but ultimately agreed. With her personality, she naturally did not want to do such a thing. After all, it felt somewhat like using their relationship to pressure Natsuki. Especially since their relationship was only that of friends. But she understood Fugaku. Since he had already said this much, he would not give her the chance to refuse. The Hokage building is the center of power in Konoha. Fugaku spoke earnestly, it has been a very long time since a shinobi from the Uchiha clan entered it. I hope you can bring back good news. So that was what this was about. Mikoto finally understood. He wanted her to act as a spy. Mikoto sighed inwardly and felt resistance. She did not want to be a spy. She did not even really want to be a shinobi. But being born into the Uchiha clan meant there were too many things she could not control. Time passed to the next day. The villagers' vote officially began. The result of Natsuki and Mikoto's discussion was to set up 20 polling stations throughout the village. Using these 20 polling stations as centers, the village was divided into 20 districts. The villagers in each district would vote at the polling station assigned to that area. The Umbu and the Konoha police force were also divided into 20 teams, each responsible for one polling station. 3 more days passed, and it was July 10th. Today was Kushina's birthday. Early in the morning, Natsuki arrived in front of her room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. Kushina appeared in her pajamas. She was still half asleep, and even her red bangs were slightly messy. After seeing Natsuki, she dazedly stepped forward and hugged him. Natsuki felt her lean into his arms. Time to wake up, Kushina. Natsuki held her gently and said. I want to sleep a little longer. As Kushina spoke, she closed her eyes and leaned against him. Did you forget what day it is today? Natsuki lightly patted her side twice. Kushina woke up. She took half a step back, her face faintly red. Natsuki could not help smiling. He stepped forward, leaned close to her ear, and asked, what plans do you have for your birthday today? After saying that, he lightly blew beside her ear. Kushina's body trembled, and she took another half step back. But with her personality, she naturally was not as gentle as Nono. In just a moment, she suppressed her embarrassment. Shouldn't you be the one arranging it? Kushina snorted softly and said fiercely, if I do not have a happy day today, I will definitely get you back for it. Tonight, everyone will eat together. Natsuki explained his arrangement. During the day, I will take you out to have fun. Where are we going? Kushina quickly asked. A secret. Natsuki smiled mysteriously and said, change your clothes first. I will take you there afterward. After saying that, he left the room. A moment later, Kushina appeared again. She had changed into a red outfit. It was not a traditional kimono but closer to a qipao. There was also a slit near the thigh. How is it? Kushina spun around. The red hem swayed with the wind. Very beautiful. Natsuki praised her. As long as you like it. Kushina walked forward, hugged his arm, and said, let's go to that secret place you mentioned. Wait a moment. Natsuki took out a white ribbon and said, I will cover your eyes. Do you need to go that far? Kushina became even more curious. If the surprise is revealed early, it will not be a surprise. Natsuki covered her eyes. With the white ribbon added, Kushina gained a slightly mysterious air. Natsuki then opened a spatial door. He held Kushina's hand and led her through it. All right, you can remove the ribbon now. Natsuki reminded her. Kushina immediately removed the ribbon. She found herself standing inside a room. Kushina composed herself, and surprise suddenly appeared on her face. This was her room. More accurately, it was her room in the Uzumaki clan. She had returned to the land of whirlpools. Kushina cheered and threw herself onto her bed. She lifted her legs and happily swung them. Did you clean this place? After her excitement passed, Kushina sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him. Natsuki nodded and said, I cleaned it yesterday. Thank you. Kushina tilted her head slightly and said, this place holds a lot of my childhood memories. I never thought I would be able to come back again. If you want to come back in the future, you can come back every day. Natsuki said seriously. Hearing this, warmth rose in Kushina's heart. A long time ago, Natsuki had said something similar to her, and he had worked hard to create space-time ninjutsu. Kushina pursed her lips, stood up, and walked over to him. She stood on tiptoe and suddenly kissed him on the cheek. My thank you gift. Kushina's face turned slightly red as she said, next, I will take you around the land of whirlpools. Then I will trouble you, Kushina. Natsuki smiled and extended his hand. Kushina took his hand and walked outside. She deliberately avoided the other Uzumaki clan shinobi and brought him to a street. This was my favorite street when I was little. Kushina said cheerfully. Because there are many snacks here. Natsuki glanced around and asked. Kushina said somewhat embarrassedly, when I was little, I was interested in food. Then let's buy some. Natsuki looked at her and said, after that, I will take you to a mysterious place to eat. Another mysterious place. I do not believe you. Kushina said proudly, there is no place in the land of whirlpools that I do not know. This place you truly do not know. Natsuki said casually. It is not in the land of whirlpools. Kushina paused and asked. It is in the land of whirlpools. Natsuki answered. If it is in the land of whirlpools, then I definitely know it. Kushina said with great confidence. Shall we make a bet? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and said, whoever loses has to feed the winner later. Fine. Kushina agreed without hesitation. Let's go buy some food. Natsuki nodded and said. The two then began walking through the street and bought many snacks. All right, it is time to go to that mysterious place of yours. An hour later, once Kushina had almost finished walking around, she spoke. Follow me. Natsuki brought her to a secluded corner. A puzzled expression appeared on Kushina's face. At that moment, Natsuki took out Minazuki. He used Shirkai, and Minazuki immediately transformed into a giant manta. What is going on? After witnessing this scene, Kushina immediately asked in surprise, why can a sword turn into a fish? Natsuki jumped onto the giant manta's back and extended his hand. Kushina took his hand and also stepped onto the giant manta's back. She curiously stepped on it a few times and found that it was extremely stable. The next second, she cried out in surprise. Because the giant manta flew up. Kushina could not help walking to the edge and looking down at the land of whirlpools. The land of whirlpools rapidly moved farther away and became smaller in her eyes. Although she had learned Jeppo, riding the giant manta was a completely different experience. The giant manta flew high into the sky, then stopped rising and began slowly circling the land of whirlpools. Does this mean I won the bet? Natsuki took out a picnic cloth and spread it over the giant manta's back. I admit defeat. Kushina was still somewhat excited. Natsuki took out all the snacks they had bought. I will feed you. Kushina sat across from him, picked up a takoyaki with a skewer, and brought it to his mouth. Natsuki bit the takoyaki and ate it. This is my first time eating takoyaki high in the sky. It really is a special day. Kushina picked up another takoyaki for herself. Natsuki looked at her and could not help smiling. Under the sunlight, her long red hair shone like ruby. Let's try another snack. Kushina put down the skewer and picked up a stick of three-colored dango. Maybe I should feed you instead. Natsuki looked at the three-colored dango brought to his mouth and suddenly thought of something. What do you mean? Kushina curled her lips and said, I am not the one who lost. Natsuki bit off one piece of dango. Then he straightened up and moved closer to Kushina. Before Kushina could finish speaking, she felt the dango being placed into her mouth. Her eyes widened as she looked at Natsuki, who was right in front of her. It tastes good. Natsuki sat back down, touched the corner of his mouth and said. Kushina instinctively chewed twice. When she came back to herself, her face was truly red. She had not expected to lose her first kiss like this. What is wrong? Natsuki blinked and asked. You jerk. After Kushina finished eating the takoyaki, she suddenly got up and lunged toward Natsuki. Natsuki had not expected her to do this. He was immediately pushed down onto the picnic cloth. Kushina looked at him, then raised both hands and tied up her red hair. Just as Natsuki was about to speak, Kushina leaned down. His words were stopped. Natsuki froze for a moment, then hugged Kushina. The two kissed. After a long while, Kushina let go of him and stood up again. Although her actions had been bold, the blush on her face had already spread to her ears. Seeing her shy appearance, Natsuki could not help laughing. What are you laughing at? Kushina glared at him and said, Keep eating. Then are you still feeding me? Natsuki sat up and asked with a smile. I will feed you. Feeling as if she had been challenged, Kushina immediately bit down on a takoyaki and kissed him again. In this way, the two finished eating the snacks while feeding each other. Kushina stood up and walked to the edge of the giant manta. As the wind blew past her, she finally felt her heated body gradually calm down. Natsuki secretly thought that he had brought this on himself. If he had no reaction after eating like that, it would be too fake. But Kushina was different. He was more willing to take things step by step. Natsuki suddenly thought of Pakura and the three great snake priestesses. When dealing with them, there was no need to pay so much attention to their wishes. Natsuki shook his head and realized that he was becoming increasingly unrestrained. No wonder in many works from his previous life, people who gained power often developed the attitude of doing whatever they pleased. Once someone gained power, the restrictions on them became fewer and fewer. But that was normal. It was human nature. The snacks are finished. Where do you want to go? Natsuki stood up and said, We will fly there. Let's go to the seaside. Kushina had already returned to normal and said with a smile, I have not been to the seaside of the land of whirlpools in a long time. Then we set off. Natsuki waved his hand and said. The sun set in the west. The two returned to Konoha. Nono. As soon as Natsuki walked out of the spatial door, he saw Nono. Kushina instinctively moved her gaze away, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, she knew Nono's feelings for Natsuki. And she was the one who had come later. I just got off work. Nono's expression was calm as she said, I also bought quite a lot of ingredients. That is good. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, I will cook. Kushina, go call your friends over. Kushina left the room in just a few steps. Nono did not look at her, only staring at Natsuki. Being stared at by her, Natsuki also felt somewhat guilty for a moment. After a moment, Nono walked up to him. She stood on tiptoe and hugged him. A faint fragrance drifted over. Natsuki felt her soft warmth, then Nono kissed him. Only when she was out of breath did Nono finally let go in satisfaction and turn away. From beginning to end, she did not say a single word. Natsuki came back to himself and walked toward the kitchen. "Tsunade, long time no see. Did you miss me?" A teasing voice suddenly appeared. But in less than a second it turned into a scream. Nawaki, Kushina, and the others watched helplessly as Jiraiya was sent flying into the air by Tsunade's punch. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched as he began considering a question. Should he go save Jiraiya? Fortunately, someone else saved him. Orochimaru suddenly appeared, grabbed him by the shoulder, and the two landed on the ground. "Thank you, Orochimaru," Jiraiya said with lingering fear. "If you spoke less, you would naturally get beaten less," Orochimaru said calmly. "Sensei, when did you come back?" Minato walked forward and asked curiously. "I just came back." Jiraiya patted his clothes and said, "If I did not come back soon, I might have become Hokage without even knowing it." "You?" Tsunade said without mercy, "Relax. You cannot beat Orochimaru in the competition. That is not certain." Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately said stubbornly, "Whether it is strength or reputation, I am stronger than Orochimaru." Orochimaru shook his head and said nothing. "What do you mean by that?" Seeing this, Jiraiya said angrily, "If you are not convinced, let's fight right now." "Sensei." Minato quickly advised him, "Today is Kushina's birthday. It is not suitable to fight." "Then forget it. We will not fight today." Jiraiya took the opportunity to back down. "Everyone, come inside and sit." Nawaki stepped forward and said. The group entered the living room. "Orochimaru, when will you become Hokage?" After sitting down, Jiraiya asked. "The procedures are not finished yet. It may not necessarily be me," Orochimaru said casually. "It will definitely be you, because even if they choose me, I will give it to you." Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "A troublesome position like Hokage should be left to you." "Then why did you come back?" Orochimaru glanced at him and asked. "Of course, to celebrate the birth of a new Hokage." Jiraiya laughed carelessly and said, "And to come back and see all of you. Then you had better behave yourself." Tsunade clenched her fist and said, "You are still leaving?" Orochimaru frowned slightly and said, "Why not stay?" Jiraiya raised his hand and said, "Do not nag me like sensei." Hearing this, Orochimaru said nothing more. "There are so many outstanding young people now. After you become Hokage, it will not matter much if I am gone." Jiraiya smiled and said, "You can use these 3 students of mine however you like." Minato, Uzumaki Kei, and Inuzuka Suzume suddenly felt helpless. Having such an irresponsible sensei really was troublesome. Everyone chatted while waiting. Soon, Natsuki brought out plate after plate of food. A rich birthday dinner began. After dinner, Natsuki brought out the birthday cake. Everyone sang the birthday song together, bringing the lively day to an end. And for Kushina, this day would be remembered for the rest of her life. To be continued. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Danzo, I am the Hokage. 2,901 words. Time passed to Monday. 8 in the morning. After breakfast, Natsuki went to the Umbu base. He walked into his office and began handling the documents submitted by the Umbu. Natsuki picked up the first document. It was related to Shino. Natsuki had specifically instructed Zo to report any movement from Shino immediately. He opened the document and read it. Shino had clearly come prepared. After entering Konoha, he settled down near Mike Dewey. Using his identity as a physician, he treated Dewey and Mike Guy free of charge and helped relieve their physical fatigue. After going back and forth like this, the two sides gradually became familiar with each other. Under Shino's persuasive words, Dewey taught him the 8 gates. Yesterday, he made another move. At night, he infiltrated the Uzumaki clan compound to scout the terrain. Natsuki suspected that Shino would soon try to steal Konoha's classified secrets, namely the formula used to create the Zero Tails. Judging from the original story, those formulas undoubtedly came from Konoha, or more precisely, from the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Now that the Uzumaki clan had not been destroyed, Shino had set his sights on the Uzumaki clan compound in Konoha. Natsuki became thoughtful. Recently, there was indeed an excellent opportunity, the Hokage succession ceremony. During the Hokage succession ceremony, both shinobi and villagers would attend and gather at the square in front of the Hokage building. Even the Uzumaki clan shinobi were no exception. After all, such a grand event was rarely seen even once in several decades. And after living in Konoha for so long, they could be considered half Konoha shinobi as well. Natsuki put down the document in his hand. Naturally, he would not stop Shino. On the contrary, he would even help him. By the time Natsuki finished reading the documents, it was already 9 o'clock. He got up and walked toward the Hokage building. The villagers' vote had already ended. Next came the Jonin vote. Today was the day the Jonin meeting would be held. Natsuki, over here. As soon as Natsuki entered the meeting room, he heard Nawaki's voice. He looked up and saw Nawaki, Nono, Minato, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others. After Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiruzen specially permitted him to become a Jonin. Aside from them, Natsuki also saw Tsukumo. But he was not sitting together with Tsunade and the others. Natsuki walked over. They had not chatted for long before the meeting room was already full. Soon, Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura walked in. Danzo's displeasure was visible to the naked eye. His face was stiff, and his entire body emitted a cold aura. Hiruzen looked much more relaxed, with a smile on his face. After the four of them sat down, the Jonin meeting officially began. Natsuki. Hiruzen spoke. First, report the results of the villagers' vote. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki stood up and said, in the villagers' vote, the one with the most votes was Orochimaru. What a pity. Jiraiya whispered, I was planning to give the Hokage position to you and make it into a fine story. Orochimaru smiled helplessly. Does anyone have any objections? Hiruzen looked at the crowd and said, if not, we will begin the Jonin vote. Everyone shook their heads. Danzo had objections, but they were useless, so he could only remain silent. Natsuki. Seeing this, Hiruzen instructed, distribute the blank ballots. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki walked up to Hiruzen. From his desk, he picked up a stack of blank ballots. He turned around and threw them out directly. Under the control of his chakra, one ballot accurately landed in front of each person. Quite a few people revealed shocked expressions. This level of chakra control was not something an ordinary Jonin could possess. Natsuki's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. Tsunade chuckled, picked up a pen, and wrote Orochimaru's name. After that, she placed the ballot face down on the table. The others did the same. Only the two Hokage candidates, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, did not vote. Natsuki clapped his hands. Two Umbu teams appeared. They collected the ballots in order. Natsuki took a large box, placed the ballots inside, and mixed up their order. Zo set up a large blackboard. One vote for Orochimaru. Natsuki took a ballot from the box and called out. Zo immediately marked a tally beneath Orochimaru's name. Time slowly passed. Although the count had not yet finished, Orochimaru's vote count was already far ahead. However, no one found this surprising. After Tsunade and Tsukumo withdrew, Orochimaru becoming Hokage was already all but certain. As for Jiraiya, in terms of strength and status, he was indeed no worse than Orochimaru. But in terms of achievements, he was somewhat lacking. Because during the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had been the overall commander. On top of that, Jiraiya spent his days outside the village, giving people the impression that he was not very reliable. A moment later, the vote count was complete. I announced that in the Jonin vote, Orochimaru is the winner. Hiruzen stood up and spoke. Everyone immediately applauded. Although only 2 procedures had been completed, the matter was essentially settled. The remaining step of receiving the daimyo's approval was just a formality. Because the daimyo did not care who became Hokage. Great. Nawaki could not help waving his fist. Orochimaru looked at him, and a smile appeared on his face. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. He felt that after becoming Hokage, some of the gloom around Orochimaru had lessened. After thinking about it, Natsuki understood the reason. Orochimaru knew very well what kind of Hokage everyone liked. Besides, being too gloomy all day was not suitable for carrying out work. However, Natsuki estimated that he would not change too much. Thinking of this, Natsuki felt that this kind of change was not bad. After all, Orochimaru had never fallen into darkness in the first place. Tomorrow, I will go with Orochimaru to the land of Fire Metropolis to meet the daimyo. Hiruzen continued, after the daimyo agrees, we will hold the Hokage succession ceremony. The date will be set for next Monday. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everyone answered in unison. Natsuki, have the Umbu announce the result. Hiruzen instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki immediately said. The meeting is adjourned. Hiruzen paused, then said, Orochimaru, come with me to the Hokage's office. Orochimaru stood, and walked toward the Hokage's office. You all go back first. I will go to the Umbu. After greeting Tsunade and the others, Natsuki went to the Umbu base. Soon, the news that Orochimaru had won both the villagers' vote and the Jonin vote spread throughout Konoha. Many people realized that Konoha was about to change. There were also many people who felt that an opportunity had arrived. Especially those shinobi who had once served under Orochimaru during the Second Shinobi World War. Although Orochimaru did not appear as outgoing as Jiraiya, he had a sharp eye for talent. How much ability someone had, and how much talent someone possessed, he knew it all clearly. In Natsuki's words, Orochimaru was a very practical shinobi. In the original story, whether it was the Sound Five, Kabuto, or Sasuke, all of them were able to display their value under him. It was just that after falling into darkness, he became too cold and treated everyone as tools. Of course, the current him definitely would not be that cold. Konoha passed a lively week. Yesterday, the daimyo of the Land of Fire arrived in Konoha. As for Natsuki, he had been busy with the Umbu for an entire week, and finally completed the preparations for the Hokage succession ceremony. A new Monday arrived. The square in front of the Hokage building was crowded with villagers and shinobi. What an amazing sight! Obito looked around and declared loudly, in the future, my Hokage succession ceremony must be even grander than this. Graduate first before you say that, dead last. Kakashi said without mercy. Damn it, Kakashi. Obito's face turned red with anger as he asked, who said the dead last cannot become Hokage? Just like in the original story, he had become the dead last. In truth, his ninjutsu talent was not bad, but his theoretical grades were poor. That is right. Guy raised his thumb, his teeth flashing as he said, Obito, I can feel your passionate youth. Kakashi. Asuma asked casually, how does it feel after becoming a shinobi? That's right. Kurenai asked curiously, do you have to do a lot of missions every day? No. Kakashi shook his head and said, I am still a genin, so I do not do many missions, and they are not difficult. Looking at it that way, graduating early is nothing special. Obito curled his lips and said. But my strength has improved very quickly. Kakashi glanced at him and said, I can already participate in the Chunin exams. What? Obito's expression immediately froze. The Chunin exams? Rin asked in surprise. So fast. Asuma was also somewhat surprised. Natsuki-senpai, Nawaki-senpai, and Minato-senpai taught me a lot. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, compared to when I graduated, I am at least 5 times stronger. How is that possible? Obito looked like he could not accept it. That is terrifying. Might Guy immediately clenched both fists and said, youth cannot lose. I must work even harder. Comparing yourself to others really can make you feel hopeless. Kurenai shook her head and said. They were actually all considered geniuses. But compared to Kakashi, they did not seem quite so gifted. While they were chatting, Danzo, Hamura, Fugaku, and the others were thinking about Konoha's future. After the Hokage succession ceremony ended, the newly appointed Hokage, Orochimaru, would announce new policies. The thing they cared about most was personnel changes. After all, it was impossible for a new Hokage to completely continue using the old Hokage's people. Just like after Hiruzen became Hokage, he had promoted Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and others. The most important part would be the Jonin meeting after the Hokage succession ceremony ended. The new Hokage's first Jonin meeting would reveal his thoughts. Time soon reached 9 o'clock. The door of the Hokage's office opened. Orochimaru walked out. He had already changed into the ceremonial robe that represented the Hokage. Sensei. Natsuki, who had been waiting at the door, stepped forward to greet him. He was the Umbu commander, so he had not gone to the square in front of the Hokage building with Nawaki and the others. Let's go. Orochimaru nodded and walked upstairs. At this moment, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and Hiruzen were already waiting. After seeing Orochimaru, Hiruzen took out the Hokage hat. Seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Fire walked 2 steps forward, stood before the railing, and looked down at the sea of people below. He raised his hand, stopping everyone's conversations. The noise disappeared, and everything instantly became quiet. I hereby declare Orochimaru the 4th Hokage of Konoha. The daimyo of the Land of Fire announced in a clear voice. Cheers immediately erupted. They spread outward like waves. In the crowd, Nawaki jumped up and down, waving excitedly. You are not a child anymore. You should be a little more composed. Seeing this, Tsunade smiled and said, acting like that, Orochimaru will not dare entrust you with important work. I am still very reliable most of the time. Nawaki chuckled, scratched his head, and said. Tsunade looked toward the rooftop. The Hokage succession ceremony had reached its most important moment. Orochimaru, Konoha's future is now in your hands. I hope you can do better than I did. Hiruzen handed the Hokage hat to Orochimaru and spoke. Thank you, sensei. Orochimaru took the Hokage hat, revealed a smile, and said, I will do my best. Hiruzen nodded and stepped aside. Next came the new Hokage's speech. Compared to Hiruzen, Orochimaru's speech was not as long-winded. But after all, this was his first speech after becoming Hokage, so he said a little more than usual, lasting half an hour. Could becoming Hokage automatically grant speech-giving skills? Jiraiya shook his head and said, hearing these words from Orochimaru's mouth is truly frightening. It is indeed somewhat unfamiliar. Tsunade could not help laughing. Orochimaru rarely spoke about the will of fire. But in this speech, he spoke about it at length and said quite a lot. At least he said less than sensei. Tsunade added. That is true. Hearing this, Jiraiya said happily, in the future, we will not have to listen to sensei's long speeches anymore. From that point of view, this is still a very good thing. Nawaki, Minato, and the others looked at one another, not knowing how to react. As Orochimaru's speech ended, the Hokage succession ceremony also reached its conclusion. The crowd began to slowly disperse. However, the Jonin all headed toward the meeting room in the Hokage building. Natsuki was also quite curious about what new changes Orochimaru would make after becoming Hokage. After arriving at the meeting room, he sat together with Nawaki and the others. Natsuki, do you have any inside information? Nawaki asked impatiently. What kind of inside information do you want? Natsuki asked in return. Something like whether sensei arranged any work for me. Nawaki said expectantly. I do not know. Natsuki shook his head and said, Sensei did not tell me. Even you do not know? Nawaki was somewhat surprised. I thought you might become a Hokage advisor or something. What are you thinking? Tsunade glared at him and said, You are all still young. Do not think about that now. Maybe in a few years. Do not worry. Orochimaru will definitely arrange something for you. Jiraiya patted his shoulder and said, Someone as energetic as you would be wasted without work. That does not sound like a compliment. Nawaki paused and said. Jiraiya could not help laughing loudly. Before long, the meeting room was filled with jonin. Natsuki glanced around and found that Hiruzen had not come. Was he handing over power this directly? But that made sense. Orochimaru was not Minato. With his methods, managing Konoha would not be a problem. The jonin meeting will now begin. After sitting down, Orochimaru immediately spoke. The meeting room instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at him. Danzo, in particular, was extremely tense. The first matter. Konoha will establish a research department responsible for all experiments. Orochimaru spoke slowly. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, but he was not surprised. Previously, when Orochimaru conducted experiments, he had paid for them personally, and had not received support from Konoha. Now that the research department was being established, it meant Konoha would provide both funding and personnel. What do you mean by all experiments? Danzo frowned and asked. Other departments, including Root, must also have their experiments carried out by the research department. Orochimaru answered. Orochimaru. Danzo suddenly stood up and said angrily, Do not go too far. Too far? Orochimaru said calmly, concentrating the entire village's resources can better improve the success rate of experiments. I disagree. Danzo said sharply, Root must retain the right to conduct experiments. Has Root been conducting experiments that cannot be seen in the light? Orochimaru asked in return. Danzo's breath caught. But he immediately spoke with righteous conviction. Every experiment carried out by Root is for Konoha. In that case, let Konoha help Root carry out those experiments. Orochimaru said calmly, We cannot let your efforts go unsupported. Danzo's face immediately twisted, and he trembled with anger. Seeing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya both secretly thought that Orochimaru had done well. All of this is being carried out according to Konoha's rules. Orochimaru asked again, Do you have any other questions? Although Danzo was extremely unhappy, he did not know what to say. Please organize the experiments Root wants to conduct and send them to my office tomorrow. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said. Hiruzen would never agree to this. Danzo suddenly grabbed onto what he thought was a lifeline and immediately spoke. Sensei already told me earlier that he supports all of my decisions. Orochimaru said without concern. I do not believe it. Danzo lost his composure and said. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Orochimaru grew impatient and immediately spoke in a deep voice. Danzo stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. In Konoha, the Hokage held the highest authority. This was something he had fully understood ever since Hiruzen became Hokage. Now, hearing those words from Orochimaru's mouth, fury immediately surged through him. Orochimaru, you will regret this. Danzo said through gritted teeth. Orochimaru did not care when he heard this. Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances, both feeling that things had become troublesome. Orochimaru as Hokage might be even harder to deal with than Hiruzen. Because Hiruzen cared about old ties. Back then, all of them had been Tobirama's students, and there was a bond between fellow disciples. But Orochimaru had no such relationship with them. Even if he did not act too harshly out of consideration for Hiruzen, some warnings and pressure would be unavoidable. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Hokage Guard, Hokage Secretary Natsuki. 3,102 words. Danzo could only rage helplessly before finally sitting back down. In truth, Orochimaru had already given him a chance. He had only told him to compile the experiments Root wanted to conduct and submit them to the Hokage's office. He had not ordered the Umbu to investigate the experiments Root was currently conducting. If they really investigated, they would definitely uncover quite a few problems. It was precisely because Danzo thought of this that he did not completely fall out with Orochimaru. After all, with Root's power, they could still continue conducting experiments in secret. The only difference was that compared to before, the risk would be much higher. The second matter, the Hokage Guard will be re-established. Orochimaru continued. Hearing the words Hokage Guard, many jonin in the meeting room immediately became alert, showing expressions of anticipation and excitement. The Hokage Guard, as the name suggested, were shinobi responsible for protecting the Hokage. It sounded like they were merely guards, but that was not actually the case. When Hiruzen served as the third Hokage, he had not established a Hokage Guard. But when Tobirama served as the second Hokage, he had established one. The members of his Hokage Guard had included Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, Uchiha Kagami, and others. Those members who had survived until now had either become Hokage or high-ranking officials of Konoha. In the original story, the fourth Hokage, Minato, had also established a Hokage Guard. For example, Shiranui Ginma and Namishi Rado. But because Minato died young, and because they lacked sufficient strength, they were never heavily used. Without a doubt, Orochimaru establishing the Hokage Guard now meant he was building his own faction. The members are temporarily set as Natsuki, Nawaki, Nono, Minato, Uzumaki-kei, and Inuzuka Suzume. Orochimaru listed the names in one breath. Danzo, Koharu, and the others were not surprised. After all, most of the Hokage Guard chosen by the second Hokage, Tobirama, had also been made up of his own students. Orochimaru had only 3 students. But he had a close relationship with Jiraiya and Tsunade, so he added Jiraiya's 3 students as well. Tsunade's student was Nono, who was also included. Nawaki immediately waved his fist in excitement. If he had not been in the meeting room, he would definitely have jumped up and cheered. The ones most surprised were Uzumaki-kei and Inuzuka Suzume. Minato had the Flying Thunder God technique, and was powerful, so it was normal for him to be chosen as part of the Hokage Guard. But the two of them seemed somewhat like additions to fill the numbers. Strictly speaking, Uzumaki-kei was not a Konoha shinobi. She was only a student sent over by the Uzumaki clan. As for Inuzuka Suzume, her strength was somewhat lacking, and she did not have much fame either. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Orochimaru had clearly given him enough face. Tsunade glanced at the excited Nawaki and could not help smiling. After joining the Hokage Guard, he was one step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Although with Natsuki around, it would be very difficult for Nawaki to become the next Hokage. Youth itself was a kind of capital. Nothing was certain. The third matter, the Hokage Secretariat will be established to assist me with daily affairs. Orochimaru continued without stopping. When Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu heard this, they subconsciously frowned. The 3 of them, 1 Hokage assistant and 2 Hokage advisors, mainly had the responsibility of advising the Hokage. As for Hokage secretaries, theoretically speaking, their duties were the same. Although Orochimaru said they would assist him with daily affairs, the 3 of them did not quite believe it. After all, the 3 of them had been appointed by Hiruzen. Now that Orochimaru had become Hokage, he would certainly want to replace them. But they held high positions and had served for so many years. Replacing them rashly would cause turmoil in Konoha. Taking things slowly was clearly the better method. But what could they say? Danzo had already proven earlier that Orochimaru had come prepared. As long as Orochimaru said everything was being done according to Konoha's rules, they had no way to stop him. Most importantly, the establishment of the Hokage Secretariat gave the Jonin a new path for advancement. If they opposed it, they would be opposing the Jonin. The members are temporarily set as Natsuki, Minato, Narashikaku, and Uchiha Mikoto. Without giving them time to react, Orochimaru finished announcing the candidates. After he finished speaking, a commotion inevitably rose in the meeting room. The Hokage Guard was entirely made up of students of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The Jonin had no chance there. But the Hokage Secretariat was different. Two shinobi who were not part of the Hokage's direct faction had appeared. They could understand Narashikaku's inclusion. Because the Nara clan was known for its intelligence. Whenever major matters occurred, the Hokage would consult them. During wartime, they were also often appointed as strategists. But Uchiha Mikoto's inclusion greatly surprised them. They all understood the Uchiha clan's position in the village. They had also heard about the conflict between the Uchiha clan, Danzo, and Root. Many people had silently assumed that Hiruzen wanted to suppress the Uchiha clan somewhat. But now Mikoto had become a Hokage secretary. This meant that Orochimaru, as Hokage, had changed the village's attitude toward the Uchiha clan. Hokage secretary. When Fugaku suddenly heard this, his pupils contracted. Earlier, when Natsuki said he would let Mikoto work in the Hokage building, Fugaku had at most imagined that she would work in some department, such as the Umbu, the torture and interrogation force, or the analysis team. But he had not expected it to be the Hokage Secretariat. A Hokage secretary was undoubtedly already half a high-ranking position. Most importantly, this department answered directly to the Hokage. It could come into contact with Konoha's core at any time, and obtain a large amount of information. Thinking of this, Fugaku rarely became excited. For the Uchiha clan, the position of Hokage secretary was undoubtedly very important. It was also the closest the Uchiha clan had come to Konoha's core of power since Kagami had joined the Hokage Guard. Fugaku subconsciously began to think. Clearly, the relationship between Natsuki and Mikoto was not as simple as they had said. But this suited his wishes perfectly. The Uchiha clan allowed its members to marry outside the clan. If Natsuki and Mikoto could get together, then for the Uchiha clan, it would be an unprecedentedly excellent situation. What is going on? Compared to Fugaku's excitement, Hayashi's expression was ugly. Why was there no shinobi from the Hyuga clan? The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan had always been evenly matched. Only in terms of power had the Hyuga clan been one step behind. Because the Uchiha clan had the Konoha police force. However, that department was now a troublesome responsibility, so the Hyuga clan was not especially envious of it. But the Hokage Secretariat was different. This was an excellent position. Even the Uchiha clan, which had previously been suppressed by Danzo, had received one. Why did the Hyuga clan, which had always supported the Hokage's faction, receive nothing? Hayashi's expression shifted. While he felt puzzled, he also felt uneasy. The new Hokage's change in attitude was not a good thing for the Hyuga clan. Not far away, Mikoto was filled with astonishment. Without a doubt, her becoming a Hokage secretary was thanks to Natsuki. Otherwise, there was no way such an important position as Hokage secretary would have fallen to her. Why? Mikoto felt confused. She believed her relationship with Natsuki was only that of friends. But if they were only friends, it should not have reached the point where he would help her obtain a position like Hokage secretary. Could it be? Mikoto thought of a possibility. Her body subconsciously tensed, and her heartbeat could not help quickening. But she also felt that with Natsuki's strength, status, and appearance, he did not lack beautiful women. How could he be interested in her? For a moment she felt both shy and deeply unsettled. But it had to be said that Natsuki suited her tastes. His strength, identity, and status were all nearly perfect. On the other side, the jonin of the Inoshikacho clans all revealed surprised and delighted expressions. The Inoshikacho clans had always advanced and retreated together. Shikaku becoming a Hokage secretary meant that their 3 clans also had a Hokage secretary. Although the Nara clan often served as advisors, those positions had always been temporary. Becoming a Hokage secretary meant the position was now fixed. The significance was completely different. Natsuki smiled. Orochimaru had not discussed the research department and Hokage guard with him. But the Hokage secretariat had been established at his suggestion. Orochimaru had previously come to him and said that while he was conducting experiments, Konoha's affairs would temporarily be handed over to him. The problem was that Natsuki was also very busy. He could not stay in Konoha all day helping him work. So after thinking about it, he proposed establishing the Hokage secretariat to help Orochimaru handle his work, especially daily miscellaneous affairs. At the same time, he suggested that Mikoto become a Hokage secretary. After thinking it over, Orochimaru agreed. He actually did not approve of Danzo's method of targeting the Uchiha clan. In his view, there were only 2 ways to deal with the Uchiha clan. Either wipe them out completely or draw them in. Doing what Danzo did, targeting them from time to time, would only build up their resentment. When that resentment finally erupted, it would be the moment the Uchiha clan rebelled. Doesn't that mean Natsuki now holds 3 positions? Nawaki suddenly thought of something and asked in a low voice of surprise. Tsunade, you are both Orochimaru's students, so why do you only have 1 position? Nawaki scratched his head, but he had no way to refute it. Orochimaru treated him and Natsuki equally. He did not favor one over the other. Natsuki having 3 positions clearly meant Orochimaru believed he was capable of handling them. I disagree. Danzo could not help standing up. To be honest, although establishing the Hokage secretariat was suspected of dividing their authority, Orochimaru had at least maintained appearances and had not said it directly. He could tolerate that. Moreover, he felt that he, Hamura, and Koharu had worked for so many years. A few Hokage secretaries would not pose much of a threat. The problem lay in Mikoto becoming a Hokage secretary. In Danzo's eyes, this was absolutely unacceptable. Wouldn't all the efforts he and Root had made to suppress the Uchiha clan become a joke? Most importantly, it went against what he had always upheld. In his view, he had always inherited the philosophy of his teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama. That philosophy was that the Uchiha clan was an evil clan, and must always be watched carefully. Why do you disagree? Orochimaru frowned and asked. Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances and quickly made their decision, which was to stay out of it. To them, preserving their own authority was more important than suppressing the Uchiha clan. Neither of them wanted to offend Orochimaru. I agree with the establishment of the Hokage secretariat, but who becomes a Hokage secretary should be discussed further. Danzo was not as reckless as before. According to Konoha's rules, I and the 2 Hokage advisors have the right to nominate and confirm candidates. You do. Orochimaru looked at Hamura and Koharu and asked calmly, 2 Hokage advisors, do you agree? Danzo immediately shot them frantic looks. We agree. Hamura and Koharu ignored him and spoke. Danzo was instantly stunned. Do all of you agree? Orochimaru then looked at the many jonin. We agree. Everyone answered in unison. At present, there were only 4 Hokage secretaries, and Orochimaru had clearly said the selection was temporary. This meant they all had the possibility of becoming Hokage secretaries. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity. What else do you have to say? Orochimaru looked at Danzo and asked. Danzo opened his mouth, then finally sat down with a deeply frustrated expression. What else could he say? Was he supposed to make an enemy of every jonin in Konoha? Damn Orochimaru. And Homura and Koharu, you will both regret this. Danzo roared inwardly. Orochimaru really was born to be Hokage. Jiraiya sighed and said, these methods are no worse than Sensei's. He uses authority to suppress people, acts according to the rules, and on top of that, he is the Hokage. Naturally, Danzo cannot out-argue him. Tsunade smiled. She was very happy to see Danzo suffer. The fourth matter, Nono will serve as deputy director of Konoha Hospital, and director of the Konoha Orphanage. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and returned to the main topic. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. What surprised him was that Nono had become the director of the Konoha Orphanage. Although in the original story, she had indeed been the director of the Konoha Orphanage. After thinking carefully, he understood the reason. Mayu was already old and truly had reached the age to retire. However, becoming director of the Konoha Orphanage was not bad. In any case, there was no longer Danzo causing trouble. Natsuki thought of Akatsuki's orphanage. Perhaps the orphans of the Konoha Orphanage could also learn the Konoha 6 powers. Once they achieved results, they could join the Umbu. And they would certainly be loyal to Natsuki or Nono. The meeting continued. After Danzo fell silent, the remaining matters went exceptionally smoothly. When it was nearly noon, Orochimaru's first Jonin meeting after becoming Hokage came to an end. Overall, most Jonin were very satisfied. The appearance of new departments gave them hope for advancement. As long as they performed well, they might be able to rise rapidly. And this was only the beginning. There would definitely be more opportunities in the future. After all, many old departments would also undergo personnel changes. The Hokage's office. Aside from Orochimaru, the newly established Hokage Guard and Hokage Secretariat members had gathered there. There were also Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had no official positions. Natsuki. Orochimaru spoke, have the Umbu contact a construction team, and renovate 3 offices to serve as the workplaces for your 2 departments. The reason there would be 3 offices was that Natsuki would have one to himself. After all, his current status was not ordinary. Yes, sensei. Natsuki immediately answered. Once the offices are renovated, you can officially begin working. Orochimaru waved his hand and said, you may all leave. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shikaku, Minato, and the others answered in unison. Before Mikoto left, she glanced at Natsuki. But seeing that Natsuki had not left, she did not say anything more. In the end, only Natsuki, Nawaki, Nono, Tsunade, and Jiraiya remained. Orochimaru, are you planning to do no work at all as Hokage? Jiraiya teased. For those who understood Orochimaru, the purpose behind establishing the Hokage Guard and Hokage Secretariat was very obvious. It was nothing more than saving trouble, or in other words, being lazy. Small matters can be handled by them. Orochimaru said calmly, I have my own things to do. He was referring to the wood release experiment. Jiraiya and Tsunade had long known that he was conducting wood release experiments. But the new version of the wood release experiment would not involve Konoha shinobi, nor would it cause casualties, so they had not stopped him. Especially since Orochimaru had said that once the wood release experiment succeeded, the ones who would benefit most would be Nawaki and Tsunade. Because they were Hashirama's grandchildren, and they had inherited his bloodline. Although their cells could not compare to his, they were still far superior to those of ordinary people. This meant that if the transplant succeeded, their wood release would be stronger and closer to Hashirama's. Tsunade was not interested in other matters. But if wood release could be revived without harming others, she certainly would not refuse. The only one who will suffer is Natsuki. Jiraiya patted Natsuki on the shoulder and joked, having a teacher like Orochimaru means your luck is bad. This is what I should do. Natsuki shook his head and did not mind. What a pity that Orochimaru got there first. Jiraiya said regretfully, otherwise, I could have taken you as my student. Isn't it a little inappropriate to say that right in front of me? Orochimaru asked helplessly. I am telling the truth, Jiraiya said with a smile. All right, we will not disturb you anymore. You have just become Hokage, so you must have many things to do. Tsunade waved her hand and said, I will take Nono to Konoha Hospital. Nono had become deputy director of Konoha Hospital. Whether it was notifying the other medical ninja, or changing offices, those matters needed to be handled. Then I will leave too. Call me when something comes up. Jiraiya leaped down, and left the Hokage's office through the window. He is still the same as before. He refuses to use the door. Orochimaru shook his head and said. Natsuki did not stay for long either. He still had to find a construction team to renovate the offices for the Hokage Guard and the Hokage Secretariat. But after walking a few steps, he saw Mikoto waiting at the end of the corridor. He walked forward. Natsuki. Mikoto looked grateful as she said, Thank you. No need to thank me. Natsuki shook his head and said, I believe that with your ability, you are fully capable of serving as a Hokage secretary. But without your help, I could not have become one. Mikoto said with clear self-awareness. Aside from the title of an Uchiha genius, she did not have much more advantage than other shinobi. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Mikoto's Honey Trap. 3070 words. Mikoto did not chat with Natsuki for long. The main reason was that Natsuki had things to do. Mikoto returned to the Konoha police force. Mikoto-sama. An Uchiha shinobi walked forward and said, The clan head wants you to go to his office. I will go now. Mikoto nodded slightly and went straight upstairs. Before long, she arrived at Fugaku's office. After knocking and receiving permission, she walked in. Mikoto. When Fugaku saw her, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, You did very well. He had previously hinted for Mikoto to ask Natsuki for an important position. Because of that, he now mistakenly believed she had done as he said, and that she had done it exceptionally well, far exceeding his expectations. The Uchiha clan is also very satisfied that you became a Hokage secretary. Fugaku continued. After the Jonin meeting ended, news of the establishment of the Hokage Guard and Hokage Secretariat had already spread throughout Konoha. This was something Orochimaru had specifically requested in order to win people over. Especially after Mikoto joined the Hokage Secretariat, the effect became particularly obvious. Even the Uchiha clan, which had always been suppressed, had now been given an important role by Orochimaru. There was no need to mention the other clans and shinobi. In fact, the effect was indeed good. Although the current Uchiha clan was proud, at its core, it still recognized itself as part of Konoha. The radicals from the original story were still a minority at this point, and had not developed to the point of rebellion. Now that Orochimaru had given them some goodwill, many Uchiha shinobi had begun to change their impression of him. They all felt that Orochimaru was fairer than Hiruzen, and they began to look forward to the future of the Uchiha clan. This is not my achievement. Mikoto felt unworthy of the praise and quickly said, I only benefited from Natsuki's help. Being able to build a good relationship with Natsuki is also your achievement. Fugaku said directly, Natsuki is the same age as you, and he is also a future Hokage candidate. You must seize this opportunity. Mikoto subconsciously raised her eyes, revealing a confused and astonished expression. She had not expected such words to come from Fugaku's mouth. It felt very out of place. When Hiruzen was Hokage, the Uchiha clan often expressed dissatisfaction whenever Hiruzen and Danzo were mentioned. But now that Orochimaru had become Hokage, had the Uchiha clan's attitude immediately changed so much? In the end, she was simply not sensitive to politics. No matter how nicely Hiruzen had spoken, he had never given the Uchiha clan any real benefits. Orochimaru was different. He had directly given them the position of Hokage secretary, and that was a concrete benefit. This is the clan's expectation of you. As long as it does not affect your duties as a Hokage secretary, do your best to achieve it. Fugaku added. I understand, clan head. After a moment of silence, Mikoto spoke. Time passed to the next day. After breakfast, Natsuki rushed to the Umbu base. Natsuki-sama. When Zo saw him, he came forward and said, the construction team has been found. Send them directly to the Hokage building. Natsuki paused, then asked, how long will it take? At most, half a month. Zo answered. Have them work as quickly as possible. Natsuki instructed, both departments have to wait until their offices are renovated before they can officially begin work. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Zo nodded, then said, during the Hokage succession ceremony, Shino went to the Uzumaki clan compound and stole some sealing techniques. Continue monitoring him. Natsuki was not surprised when he heard this. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Zo turned and left. Natsuki walked into his office and began his work. Soon, there was another knock on the door. Come in. Natsuki raised his head and spoke. The door opened. But to Natsuki's surprise, the one who entered was not an Umbu shinobi but Mikoto. Natsuki. Mikoto spoke gently, do you like tea? I brought you some. It was bought from the land of tea. After saying that, she took out an exquisite gift box containing tea leaves from a summoning storage scroll. Natsuki could not help pausing. He had previously said that Mikoto had the presence of a gentle, caring wife. He had that impression mainly because he had seen the original story. But the current Mikoto seemed very close to the one from the original story. What was going on? Thank you. Natsuki came back to himself and said, since you have already brought it, Mikoto-senpai, I will not refuse. You can leave it on the tea table. You do not need to call me senpai. Just call me by my name. Mikoto shook her head, then said, you can continue with your work. I will make the tea for you. She walked to the tea table, crouched down, opened the gift box, and took out a new tea set and tea packet. Natsuki watched her and felt that every movement she made carried a sense of careful respect. He became thoughtful. Could Fugaku have sent her here to build a better relationship with him? Thinking about it, that was indeed very possible. The current Uchiha clan was far from reaching the point where it would turn against Konoha. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan desperately hoped for a Hokage who supported them. Ideally, that Hokage would be someone with the Uchiha name. Natsuki rubbed his chin. It was likely that Mikoto becoming a Hokage secretary had caused the Uchiha clan to misunderstand something. So they had simply sent her to get close to him. Natsuki could not help smiling. To be honest, Mikoto's honey trap was very poor. Because she was a very traditional woman. Her idea of a honey trap was not to seduce him, but to take care of him like a gentle wife. Still, it had to be said that this kind of honey trap was quite interesting. Natsuki guessed the truth, but he had no intention of exposing it. He was not some saint. A gift delivered to his door was not something he would send back. Besides, in a certain sense, he had already prevented the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's destruction at its source. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and continued reading the document in his hand. Before long, the fragrance of tea spread through the room. Although Natsuki did not understand tea, he could tell from the scent alone that the tea sent by the Uchiha clan was not simple. But that was normal. The Uchiha clan was a great shinobi clan, and was very wealthy. Great shinobi clans all shared this trait. Because they had many people, quite a few clan members who could not become shinobi would go into business and earn money. Even the Nara clan managed medicinal herbs, let alone a great clan like the Uchiha. Natsuki. Mikoto walked up to him, holding the teacup with both hands. Thank you. Natsuki took the teacup, drank a sip, and could not help nodding. It is indeed good tea. After he finished drinking, he casually placed it to the side. Mikoto immediately picked up the teapot and poured him another cup. There is no need to go to so much trouble. I can do it myself. Natsuki turned his head to look at her and said, if you have something to do, you can go handle it. I do not have anything to do for the moment. Mikoto said softly, Natsuki, is there anything I can do? I can help. Is there nothing for you to do at the Konoha police force? Natsuki asked in puzzlement. I am now a Hokage secretary. Mikoto answered, in order not to affect my work, the clan head has already removed me from my position in the Konoha police force. So that is how it is. Natsuki could not help thinking that Fugaku had truly considered everything carefully. But that was also normal. As the clan head, everything he did was based on the interests of the Uchiha clan. He did not lack women if he wanted to get married. Besides, Mikoto was not beautiful to the point that he absolutely had to marry her. From Natsuki's perspective, she would not rank in his top 5. However, he did like the gentle and caring aura around her. After all, as a man, he naturally liked a woman who was considerate toward him. What about your team? Natsuki asked again. My team members are all members of the Konoha police force. Mikoto explained, a new Uchiha Jonin will lead them. The matters here are not suitable for you to handle. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, but I guess sensei will soon assign work to us. The offices not being renovated yet did not mean there would be nothing to do during this period. Based on his understanding of Orochimaru, he would at most personally handle the work this week, and make himself familiar to everyone. Starting next week, most of the work would be transferred to the Hokage Secretariat. That way, he would have enough time to conduct his experiments. When Mikoto heard this, she said gently, then I will pour tea for you. Thank you. Seeing this, Natsuki did not say anything more and continued working. Mikoto secretly let out a breath of relief. At the very least, the first step had succeeded. She had not been driven out by Natsuki. But when she thought about it again, she felt somewhat ashamed. After all, Natsuki had treated her well as a friend, and had even helped her become a Hokage secretary. Yet now, she was approaching him with hidden intentions. It truly felt inappropriate. Mikoto lowered her head, and looked at Natsuki's handsome side profile, falling into a slight daze. Although approaching him had been the Uchiha clan's instruction, she truly did not reject it. An hour later, Natsuki finished processing the documents. He picked up the teacup and finished the last cup of tea. To prevent the tea from cooling, Mikoto had even used fire release to heat it partway through. Thank you for today, Mikoto. Natsuki stood up and said, my work is done. I need to go back and train. You should go back and rest as well. Natsuki. Mikoto hesitated for a few seconds and asked, can I come again tomorrow? Of course. Natsuki looked at her and said. Then. I will leave first. See you tomorrow. Mikoto felt his gaze, hurriedly turned around and left. After walking out of the office, she instinctively pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her face grow slightly hot. For her, what she had just done was already quite bold. Natsuki smiled, opened a spatial door, and returned to the Senju clan compound. Natsuki. Kushina immediately ran over. Just as Natsuki was about to speak, she grabbed his hand and pulled him into the living room. Kushina stepped closer and kissed him. Natsuki looked at her so close in front of him, and thought that she really was clingy while in love. After a long while, their lips parted. A happy smile appeared on Kushina's face. Kushina. Natsuki lightly pinched her waist and said, you really are getting bolder. So what if I am? Kushina snorted softly and admitted it. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. He would have to find a suitable opportunity to properly teach her a lesson. Let's go train. Kushina happily grabbed him and brought him to the courtyard. Natsuki formed hand seals and created 3 shadow clones. He was currently learning impure world reincarnation and the dead demon consuming seal at the same time. Aside from that, he was also developing healing wound destruction and new abilities for the door fruit. Among them, developing healing wound destruction was actually the simplest. There was also Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu. However, because it did not involve unlocking a character template's ability, he only studied it when he had time. A new week arrived and time entered August. The change of Hokage did not produce any negative effects. Instead, Konoha became even more energetic than before. Only Danzo had become the biggest loser. All of Root's experiments had been moved into secrecy. Although there did not seem to be much impact in the short term, the effect was actually great. Because Konoha's funding for Root would decrease. After all, Root no longer needed to conduct experiments. Experiments were now concentrated in the research department. But experiments were precisely what required the most money. Danzo could rely on his savings to hold on for a while. But once enough time passed, he would face the awkward situation of lacking funds. Monday. After breakfast, Natsuki received a notice from the Umbu, asking him to go to the Hokage's office. He then went to the Hokage building. At the entrance he met Mikoto. Natsuki, good morning. Mikoto walked forward and said softly. Good morning. Natsuki smiled. During this week, Mikoto had come to his office every day to make tea for him. She was more dedicated than any attendant. Did Sensei call you here? Natsuki asked as they walked. Yes. Mikoto nodded. The two soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Shikaku and Minato had arrived even earlier than them. After seeing them, they nodded in greeting. Since everyone is here, I will begin assigning work. Orochimaru acted swiftly and said, You are Hokage secretaries, and your main responsibilities will be as follows. 5 minutes later, after hearing everything, Natsuki could not help the corner of his mouth twitching. Orochimaru had divided at least 4/5 of the Hokage's original work among them. The 4 of them would each be responsible for 1/5 of the work. It had to be said that Orochimaru truly understood how to use people. Natsuki thought of the original story, where Naruto became Hokage, and became so busy that he barely had time to go home. In the future, the types of work I just mentioned will all be sent to your office. Orochimaru finally said, after you handle them, report them to me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki and the other 3 answered in unison. Go to your office. Orochimaru waved his hand. He had not done experiments for a week, and could no longer wait to return to them. Natsuki and the other 3 bowed slightly and turned to leave. The Hokage Secretariat's office was next to the Hokage's office. After the renovations, there were 4 desks. 2 desks were placed together on each side. A passage was left in the middle. I will probably usually be in my own office. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, I will choose the desk farthest inside. I will choose the desk across from yours. Mikoto immediately said. Hearing this, Minato and Shikaku chose the 2 desks closer to the door. I will go look at my office. After saying this, Natsuki went next door. He raised his head and saw a line of words written beside the door. Hokage Guard and Hokage Secretary, Natsuki's office. Umbu Commander was not added. Under normal circumstances, the Umbu would not openly reveal themselves. He was rather special and held 3 positions at once, so many people also knew he was currently in charge of the Umbu. Natsuki pushed open the door and walked in. His office was much smaller than the Hokage's office, but the layout was similar. It had a desk, a tea table, and a sofa. At this moment, a pile of documents had already been placed on the desk. Natsuki walked forward and began working. These documents were all trivial matters and were not especially important. Before long, he had already finished them. Another week passed. Natsuki's mind stirred as he sensed the disappearance of an eyeball clone. It was the eyeball clone he had left by Kakuzu's side. Thinking of this, Natsuki used the Dordor fruit, and arrived in the land of water. However, he had never been to Kakuzu's current location, so he used Minazuki's shuriken. He rode the giant manta, and began flying over the sea while activating observation haki. Half an hour later, an island appeared in his sight. The island was not very large, but the vegetation on it was dense, with a forest covering part of it. Kakuzu and the others he sensed were inside that forest. More precisely, they were inside a barrier. He put away Minazuki and jumped down from the sky. When he reached the ground, he immediately slowed his descent. Natsuki-sama. His appearance immediately drew the attention of Akatsuki's shinobi. Kakuzu appeared soon after. The two walked into a hall. You did well. Natsuki nodded and said. Can I return to the land of rain now? Kakuzu immediately asked. Staying here for nearly a month without earning any money was torture to him. I will send you back. Natsuki then opened a spatial door. Kakuzu walked through it and disappeared. Natsuki bit his thumb and used the summoning technique. With a puff, Ichikishimaheim appeared in the smoke. Master. As soon as Ichikishimaheim saw him, she stepped closer and said, Long time no see. I thought about you every day. Natsuki looked at her innocent smile, and could not tell whether what she said was true. He composed himself, then summoned Tagetsuheim and Tagraheim as well. I have a task for you. Natsuki told them about establishing the Kuja pirates. Master, do not worry. With the strength of Ryuchi Cave, establishing the Kuja pirates will not be a problem. Ichikishimaheim immediately stated. Even if we face Kirigakure, we can still fight. Tagetsuheim said with great confidence. Tagraheim simply nodded calmly. The first thing you need to do is investigate which companies in the land of water are involved in maritime trade. Natsuki instructed. Since they were going to be the Kuja pirates, they naturally needed a ship first. Fortunately, the shinobi world's technology was strange, and even modernized warships existed. Natsuki's idea was to seize one, while also finding out the background of the major maritime companies. He was not going to rob just anyone. He planned to specifically target problematic maritime companies. Aside from that, this would also test Ryuchi Cave's intelligence capabilities. Because in theory, Ryuchi Cave could command all snakes in the shinobi world. To be continued. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, The First Night with Nono. 3078 words. The three great snake priestesses moved quickly. A month later, while Natsuki was in his office, he felt a summons. He stood up, and the scenery around him shifted. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on the island where the Kuja pirates were based. Master. Tagraheim walked forward, took out a stack of documents, and said calmly, The matter you ordered has been completed. Natsuki nodded and accepted the documents. Holding the documents, he walked toward the sofa. Master, I will massage your shoulders. As soon as Natsuki sat down, Ichikishimaheim walked up to him and floated upward. After reaching a suitable height, she stopped and placed her small hands on Natsuki's shoulders. Master, I will help too. Seeing this, Tagetsuheim quickly stepped forward. She crouched down in front of Natsuki and began massaging his legs. By the time Natsuki reacted, the two of them had already started. He paused slightly, but did not refuse and began reading the documents. The contents were very detailed, recording over 100 maritime companies. Each maritime company had an introduction. From this point alone, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave were not inferior to White Zetsu. White Zetsu had a concealment-type ninjutsu that most shinobi could not sense, the mayfly technique. Although the snakes of Ryuchi Cave did not have such an ability, they could control all snakes in the shinobi world. These snakes included ordinary snakes that could be found everywhere. Ordinary snakes had no chakra, so even if shinobi saw them, they would not pay attention. Natsuki picked up a pen and marked the documents while reading. The shinobi world had long been in a state of war, so bandits, pirates, and wandering shinobi appeared endlessly. Maritime companies that could survive in this kind of environment for a long time were not simple. In other words, their business was not limited to shipping. Natsuki soon found a familiar maritime company. Its owner was Gato. In the original story, Gato was a wealthy businessman who ran a shipping company. But that was only on the surface. In secret, he committed every kind of evil and smuggled illegal goods. Aside from that, he also controlled the maritime traffic of small nations. For example, the Land of Waves. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, in other words, Team 7's first C-rank mission, was related to the Land of Waves. Because Gato controlled the Land of Waves' maritime traffic, Tazuna of the Land of Waves planned to build a bridge connecting the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. To stop Tazuna from building the bridge, Gato hired Momochi Zabuza and Haku. But Tazuna also hired Kakashi and Team 7. That was how Team 7's first C-rank mission happened. In the end, Zabuza, Haku, and Gato all died. The first target of the Kuja pirates will be this company. Natsuki raised his head, looked at Tagraheim, and said, Gato's shipping company. Yes, master. Tagraheim immediately said, I will send the snakes of Ryuchi Cave to investigate this company later. Natsuki nodded and continued reading through the documents. In the end, he selected 20 maritime companies. These 20 maritime companies were all medium to large in scale, and possessed considerable strength. Most importantly, in secret, they were all similar to Gato. They did whatever made money, and had almost no bottom line. After the investigation is clear, you can begin taking action. Natsuki stood up and said, Master, are you leaving already? Ichikishimaheim floated in front of him again and asked. I happen to have some time, so I will learn Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. Ryuchi Cave has many senjutsu. Tajutsuheim immediately said, I will introduce them to you. Ichikishimaheim was interrupted and immediately glared at her in dissatisfaction. Tajutsuheim gave her a smug smile, then began introducing Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. In the original story, Kabuto had used 3 of Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. Sage Art, Transmission Distant Shadow, Sage Art, White Rage Technique, and Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. But in reality, there were more. There were also senjutsu mastered by the White Snake Sage, and the 3 Great Snake Priestesses. For example, Sage Art, Floating, Sage Art, Invisibility, Sage Art, Transformation, and so on. Kabuto had not used them, perhaps because he did not know them. Natsuki guessed that these were senjutsu unique to the White Snake Sage and the 3 Great Snake Priestesses, and that they would not be taught to contractors. But he was different. Now that the 3 Great Snake Priestesses were all under his blood curse, they naturally would not hold anything back. I will learn Sage Art, Floating first. After listening, Natsuki spoke. The effect of Sage Art, Floating was basically equivalent to flight. Although he already had many flying abilities, Sage Art, Floating was a different kind of flight. It was driven by Senjutsu Chakra. Time passed to October. On the vast ocean, a large ship was steadily heading toward the land of water. This ship belonged to Gato's shipping company. The people on the ship were divided into 3 groups. The first group was made up of employees of Gato's shipping company. The second group was made up of guards hired by Gato. Most of them were wandering shinobi or strong ordinary people. The last group was the most important, a Kirigakure shinobi team hired by Gato's shipping company. However, there were no jonin among them. Generally speaking, escort missions would not involve jonin. They more often involved chunin or genin. Unless it was an outstanding shinobi team that had just graduated. For example, in the original story, Kakashi and Team 7. Of course, there was another reason. Hiring Jonin was simply too expensive. If he hired Jonin every time he conducted business, he would not make much profit at all. In the original story, Gato had hired Zabuza only after learning that Tazuna had gone to Konoha. As for Gato's own subordinates, they did not have any Jonin at all. They did not even have Chunin. While everyone on the ship remained unaware, one venomous snake after another was moving beneath the water. They soon arrived at the front of the ship and began climbing up along the hull. Did any of you hear something? The captain of the Kirigakure shinobi team, a middle-aged male shinobi, asked. No. The other 3 members shook their heads and answered. In the next second, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. Countless venomous snakes leaped up and rushed toward them. Retreat. Seeing this, the middle-aged male shinobi was startled and quickly shouted. His reaction was fast, but the others were not as quick. Of the other 3 members, 2 were bitten by venomous snakes on the spot. The poison took effect and they died, turning into cold corpses. At the same time, 3 figures descended from the air. They all wore white robes and flowing white sashes. They were the 3 great snake priestesses. In an instant, the 3 of them locked onto the remaining 2 shinobi. The sound of splashing water rang out. The shinobi of the Kuja pirates stepped on the water and flew up onto the ship one after another. A completely one-sided battle began. At this moment, Natsuki was high in the sky, seated on the giant manta formed by Minazuki's shurikai. He shook his head and thought to himself that this was truly brutal. The 3 great snake priestesses of Ryuchi Cave, together with Akatsuki shinobi who had received training, facing a single maritime company was simply overwhelming. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 2 of the Ingra Manu template, Virga Vesta. Natsuki nodded slightly. After researching for so long, he had finally developed healing wound destruction. Virga Vesta's effect was damage synchronization. Natsuki estimated that he would only use it when fighting the 5 Kage, Uchiha Madara, or Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for other shinobi, they basically could not injure him. Natsuki did not wait for long before Ichikishimahime appeared in front of him. She rushed toward him with a bright smile. Natsuki raised his hand and pressed it against her head. Ichikishimahime had no choice but to stop. How is the situation? Natsuki withdrew his hand and asked. The Kirigakure shinobi team and the merchant ship's guards were all killed. Only some ordinary employees are left. Ichikishimahime sat down cross-legged. She wore tabi-like boots, but they were not fully enclosed and looked more like sandals. Natsuki felt they did not match her white robe at all. Master, how should we deal with these ordinary employees? Ichikishimahime instinctively asked. Let them go. Natsuki answered. The smile on Ichikishimahime's face froze. Tell them we are the Kuja pirates. After Natsuki finished speaking, he pinched her cheek. In the future, do not say anything inappropriate in front of me. His goal was to establish the Kuja pirates and make their name known. If these ordinary employees were released, they would serve as free publicity. Of course, there was also the most important step, robbing the rich to help the poor. The cargo on this ship would be exchanged for money. Half would be used to develop the Kuja pirates. The other half would be used to help the poor and slaves of the land of water. After the Kuja pirates gained a good reputation, they could try to liberate the slaves of the land of water. Yes, master. Ichikishimahime's heart trembled, and she quickly answered. She felt that she had touched one of Natsuki's taboos. If she did it again, there might be serious consequences. Go. Natsuki patted her cheek and said. As if relieved, Ichikishimahime immediately floated downward. Natsuki stood up and opened a spatial door. There was no need for him to worry about the rest. Natsuki returned to his office. As soon as he stepped out of the spatial door, he saw Mikoto. She was sitting on the sofa, her legs neatly together and her hands resting on them. Her posture was very proper. Space-time ninjutsu. Mikoto subconsciously revealed a surprised expression. It was her first time seeing Natsuki use the door fruit. But what followed was unease. Because she did not remember Natsuki ever saying that he knew space-time ninjutsu. Sorry. Mikoto quickly said, I will not tell anyone about this. It is nothing. Natsuki did not mind. In any case, his door fruit was mostly used for transportation. Although the door fruit could also be used in battle, he had better abilities for combat. Did you need something from me? Natsuki closed the door created by the door fruit, walked to the sofa opposite her, sat down, and asked. It is not anything important. Mikoto brushed the hair beside her ear and said, I bought some fruit. I heard it came from the land of Earth. What fruit? A smile appeared on Natsuki's face when he heard this. Mandarins. Mikoto opened a summoning storage scroll and took out a bag of mandarins. Thank you. Natsuki reached out, preparing to take them. I will peel one for you. Mikoto shook her head and said. She placed the bag of mandarins on the tea table, then took one out. But the tea table was a little far from the sofa. Mikoto thought for a moment, then stood up and took half a step forward. She bent down and began peeling the mandarin. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. As she bent over, her long legs straightened. Mikoto soon finished peeling the mandarin. She raised her head and met Natsuki's gaze. There was appreciation in his eyes. Mikoto paused slightly and instinctively glanced down, immediately understanding. Her posture while peeling the mandarin had been somewhat improper. Mikoto's heart began beating quickly. She hurriedly straightened up and handed the mandarin to Natsuki. Then she sat down again. But because of the turmoil in her heart, she did not dare look at him. Her gaze remained fixed on the tea table. It tastes quite good. Natsuki nodded and said, Thank you again, Mikoto. It is no trouble. Mikoto calmed herself and revealed a gentle smile. Compared to the help you have given me, everything I have done is only a small matter. So you are being so good to me purely to repay a favor? Natsuki blinked and asked jokingly. No. Mikoto froze, then quickly said, There is also. Also. But when the words reached her mouth, she did not know how to continue. Her expression became anxious. I was only joking. You do not need to take it to heart. Seeing this, Natsuki changed the subject. Then. I will leave first. See you tomorrow. Mikoto let out a breath of relief, but still felt embarrassed, so she stood and said goodbye. Natsuki could not help smiling. Teasing Mikoto, with her gentle and caring personality, was rather fun. He looked at the mandarins on the tea table and thought for a moment, then brought them to Nono's office. Nono, your office seems to have gotten even bigger. Natsuki looked around and said. Nono, who was reading documents, immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression when she heard him. She put down the documents in her hand and walked up to Natsuki. Nono raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Natsuki lowered his head and kissed her. He then walked toward her desk. After sitting in the office chair, he beckoned to her. Nono walked forward and sat on his lap. She leaned softly into his arms. Natsuki breathed in her faint fragrance and took out a mandarin. He wrapped one arm around her waist and began peeling the mandarin with both hands. Seeing this, Nono stretched out her fair hand and caught the mandarin peel. A moment later, the mandarin was peeled. Natsuki took one segment and brought it to Nono's mouth. She opened her mouth and bit the mandarin. It is good. Nono gave her evaluation. Natsuki continued feeding her. Before long, she had finished one mandarin. Do you want more? Natsuki asked. I will eat more later. Nono said softly, I have a surgery soon. Natsuki reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Nono said nothing and only looked at him gently. Natsuki felt a rare sense of peace, so much so that he did not want to disturb it. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Nono-sama, the patient has entered the operating room. A woman's voice rang out. Hearing this, Nono stood up. She looked at Natsuki, who was sitting in the office chair, and lowered her head. After a lingering kiss, she finally left in satisfaction. December arrived, and the year was once again drawing to its end. For Konoha, this year had been deeply significant. Because the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, had officially taken office. Orochimaru was highly capable and no less skilled than Hiruzen, allowing Konoha to smoothly enter a new era. This also meant the other shinobi villages could not find a suitable opportunity to cause trouble. Night fell. At this moment, Tsunade's house was very lively. Natsuki, Nawaki, Nono, Kushina, and Tsunade had gathered together, sitting on the sofas in the living room. They chatted, watched television, and waited for the arrival of the new year. Because today was Amasoka, the last day of the year, New Year's Eve. Natsuki. Nawaki suddenly thought of something and said, Kakashi asked me again about the Chunin exams recently. Natsuki was not surprised when he heard this. Because during this period, Kakashi's strength had improved rapidly. In terms of overall strength, he had already surpassed most Chunin. First, it was because his talent was already high. Second, it was because he had 4 Jonin-level teachers, Natsuki, Nawaki, Minato, and Tsukumo. With both factors combined, it would be strange if his strength did not increase sharply. Have him wait a little longer. Natsuki said casually, after his peers graduate, he will be able to find the teammates he needs. So that was your idea. A look of understanding appeared on Nawaki's face. A genius like Kakashi is bound to be somewhat proud. Letting him wait a little longer is not bad. Tsunade ate a mandarin and agreed. Natsuki, are you planning to be his team instructor? Kushina asked curiously. I think Minato is more suitable to be his team instructor. Natsuki shook his head and said, I am too busy. I do not have time to take him on missions. Minato. Nawaki asked in confusion, Kakashi has such high talent in swordsmanship. Do you not think I am more suitable? Kakashi has his own swordsmanship teacher. Natsuki reminded him. Nawaki paused slightly, knowing he meant Tsukumo. It had to be said that Hataki's swordsmanship was indeed stronger than water-breathing. Of course, Natsuki also had sword techniques stronger than Hataki's swordsmanship, such as Tsubeim Geishi, the Eclipse, and Minazuki, Bankai, all things end. But those were too difficult and had too many restrictions. He did not plan to teach them to Kakashi. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Nawaki shook his head and said, Sensei will arrange it when the time comes anyway. Time soon reached midnight. The new year arrived. After everyone finished staying up for the new year, they returned to their rooms to rest. Not long after Natsuki lay down, he heard a knock at the door. He was immediately puzzled. Come in. Natsuki sat up and looked toward the door. The door opened. Natsuki subconsciously widened his eyes. Nono stood in the moonlight. She was wearing only a thin night robe, her golden hair falling softly around her shoulders. Her face was flushed, and her expression carried a rare determination. Nono closed the door and walked toward him. For someone with her personality, taking such a bold step had already reached her limit. The blush had spread across her face and ears. Natsuki swallowed slightly. Nono came to his side and reached out to him. Natsuki immediately raised his hand and held her gently. Feeling her nervousness, he said in a soft voice, It is all right, Nono. Nono answered quietly and leaned into his arms. The moonlight outside the window softened the room, and the two embraced in silence. That night, she stayed with him. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 183. Chapter 183, The Mangekyo Sharingan Awakens. 3072 words. A new day arrived. When sunlight streamed through the window and into the room, Natsuki opened his eyes right on time. He immediately felt warmth in his arms. Natsuki let out a breath and felt extremely relaxed. His body and mind were refreshed. Nono, on the other hand, had suffered a little. Although Natsuki had not learned the strength of 100 seal, he possessed all kinds of character templates. His physical strength had already far surpassed that of most shinobi. Especially the Kibutsuji Musen template, which had made him the progenitor of demons. Although it did not greatly improve his direct combat ability, it greatly strengthened his body. He could control every part of his body, even changing it freely. Natsuki looked at Nono, who was still asleep. She was resting against his arm, her eyes closed. There were still faint traces of fatigue on her face. Because she was sleeping on her side, the two of them were held close together. Natsuki stretched out his hand and placed it on her head. His chakra flowed into her body. Soon, Nono's body was no longer tense, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The fatigue in her body had been completely removed by Natsuki. It is still early. Keep sleeping. Natsuki stroked her hair and spoke softly. Nono shifted slightly, found a comfortable position in his arms, and fell asleep again. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Ability 5 of the Hitaki Kakashi template, Mangekyo Sharingan. The sudden line of text made Natsuki freeze. What was going on? Why had the Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly unlocked? After his initial shock, Natsuki quickly thought of a reason. The unlock condition for Ability 5 of the Hitaki Kakashi template, the Mangekyo Sharingan, was intense emotional fluctuation. Last night, he had indeed experienced intense emotional fluctuation. The corner of Natsuki's mouth twitched. Although it made sense, he still felt a strange sense of absurdity. After all, in the original story, most people awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after personally witnessing the death of close friends or family. Natsuki shook his head. No matter what, unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan was a good thing. As everyone knew, Naruto could also be called the Legend of Eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the advanced form of the three-tomo Sharingan, and its abilities were extremely powerful. The Sharingan's hypnosis, insight, copying, and other functions were retained and further strengthened. Against ordinary shinobi, it had already reached the level where he could control them with a single glance. Aside from that, the Mangekyo Sharingan had two extremely powerful abilities. The first was dojutsu. Each Mangekyo Sharingan corresponded to one dojutsu. In other words, every person would possess two dojutsu. The dojutsu awakened by each person was different. The Mangekyo Sharingan was known as the eye that reflected the heart. The dojutsu awakened was related to the user's state of mind at the time. For example, Kamui. Obito's desire to escape awakened a separate space that he could freely enter and leave. The most powerful part was that every dojutsu had considerable strength. At the very least, they were comparable to A-rank ninjutsu, and more often, they possessed effects no weaker than S-rank ninjutsu. The Mangekyo Sharingan Natsuki awakened came from the Hitaki Kakashi template. More precisely, it came from Obito's left eye. Of course, the eye itself was still Natsuki's own original eye. It only transplanted the corresponding ability and dojutsu. Natsuki's dojutsu was Kamui. The left eye Kamui had two effects. One was to forcibly twist and sever an enemy's limbs from a distance by sending them into the separate space. The other was to teleport himself in and out of that separate space. It was worth mentioning that the left eye Kamui and right eye Kamui shared the same separate space. However, Obito had not awakened Kamui yet. Natsuki did not know whether he still would. If he did awaken it, Natsuki was not sure whether it would share the same separate space as his Kamui. Aside from dojutsu, the other powerful ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan was Susanoo, commonly known as piloting a giant armored warrior. Susanoo was known as divine power, and had multiple forms. A complete body Susanoo possessed power exceeding that of a tailed beast. Although Natsuki had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed the dojutsu Kamui, he did not have Susanoo. Under normal circumstances, one needed to push the ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to its limit before awakening Susanoo. This meant both eyes were needed. But there were also examples of using Susanoo with one eye. That was Uchiha Shursui. However, that scene was not from the original manga, but from a Naruto spin-off game. I wonder when I can trigger the Uchiha Obito template. That way, he would be able to gather both eyes. Single-eye Kamui was good, but it was still far inferior to double Kamui. Natsuki came back to himself. He could not test it now, so he could only postpone it for the time being. He closed his eyes and held Nono as he slept for a little longer. Half an hour later, Nono woke up. She immediately sensed the changes in her body. The fatigue from last night was gone. But when she thought of what she had done last night, Nono could not help feeling her face heat up. Still, although it had been a moment of impulse, she did not regret it. At least she had taken one step ahead of Kushina. Why did your face suddenly turn red? Natsuki reached out, felt her warm cheek, and asked with a smile. And nothing. Nono lowered her head, and did not dare look at him. How is your body? Natsuki asked again. I am fine. Nono said softly. That is good. Natsuki glanced out the window and said, it is time to get up. Otherwise, Kushina will come soon. After saying this, he felt something subtle. Why did that sound like he and Nono were having a secret affair? Nono sat up. Natsuki could not help looking at her a few more times. Although he had seen her many times last night. Nono noticed his gaze. She felt somewhat shy, but even more than that, she felt happy. She got out of bed. In front of Natsuki, she changed into her clothes. I will help you dress. Nono picked up Natsuki's clothes and said gently. She was clearly different today. To put it simply, she had gained a bit more of the air of a gentle wife. Natsuki felt that she had already surpassed Mikoto. After all, the current Mikoto was not yet married, let alone a mother. After Natsuki changed his clothes, he went with Nono to Tsunade's house. As usual, breakfast was eaten together with Nawaki and the others. Happy New Year. Kushina immediately ran over when she heard the door open. Happy New Year. Natsuki and Nono said in unison. We were waiting for you. I am already hungry. Why are you late today? Nawaki appeared after her and asked with a smile. It is rare to have a day off, so of course I slept in. Natsuki answered calmly. Nono, on the other hand, felt somewhat embarrassed. But Nawaki and Kushina did not notice anything unusual about her. It is indeed a day to sleep in. Tsunade walked out of her room while yawning. Sis, you sleep in every day. Natsuki only does it once in a while. Nawaki could not help complaining. What did you say? Tsunade immediately changed expression, glared at him, and asked. I did not say anything. Nawaki quickly gave in and shook his head. You heard wrong. I was telling Natsuki to go make breakfast. Come on, Natsuki. I will make breakfast with you. Kushina walked forward, pulled Natsuki, and headed toward the kitchen. Soon, breakfast was ready, and the five of them gathered around the dining table. Are we going to tonight's New Year festival? Nawaki picked up his chopsticks and asked casually. Although there is a New Year festival every year, this year's festival is different, so we should definitely go. Natsuki nodded and said. What is different this year? Nawaki asked in confusion. Because your sensei became Hokage this year. Tsunade explained. In previous years, the New Year festival was organized by Konoha's merchants. This year, Konoha itself is organizing it. Natsuki added, not only villagers but also the shinobi in the village will participate. So that is how it is. Hearing this, Nawaki immediately said excitedly, then tonight will definitely be very lively. What he liked most was liveliness. After breakfast, we will go shopping and buy some beautiful kimono to wear tonight. Kushina said happily. Buy one for me. Tsunade said without much concern, I am more comfortable lying at home. I am too lazy to go out. Nawaki wanted to say something but finally only shook his head. Natsuki could not help smiling. It had to be said that Tsunade's personality was very much like a worker on vacation in his previous life. She did not want to move or do anything. After breakfast, Natsuki went out shopping with Nawaki and the others. But before shopping, as in previous years, they first went to Orochimaru's home to pay their New Year's visit. However, there was one difference this year. Kushina was with them. After Orochimaru became Hokage, the restrictions on her were completely loosened. As long as she was not leaving Konoha alone, she could go anywhere. If she wanted to leave Konoha, then Natsuki, Tsunade, or the others had to accompany her. Sensei. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and said, I plan to change the method we use to control Amigakure. Akatsuki taking control of Amigakure definitely could not be hidden from Konoha. However, from the beginning, he had never planned to hide it. Now that Orochimaru had become Hokage, there was even less need to hide it. What method? Orochimaru paused slightly. He had almost forgotten about Amigakure. After the Iwagakure Umbu team was dealt with by Natsuki, Iwagakure withdrew from the Land of Rain. On top of that, Danzo no longer had the ability to interfere with the Land of Rain, so Amigakure had not had anything happen for a long time. Because of that, Orochimaru had subconsciously ignored it. Although Amigakure is under our control, Amayato and the others are ultimately Amigakure shinobi. They only submitted because they were forced. Natsuki explained, I previously used the Umbu to cultivate my own force in the Land of Rain, and established an organization called Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised and asked, what is its current scale? Because Natsuki clearly said he had used the Umbu's power, Orochimaru did not become suspicious. Of course, it was also because Natsuki was his student, and had his deep trust. If someone else had said this, he would have investigated them thoroughly to see whether they had any disloyal intentions. The members' Akatsuki recruits mainly come from wandering shinobi in the Land of Rain, or former Amigakure shinobi. Natsuki answered, at present there are about 8 jonin. Among the 12 Kazuki, there were currently 11 people with jonin level strength. The strongest were undoubtedly Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Pakura, and the 3 great snake priestesses. Next were Mui, Miroku, Yukaina, Chino, and Fushin. Finally, there was Guren. Guren was young, and her current strength was at the Chunin level. The others more or less possessed Jonin level strength. However, some were good at combat, while others were good at support. For example, Yukaina and Miroku. One commanded the Infinity Castle and was responsible for intelligence, while the other possessed Miko power and was skilled in sealing. Natsuki told Orochimaru there were 8, excluding the 3 great snake priestesses and Pakura, while adding Kakuzu. Only 8 jonin. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, 8 jonin cannot control Amigakure without Konoha's assistance. I will go there myself when the time comes. Natsuki nodded and said, if you personally appear, then there will naturally be no problem. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Natsuki secretly thought that Orochimaru did not know the 12 Kazuki not only included the Rinnegan, but also Pakura of the Scorch Release, and the 3 great snake priestesses of Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave alone, if it moved out in full force, was not something any shinobi force outside the 5 great villages could resist. You can handle it yourself. Orochimaru added. In his view, the Land of Rain and Amigakure were buffer zones between the 5 great nations and 5 great villages. Now that Hanzo was dead, there was nothing threatening about them. If Natsuki wanted to establish an Akatsuki organization and play around with it, then he could do as he liked. Sensei. Seeing that they had finished talking, Nawaki asked, "Will you attend the New Year festival tonight?" "I will," Orochimaru answered. The Hokage of every generation had always been popular in Konoha. Aside from their great strength, they often interacted with shinobi and villagers. The most typical example was Hiruzen, who would promote his will of fire on all kinds of occasions. Now that Orochimaru had become Hokage, it was difficult for him to avoid doing the same. After the New Year's visit ended, Natsuki and the others said goodbye to Orochimaru and began shopping. Although the New Year festival would not begin until night, the streets were already very lively. New Year decorations could be seen everywhere. Natsuki and the others walked around before finally going to a kimono shop. In the end, each of them bought a new kimono. After returning to the Senju clan compound, Natsuki finally had some time alone. He directly opened a spatial door and arrived at the Land of Rain metropolis. Natsuki-sensei. Natsuki-sama. When Yahiko and the others saw him, they all greeted him happily. "Happy New Year," Natsuki said with a smile. He walked into the living room with Yahiko and the others. There were many New Year goods placed in the living room. It seemed Yahiko and the others had also gone out shopping in the morning. "Natsuki-sensei." Yahiko took out a gift box and said, "This is a New Year gift for you." Konan, Nagato, Yukaina, Chino, Fushin, and Guren also each took out the New Year gifts they had bought. Among the 12 Kazuki, only Miroku, Mui, Pakura, and the 3 great snake priestesses were not here. "Thank you." Natsuki accepted all the gifts and gave them return gifts. Yahiko and the others also expressed their thanks. After the New Year, the attack on Amigakure will begin. Natsuki got to the main topic. "When the time comes, I will also come, but I will not interfere. Everything will be handled by Yahiko. I will be in charge." Yahiko could not help freezing. "That is right." Natsuki nodded slightly and smiled. CP9 has already investigated Amigakure's situation clearly. You can create a targeted battle plan. Yahiko could not help scratching his head. But a moment later, he made up his mind. "I understand, Natsuki-sensei." Yahiko said firmly, "I definitely will not disappoint you. Do not worry. It will not only be you. There will also be other members of Akatsuki." Natsuki added. Yahiko and the others paused slightly, then thought of Mui and Miroku. But no matter what, they would never think of Pakura and the 3 great snake priestesses. Natsuki smiled and did not say more. He would leave the surprise for the end. After spending some time with Yahiko and the others, Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound. But he did not go see Nawaki and the others. Instead, he went to a nearby training field. Natsuki's left eye trembled and 3 tomo appeared, then connected together. As the Mangekyo Sharingan opened, the entire world slowed down. Natsuki looked around. The birds and insects flying past seemed slower than usual. But in reality, their speed had not changed. His dynamic vision had simply increased. It was actually similar after activating the Sharingan. But it was not this exaggerated. No wonder people said that after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, one would become a true Kage-level powerhouse. If one also had special dojutsu, then they would be outstanding even among Kage-level powerhouses. For example, Obito. However, he did not have much combat talent, and Kamui was not used particularly well in his hands. Even so, he had rarely suffered losses. Kamui. Natsuki looked at a bird. In an instant, space twisted, and the bird disappeared out of thin air. Natsuki then entered the separate space. The bird had been sent inside, and was flying around in panic. Natsuki looked around. This separate space was completely empty. There was nothing inside. Most importantly, there was no sunlight, so it could not support life like the Infinity Castle. Natsuki took the bird and left the separate space. The bird quickly flew toward the sky. Natsuki stretched out his hand and held a bow. In the original story, Kakashi had displayed other uses of Kamui. For example, Kamui Shuriken and Kamui Raikiri. After adding Kamui's power, the portion struck would be devoured into the separate space. Natsuki's first thought was that he could add Kamui's power to arrows. No one would expect that an arrow that looked ordinary would actually carry the dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Natsuki released his hand. The arrow flew out and struck the distant bird. The next second, space twisted, and both the bird and the arrow were transported into the separate space. This time, the bird truly died, torn in half by Kamui. Natsuki put away the bow. This bow had been forged from the materials of the box of ultimate bliss. Previously, he had handed the box of ultimate bliss to Cat Granny. It took Cat Granny an entire year to reforge it into a bow. This bow did not have any special function. It was simply extremely sturdy. But for Natsuki, that was already enough. The bow did not need a function. It was enough for the arrows to have functions. Whether it was the sacred arrow or the sealing arrow, both were powerful enough. Time passed to night. The New Year festival officially began. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Kuja Pirates Make Their Name. 2,923 words. Night fell. Konoha instead lit up. The streets and alleys were filled with lights, as well as dense crowds of villagers and shinobi attending the New Year festival. Natsuki and the others had not set out yet. They were still at home changing into kimono. Natsuki. Nono looked at the wardrobe and asked, "Which kimono suits me better?" "They all look good." Natsuki walked forward and hugged her from behind. Nono felt her heart tighten. She raised her head, and tenderness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, sensing the contrast in her. She was clearly usually very gentle. "Let's attend the New Year festival first." Natsuki withdrew his hand from her clothes. Nono answered softly and took a black kimono from the wardrobe. She turned around and handed the kimono to Natsuki. Natsuki paused slightly and accepted it. Nono looked at him, and a shy smile appeared on her face. Then she stretched out her hands. Her clothes slipped to the floor, and her fair figure appeared before Natsuki's eyes. Natsuki could not help recalling her soft voice from last night, and her warm skin. Seeing him staring at her without blinking, Nono felt happy, but also lowered her head shyly. Even so, she spread her arms. Natsuki immediately understood. She wanted him to help her put on the kimono. But in her current state, this was truly a great test for him. With terrifying willpower, Natsuki helped her put on the kimono. "Thank you," Nono said softly. "Wait for me a moment." Natsuki returned to his own room, and soon changed into his kimono as well. The two went out. Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki had already changed into kimono, and were waiting for them. Natsuki instinctively looked at Tsunade. She was wearing a white kimono. But the important point was that even the kimono outlined a full curve on her body. In comparison, Kushina looked somewhat plain. Of course, she was not truly plain. It was only because traditional kimono were loose, making her figure less obvious. "Let's go." Nawaki waved his hand and said. The five of them immediately left the Senju clan compound. Once they reached the street, the lively scent of the festival rushed toward them. The small food stalls everywhere and the noise from all directions merged together, placing everyone fully within the atmosphere of the New Year festival. Let's try that. Kushina grabbed Natsuki's hand and walked toward a nearby food stall. Nono calmly followed behind them. Minato. Nawaki suddenly noticed a familiar figure not far away and quickly shouted. Minato instinctively turned around. Together with him were Jiraiya, Kei, and Suzume. Yo, Tsunade, what a coincidence. When Jiraiya saw Tsunade, his eyes lit up and he quickly spoke. It is the New Year festival today. I do not want to hit you, so behave yourself. Tsunade immediately warned him. I am not that kind of person. Jiraiya said without changing expression. 1 skewer of grilled meat for each person. Natsuki reappeared with Nono and Kushina. Thanks. Nawaki immediately accepted a skewer. Where is your sensei? After Jiraiya accepted the grilled meat, he asked. We did not come with him. Natsuki shook his head and answered. Let me see where he is. Nawaki looked around and searched for Orochimaru. Seeing this, Natsuki activated observation haki. He definitely has not arrived yet. Tsunade took a bite of grilled meat and said, he is the Hokage. If he came, it would most likely cause a commotion. That makes sense. Hearing this, Nawaki stopped looking for Orochimaru and focused on the grilled meat. Natsuki nodded. Orochimaru had indeed not arrived. His observation haki did not find him, but it did find Mikoto. She was shopping with several female shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Forget about him. Let's continue walking. Tsunade waved her hand and said. Hearing this, the group continued forward. Before long, they heard cheers break out in the distance. Is it sensei? Nawaki instinctively looked over. But the distance was too far, and there were people everywhere, so he could not see Orochimaru at all. It is him. Natsuki activated observation haki, confirmed Orochimaru's position, and said, let's go over. The group walked over. Orochimaru soon shook off the enthusiastic villagers and shinobi and met up with them. Since everyone is here, let's go eat to our heart's content. Tsunade said boldly, better yet, let's drink until we drop. Can I drink? Nawaki asked expectantly. You cannot. Tsunade glared at him and said. Why? The expression on Nawaki's face froze. I am already old enough to drink. You are a shinobi. After Tsunade said this, she also felt that the reason was not very convincing, so she spoke forcefully, in any case, you cannot drink. It is fine. We can just drink soda. Natsuki smiled and said. He understood Tsunade's thoughts. She was simply afraid Nawaki would develop a habit of drinking. Especially since drinking during missions could easily cause trouble. As for why Tsunade was using a double standard and not requiring herself to stop drinking, that was simply human nature. After all, self-discipline was difficult. However, Natsuki also felt it was better for Nawaki not to drink. Orochimaru also did not speak up for Nawaki. Compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya, he was the truly outstanding shinobi who strictly followed the shinobi code. Only when pulled along by those two for gatherings would he drink a little symbolically. Because it was the New Year festival, they naturally could not look for an izakaya to drink as usual. The group walked through the streets, buying many snacks and foods. In the end, they found a food stall and sat around it together. It was very casual, much like eating barbecue in Natsuki's previous life. The night gradually deepened. The New Year festival approached its end. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both already drunk. Orochimaru frowned deeply. Because after getting drunk, Jiraiya had been clinging to his shoulder and spouting nonsense. Tsunade was about the same. But the ones taking care of her were Kushina and Nono. Sensei. Natsuki looked around and asked, the New Year festival is about to end. Should we go back now? Orochimaru said concisely, I will send Jiraiya back. If this continued, Jiraiya would start making drunken trouble, which would be even more troublesome. I leave Tsunade to you. Be careful. After giving that instruction, Orochimaru supported Jiraiya and left. Kushina and Nono helped Tsunade along, and the group returned to the Senju clan compound. See you tomorrow. Natsuki waved his hand and returned home with Nono. Kushina stayed at Tsunade's house. Natsuki casually closed the door and looked at Nono. What is it? Nono looked down at herself and did not find anything wrong. Let's bathe together. Natsuki smiled. Nono froze when she heard this, and a blush quickly appeared on her face. But she did not refuse and nodded instead. Natsuki held her hand and brought her to the bathroom. Hot water flowed into the bathtub, and steam immediately rose. It was January, and Konoha was in winter. Natsuki walked up to Nono and reached out. Her kimono loosened, and she was released from its restraint. Natsuki admired her for a moment, then stepped into the bathtub. He looked at Nono. Nono's face was red with shyness. She lightly bit her lip before lifting her slender leg and entering the bathtub. She quickly sat down. The hot water covered her fair skin, leaving only her shoulders above the surface. I will wash you. Natsuki stepped forward and embraced her gently. Nono's heart immediately trembled. Soon, she felt Natsuki carefully washing her. He was very thorough and did not miss any part. Nono felt her mind grow blank, and her eyes became hazy. She straightened slightly and raised her head, then instinctively wrapped her arms around Natsuki. Natsuki let out a breath and continued helping her wash. An hour later, Nono, who had been thoroughly washed, was carried out of the bathroom by Natsuki. Because she had soaked for too long, she had already fallen asleep. The New Year holiday passed quickly. During these few days, Natsuki did not train and simply had fun. Nono was the same, spending the days in a very fulfilling way and barely having time to rest. After the holiday ended, aside from Kushina, Natsuki and the others began the New Year's work. Natsuki first went to the Umbu base. Even during the New Year, the Umbu, as an intelligence department, would not have everyone resting. 1/3 of its members would still be working. But it was done through rotation, not by having the same 1/3 work through the entire New Year holiday. After Natsuki sat down, he began reading the intelligence reports on the desk. The first report was the one he cared about most, related to Shino. He had already left Konoha and returned to Sorogakure. According to the Umbu's investigation, he was preparing to create the Zero Tails and had captured many nearby villagers. The Zero Tails was formed from dark chakra. So-called dark chakra was essentially in release. Because dark chakra came from the darkness deep within people's hearts. To put it simply, it came from negative emotions. The villagers Shino captured would be used as batteries for the Zero Tails. By tormenting them, he would make them produce negative emotions, thereby supplying power to the Zero Tails. The second intelligence report was related to the Kuja pirates. The Umbu reported that a pirate group called the Kuja Pirates had appeared in the Land of Water. They had been robbing passing ships and causing considerable losses to the Land of Water and Kirigakure. Natsuki became thoughtful. It seemed he would soon be able to unlock the love fruit. After all, even the Konoha Umbu now knew of the Kuja Pirates' existence. On the other hand, as the Kuja Pirates' reputation grew, Kirigakure would absolutely not tolerate their existence. Because the Land of Water was Kirigakure's territory. Everything the Kuja Pirates were doing now was undoubtedly a slap to Kirigakure's face. Moreover, if the Land of Water suffered too many losses, it would alarm the daimyo of the Land of Water. At that point, who the daimyo of the Land of Water would send to deal with the Kuja Pirates went without saying. After Natsuki finished reading the remaining reports, he opened a spatial door. In the next second, he appeared in the captain's room of the Kuja Pirates. The first things he saw were the extremely relaxed Ichikishima, Tajutsuheim, and Tagraheim. Ichikishimaheim was lying on the bed, her soft legs swinging back and forth. Tajutsuheim was lying on the sofa, with a book floating before her eyes. The title of the book was Teach You to Understand Human Men in Depth. Only Tagraheim was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, her eyes closed as she trained. The corner of Natsuki's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that the three of them truly knew how to enjoy themselves. Master. Ichikishimaheim's nose twitched, and she immediately jumped up. She quickly flew toward him. Tajutsuheim put away the book, and together with Tagraheim, stood and bowed to Natsuki. Natsuki turned his head slightly. Ichikishimaheim missed, and her fair feet flew past his eyes. How is the current situation of the Kuja pirates? Natsuki stepped forward, sat on the sofa, and asked. It is quite good. Tajutsuheim crouched down and massaged his legs as she said, at present, half of the land of water already knows about the Kuja pirates. Those humans all treat us as saviors. Every time they see us, they kneel to welcome us. Ichikishimaheim turned around, landed in front of Natsuki, and continued. Natsuki was not surprised. The people the Kuja pirates helped were the poor and slaves of the land of water. They had originally lived in despair. To them, the Kuja pirates were no different from saviors. What else? Natsuki asked again. The land of water and Kirigakure have both set their sights on us. Tagraheim said coolly, but for now, they do not pose a threat. The shinobi Kirigakure sent to deal with us are no match for us. Ichikishimaheim smiled brightly and said, Master, we are very strong. You do not need to worry about us. Kirigakure has not brought out its true strength yet. Natsuki shook his head and said. Even if the third Mizukage comes, we are not afraid. Ichikishimaheim said unconvinced. You may not be afraid, but what about the others? Natsuki glared at her, raised his hand, and lightly slapped her in reprimand. Master, if you want to punish me, you can do it a few more times. Ichikishimaheim froze for a moment, then said coyly. As she spoke, she even turned around. I can do that too. Tajutsuheim immediately pushed Ichikishimaheim aside and said. Tagraheim suddenly did not know what to say. She could not quite understand what was going on with her two younger sisters. As the three great snake priestesses, they had been chosen by the white snake sage since childhood, and had never had partners even now. They did not need them either. But why were they so attentive toward Natsuki now? Could it be the influence of the blood curse? That is enough. I came here to remind you to be careful of Kirigakure. Natsuki frowned and said, once you discover any major movement from Kirigakure, notify me. After saying that, he opened a spatial door and returned to the Hokage building. The New Year holiday had just ended, and he had work to do. He did not have time to play with them. Aside from that, there was also Akatsuki's most important operation since its establishment, attacking Amigakure. Natsuki walked into his office. He pushed open the door and saw Mikoto. Natsuki, good morning. Mikoto stood up and called softly. Mikoto. Natsuki nodded and asked curiously, you came so early. Is there something important? It is nothing major. Mikoto's eyes moved slightly as she said, I came to give you a New Year gift. You are always so thoughtful. Natsuki could not help smiling as he said. It is not an expensive gift. It is only a small token of my feelings. Mikoto quickly said. After saying that, she took out an omamori. This is a protective charm I bought when I went to the shrine to pray for blessings. Mikoto held the omamori with both hands and offered it to him. I hope you do not dislike it. Natsuki's gaze lowered and fell on her hands. Her fingers were fair and smooth, looking soft and delicate. Her nails were not long, and she had not painted them. They looked very clean. Natsuki reached out and held her right hand. Mikoto could not help freezing. She could clearly feel the warmth from Natsuki's palm. Natsuki. Mikoto's heartbeat quickened, and she became so nervous that her eyelashes kept trembling. But she did not pull her hand back and allowed him to hold it. Sorry. I was just thinking about what New Year gift I should give you in return. Natsuki accepted the omamori and said calmly. Mikoto withdrew her hand, then unconsciously clasped both hands together. Suppressing the unease in her heart, she said softly, "It is fine. You do not need to give me anything in return. I have already thought of a return gift." Natsuki smiled and said, "Your hands are very beautiful. I will give you a bottle of nail polish when the time comes." "Thank you." Mikoto wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only express her thanks. She was a traditional female shinobi. In her view, painting her nails was somewhat too showy. But since Natsuki wanted to give her nail polish, she could not refuse. "I will give it to you once I buy it," Natsuki said with a smile. Mikoto nodded and said, "I will go back to work first. See you tomorrow." After saying that, she left Natsuki's office almost as if fleeing. The door closed. Mikoto could not help patting her chest. She took a deep breath, then looked at her right hand. Mikoto's face reddened. She quickly shook her head and suppressed her wandering thoughts. Natsuki lowered his head and glanced at the omamori Mikoto had given him. It was a safety charm. The words on it wished him safety wherever he went. Natsuki put away the omamori. After finishing his work, he went to the Land of Rain metropolis. Natsuki-sensei. When Yahiko saw him, he said, "We have already made the battle plan." Natsuki accepted the battle plan and read it. Simply put, it could be summarized in 4 words: create a diversion. Yahiko planned to have Akatsuki's Jonin infiltrate Amigakure in advance and destroy important locations. That way, Amigakures shinobi would have to run all over the village. The remaining Akatsuki members could then take advantage of the chaos to attack Amigakure. Not bad. Natsuki nodded and said, "We will carry it out according to this battle plan. The time will be tomorrow." "Yes, Natsuki-sensei." After letting out a breath of relief, Yahiko said happily. Nagato, Yukaina, and the others also showed expectant expressions. After all, this would be the first time Akatsuki moved out in full force. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko suddenly thought of something and asked, "Didn't you say before that you would introduce the other members of Akatsuki to us?" "Wait here for a moment. I will bring them over." Natsuki chuckled and said. To be continued. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Akatsuki occupies Amigakure. 3,107 words. Natsuki, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Calling Miroku and the others to the Land of Rain was not very appropriate. Because White Zetsu would notice. Although it might not necessarily be possible to hide it from White Zetsu, delaying the time when Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu learned about the existence of the 12 Kazuki was still good. Perhaps it would have a miraculous effect in the future. Thinking of this, Natsuki extended his hand and opened a spatial door. He looked at Yahiko, Kakuzu, and the others and said, "You go in first." Although they did not know why he had changed his mind, none of them asked. They all walked into the spatial door. After they left the spatial door, they arrived inside the Infinity Castle located in Natsuki's room in Konoha. This Infinity Castle was controlled by Natsuki, and entry or exit required his permission. In other words, White Zetsu could not possibly enter the Infinity Castle. Natsuki opened another spatial door and arrived at the Kuja Pirates. "Master." The 3 great snake priestesses quickly bowed to him. "I established an organization called Akatsuki. The Kuja Pirates will be affiliated with Akatsuki." Natsuki went straight to the point and said, "I will send you to meet the other members of Akatsuki now. Remember, you are not allowed to harm them." "Yes, Master." The 3 great snake priestesses answered in unison. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial door. After the three great snake priestesses entered, he used another spatial door to arrive at Pakura's home in Sunagakure. Long time no see, Pakura. Natsuki looked at Pakura and smiled. It is rare to see you wearing different clothes. I did not know you were coming. Pakura fell silent for a moment and said, I will change back. No need to change. Those clothes look good. Natsuki stopped her. Probably because she was at home, Pakura was wearing a white casual outfit that looked like sleepwear. But it was close-fitting sleepwear, with the waist pulled in, revealing her alluring figure. Tsunade's figure could be described as voluptuous. Pakura was different. She was tall and slender, with curves where they should be. I established an organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Natsuki answered, you are now one of Akatsuki's leaders. I am not suitable to join Akatsuki. Pakura paused slightly, then said rationally, if Raza and the others find out, it will be difficult for me to remain in Sunagakure. I understand. Natsuki nodded and said, I am only asking you to meet them and get to know them. Then fine. Hearing this, Pakura agreed. Go change your clothes. I will wait for you. Natsuki instructed. Why are you asking me to change now? Pakura asked in confusion. Because you are my private property. Natsuki smiled and said without any hesitation. Pakura's expression immediately froze. But what Natsuki said was not wrong. She was under the blood curse, so her entire being belonged to Natsuki. I will change. Pakura turned and walked into the room expressionlessly. Soon, she changed into the classic backless outfit from the original story. Do not wear backless clothes in the future. Natsuki paused, then added, you can wear them in front of me. Pakura subconsciously bit her lip. Her chest rose and fell a few times in anger, but in the end, she said nothing. Natsuki opened a spatial door. The two of them walked into it. The three great snake priestesses had arrived first, and had already gotten to know Yahiko and the others. But aside from Natsuki, they did not like humans, so they stood to the side and stopped communicating with them. However, they were very interested in Nagato's Rinnegan, and occasionally looked at his eyes. After all, they had lived for nearly 1,000 years. In other words, they were from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths, so they recognized the Rinnegan. But because of Natsuki's order, they were only curious. Yahiko was naturally outgoing, and wanted to learn more about them. However, he was quickly rejected. Left with no choice, he could only give up. Kakuzu was experienced and vaguely sensed that the three great snake priestesses were very dangerous. As a former bounty hunter, he was familiar with the famous powerhouses of the shinobi world. But he truly could not find any known powerhouses who matched the three great snake priestesses. Natsuki-sensei. When Yahiko saw Natsuki, he quickly called out. Nagato and the others also greeted him. This is our new member, Pakura. Natsuki raised his hand and introduced her. Which Pakura? Yahiko froze for a moment and instinctively asked. What other Pakura could it be? She is Pakura of the Scorch release from Sunagakure. Kakuzu glanced at Natsuki, and confusion flashed in his eyes. What was going on? Why was Pakura here? Although Natsuki had schemed against Pakura before, Kakuzu had only thought Natsuki was taking advantage of the situation to threaten her, and make her cooperate with Konoha. Looking at it now, it was far more than a simple threat. Yahiko and the others were all stunned. Naturally, they knew of Pakura. Because the rainwater business between Akatsuki and Amigakure was handled by Pakura. But why had she joined Akatsuki? Was she not a strong contender for the position of the next Kazekage? Pakura looked around and could not help feeling surprised. Because she felt that Yahiko and the others were not weak. There are still two more people. Natsuki turned and left. Soon, he brought Miroku and Mui over. With that, the 12 Kazuki had gathered. Of course, there were two extra people, Nagato and Kakuzu. The purpose of calling you here this time is simple. I want you to get to know one another and confirm your respective positions. After they all became acquainted with each other, Natsuki spoke. Everyone instinctively looked at him. The 14 of you will be collectively known as the 14 Moons. You are Akatsuki's upper ranks. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, the 14 positions will be fixed and no new members will be added unless a member dies. Although he had established the 12 Kazuki, with Nagato and Kakuzu added, Akatsuki had 14 high-ranking members. After thinking it over, he simply named them the 14 Moons. The three great snake priestesses exchanged glances and felt surprised. They had originally thought that after being controlled, they had become Natsuki's hounds and would be at his mercy. They had not expected to become high-ranking members of Akatsuki. Thinking about it carefully, Natsuki had indeed treated them as subordinates. With that in mind, they felt much more at ease. It seemed that as long as they obediently followed orders, their lives would not be in danger. I will now announce your positions. Natsuki spoke again. In terms of positions, most people did not have many changes. Kakuzu was still responsible for Dawn Company, meaning Akatsuki's business. Chino and Gyurin were responsible for Akatsuki's orphanage. Because Gyurin was young, the orphanage would temporarily be managed by Chino. Although it was called an orphanage, in truth, they were responsible for cultivating Akatsuki's future manpower. In terms from Natsuki's previous life, it would be called a management trainee program or youth training camp. Mui was responsible for Kyuzugakure and the Land of Grass. Miroku and Fushin were responsible for the Land of Demons. Yukaina was responsible for CP9's intelligence work and the Infinity Castle. The three great snake priestesses were responsible for the Kuja pirates. Pakura was responsible for Sunagakure. Yahiko would be the leader of Akatsuki, while Nagato and Konan would become his assistants. After Amigakure was taken, Yahiko would also become the leader of Amigakure. Aside from Pakura, Yukaina, Miroku, and Gyurin, the rest of you should prepare. Tomorrow we attack Amigakure. Natsuki spoke last. Everyone answered in unison. Natsuki nodded, then sent Pakura and Miroku back to Sunagakure and the Land of Demons. Time passed to the next day. The Land of Rain. Night fell. Aside from the ever-present sound of rain, Amigakure seemed extremely peaceful. The leader of Amigakure, Amayato, had finished dinner and entered the Land of Dreams. At the same time, the shinobi of Akatsuki, led by Yahiko and the others, had already arrived near Amigakure. Of course, although they were said to be near Amigakure, they were still 5 kilometers away. At this distance, they could just avoid Amigakure's patrol shinobi. Act according to the plan. Yahiko spoke in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. The 10 of them immediately split into 5 groups. Ichikishimaheim and Chino were one group. Tagraheim and Fushin were one group. Konan and